Eastern Europe knew that the giant has clay feet, and we never feared it. But I believe that all the world now is not fearing Putin, and this is a good thing, because right now I think we can really help Ukraine to get whatever it needs. So I really think with everything that happened in the last weeks, that fear is gone, and this is good. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Think ethical, Douglas.
Yes, I'm just ecstatic. I'm out of my mind ecstatic. And this is, if you want to think ethical, this is the most ethical act of annihilation of a myth that could possibly have occurred. I am so gratified in this, well, refer to decoding's concept of Zelensky's timing, planning, and essentially his enormous creativity in stunningly and with absolute perfection bringing, as a maestro would, an orchestra, this beginning of the culmination of the destruction of this Russian myth. And I can't even describe to you how thrilled I am that now it will be incumbent upon Scholz to wake up and participate and give what he has promised. So Peter, to your comment, I really do appreciate your commentary, Peter, very much. It's so elegant and so concise and so coherent. So yeah, just continue to elocute, because you feed me with so many wonderful ideas about the nature of this whole predicament.
All righty. Hello?
Yes.
I think we were losing your audio.
Yeah, I'm gonna hope that.
Douglas, I hope that was not close.
That's funny. Very close, but yeah. So I just the conceptual creativity of this individual is so enormous and so beyond my comprehension as to the profound inclusion of every aspect of strategy, of every aspect of intelligence, of every aspect of probability studies, of data analysis. I'm amazed. I am just totally overwhelmed at the functioning of this war machine that's been created. I'm so grateful.
All righty. So then let's move on to David and then Daniel, please.
Oh yeah, hi. So all I was going to do is pop in and support what John was saying a little bit earlier. And I know there's lots of people would like to think that this is SOF, but I would add a little bit of detail. We know that the bridge has gone in the middle of the span, so let's think this through, right? So let's just say you are SOF. How do you get to the middle of the span? So you climb up your pier, but then you'd have to climb underneath the bridge into the middle and place your explosives. That isn't going to happen, is it? Right? So you would just place them, in actual fact, on the pier, which is where we've already said. And the other one, just to debunk the truck part as well, and to reiterate what John was saying, is that there's only one truck. How did the other hole happen? It just didn't fall in the ground, right? So that leads us into the positive or the direction of where we need to be thinking of. It's a missile. There is no debris on top of the road, which would be coming from if the explosions came from below. So just by a process of elimination, it gets us to where we want to be. So just highlighting what John had said earlier.
All righty. Daniel, David, I have a few questions for you in a second, if you give me a moment. Daniel.
Hello, Axel. I let alone the catch bridge. My motive is very simple. I just saw only copium. I see only things like they open circulation on the side of road bridge unaffected, but if you ask David, you'll see the span is undulating. This means is affected. I saw something much more interesting. I saw on Telegram on channel ZSU at War, and another Twitter account was from Russia, and I will try to explain. They get an elite unit in Moscow. They start arresting military. The center is blocked, and is a purge in this moment in Moscow.
Yeah, about that, Daniel, because sorry, Daniel, to interrupt you, because I think there are mixed signals right now, because some people, Western correspondents that are in Moscow, saying that the traffic in the center is quite normal. I've seen a few tweets that effect. We were also talking about the blocking of the center of Moscow and the elite Rosgvardia unit being called. Do you have any other information about that?
Yeah, because I will not jump so easy. So on Russian side, Telegram is nothing. On Ukrainian side, it is. And let me say again what the detail I have. One moment, please. I will go exactly what I saw. And in my opinion is significant, very, very significant, because I'll expect, but it is very, very weird because our details. They say exactly what's happened, why, and the hour is different. Let's see if I can say. I think I posted something on my account also. It's much easier. Okay. So what was interesting? The information come from GRU. Yes, not the Russian GRU, the Ukrainian GRU. And they say complex measures directed against the military began in Russian capital. And when they say traffic is blocked, I don't imagine the big boulevards, the connection to the institutions. Subunits of Dersky Operational Division, the elite of Russian Guard. This is Rosgvardia, the guys who arrested 2 days ago the PR guy of Prigozhin, if you remember. Yes? Yeah. This is an elite unit. This unit is not like Kadyrov, Rosgvardia. These guys are part, if I remember well, the service to protection of the president. Yes, so they are going for the enemies. And what I saw other things. So arrest, detention, blocking of the military personnel, and all the military units in perimeter of Moscow this meaning Moscow Oblast, because they have the elite units there, which remain and not sent already on Ukrainian front. They are put in high alert. And my theory was always when is something like a mutiny from the high end, not people on the front, will be not from FSB, GRU, SVR, will be something like personal guard, the Praetorians of Putin, against the generals who Putin seems they failed him, and they will try to evade that facing the wall, because they have a long tradition to execute military, right? And first move was made by Putin against Prigozhin. Prigozhin is something I think very overhyped. He is not such a powerful man how we think. When you say the cook of Putin, it doesn't mean is the guy who can make billions and don't give a fuck about Putin. He is a tool. And when he put him on his place and promoting Kadyrov because he's loyal until will be not, I think it is something like a purge, but I don't think the military will stand just like people stand in the purge of Stalin. In the purge of Stalin, you know, nobody move a finger, go to the wall and said, za Stalina before they are shot. I don't think the Russians are the similar like in Soviet times of Stalin. And I think it's very significant.
Led like sheep to a slaughter, or however you call it.
Yes,
Right.
yes.
Daniel, let's just stay with us, but let's continue the conversation on that, because I think it's an important topic. Colby just joined us. Also, Gurney is here. So, Colby, you have the mic, and then we'll go on.
Thanks, Maciej. I actually wanted to ask John a question. I'm curious whether he thinks that the weapon used in this may have been Ukraine's Sapsan, which was speculated to have been previously responsible for strikes that were outside of the range of weapon systems that Ukraine had operational. And Sapsan is reported to have a warhead twice the size that of ATACMS, so it would help explain why we're seeing such a large explosion in Fireball. So I'm just curious what he thinks about that theory.
So it's a possibility. I can't rule it out. Sapsan was not known to be operational prior to the invasion. However, some reporting from about a month or so ago, following the detention of a Russian asset in the.
Sorry, do I have a problem hearing John, or does everybody?
It's you, Maciej. I can hear him fine.
Oh, sorry for that. Just go on, John.
There was an article that was put out following the detention of a Russian asset that was working at the engineering firm that was the primary contractor for the development of Sapsan. And so there were some interesting details of their communications with their FSB handler as a result of that. And they seemed to indicate that research and development had been essentially completed as part of a crash program following February 24th. And they were at the beginnings of putting it into serial production. I don't know if any units had been manufactured because unfortunately they referenced that on July 2nd, one of the primary factories for producing components for Sapsan was bombed by the Russians. So I don't know if they had successfully produced any prior to July 2nd or if they were able to restart production at another location. After that, that's all kind of a black hole. It certainly has the warhead to do it. There's some questions over potential accuracy. I do not believe, as originally designed, it has GPS guidance. It had INS guidance, and then a combination of potential seeker heads. It had either electro-optical contrast seeker, infrared seeker or a active radar seeker, and then there was another one that was a combined infrared and active radar seeker. I'm not sure, obviously Ukraine, without access, without components being supplied from the United States or potentially another NATO member, I'm not sure that their domestically manufactured electronics would be able to produce a guidance system with the pinpoint accuracy of ATACMS. That being said, it is entirely within the realm of possibility that, if they did have some operational systems, that we could have supplied one of our GPS and INS guidance packages, and they could have integrated that into the system to give it accuracy comparable to ATACMS. That is definitely a possibility. The issue is that's all kind of speculation on my part, and other than research and development, seeming reportedly being completed, we don't really have much, evidence beyond that, unfortunately.
Thanks, John.
Right, let's go to Daryl, who's been waiting, I think, for some time.
Break, Daryl, break very quickly before we go anywhere. A friend of ours, Ricardo Ray, has just reminded me there is already a patch for this. This was definitely an operation of secret Jewish space laser corps. Mazel tov.
Mazel tov.
Daryl, go.
Good morning, everybody. Go to bed last night, and all of a sudden, I wake up and there's a bridge out somewhere. A new scenic route across the church, straight. So I guess that's a very, very good thing. And then I see a train burning, and that just breaks my heart. I gotta tell you, the burning train breaks my heart. I just heard Jerry up. I think he's down now, but I just wanted to ask him if he's still around. What is the feeling in Middle America when they see the how the Ukrainians have their intestinal fortitude to do these things? Because the East Coast, West Coast, we have our feelings, but the Middle America has a different pulse, and I just wanted to know from him how are they seeing this thing transpire? Because Ukrainian, that intestinal fortitude, I'm pretty sure it goes well in that part of America, and so I just want to see what he's been getting as far as what they've been hearing. But that can come at a later time. But I just wanted to put it out there since I heard his voice and I hadn't heard him in a little bit. So good morning, good evening to everybody, and Slava Ukraine.
Sorry, guys. I was just laughing my head off. David Brookfield knows what I'm looking at. I just received this video. What happens in British pubs currently in
Courage fire.
Yes, Courage that's fire. It is fantastic. Machi, please take it away.
No. Okay, let's go to Gurney.
Okay, promise no boxing gloves. No, what happens in British bars? This is the great Kirchbridge slugfest amongst the O's. No, to John's point there was John. I had a quick point about the video there, and I'd like to say it's conclusive, but there's a tough time with it, and I don't want to imply anything happened or didn't happen. But the problem with software in digital defined film, sorry, I'm going to use film here, video, especially security camera video, is that what we think is happening in a frame is an accurate witness of what happened at that specific point in time. If this was an analog film camera, that would be absolutely true to the extent that that information made it to the film itself. But what happens before the image is compressed a million times over after in post processing, what happens is if this is a typical security camera at 30 frames per second, they're not intended to capture and record a lot of data because they do this for hours upon hours, days and days. And so what happens is the software at a basic level, software is interpreting what the sensors think photons are hitting, and the photons will hit out of order. So it takes algorithms and it takes digital weighting, and it can pull some information to a slightly earlier frame, and it can pull other information that was in that gap period there, and it can push it to a later frame. It's all doing this based on what it thinks should occur in the frame, like what it thinks is an average of what it assembled as the frame prior. So it's doing this on the fly. So the nuts and bolts of it are, for high-speed explosions and detonations, it gets very wonky and gets very tricky, and things can sometimes appear out of order because the fidelity of the recording was never there. Even if it claimed 30 seconds, the software, even before it gets to a finished compressed image, is moving bits and times of when it thinks. It has to throw out what it thinks are erroneous activations of some of its pixel sensors. So it's in real time reorganizing this and actually recreating frames, pulls some information back in time, pulls other information forward. And what you can do is, if you just spread it over, I'm just going to use 3 seconds. 3 seconds is very broad. It's not actually 3 seconds. But if one frame is an artificial at 1 second, the second frame is at 2 seconds, the third frame is at 3, it can pull information in between 2 frames and push one in one direction and one to the other. So you have a gap of almost a second, but it's doing this again across frames. So what you see in one frame may be plus or minus a second, and the following frame may be another plus or minus. So you can end up with over 2 seconds of artificial averaging. And I say this is all before the video then gets compressed and stored in a format, and the compression does similar things because it's trying to average, it's trying to save space and average the pixels of what it thinks. This area is generally green, this is generally white. It saves space and does that. That's exactly what the base digital layer of the camera is doing. It thinks this light is white, so we have 4 pixels activated in this area. We think this should be represented as white, and it has to throw it into a time frame where it doesn't really have the fidelity. So the nuts and bolts I'm trying to get to is, I'd love to say the video is conclusive, but unless you have a high-speed digital camera, or even better, an analog high-speed camera, or a digital camera that's high-speed that doesn't actually try to interpolate frames, it gets a little wonky to say the video is not true. So I'm just going to say the video, for a high-speed detonation, we can't rely on the video to depict what's happening across 3 frames on a high-speed detonation accuracy. So I just wanted to say that, just wanted to put that out there, food for thought for the world. But thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Gurney, so much for that. I can honestly say that before you made that summary, I understood honestly 3% of it. So that just goes to show how technically proficient I am. I was much more at home when we were talking about the possibility of a tank of poo being destroyed, but that's for another day, another topic. I think we should go to Light Sniper, who's been waiting for some time.
Thank you. I've been analyzing these diverse videos, which I have found some hours now, and there seem to be, okay, first there's original CCTV footage, and that hasn't turned up in digital form yet. The only versions which I have found are 2 video recordings which have been made with the phone from the screen. You can see that they are taken with the phone, because you see on the lower edge of the video, you can see some menu buttons or whatever, like white objects in the lower edge of the screen. So they have been recorded from the screen.
Light Sniper, I may have a video which you want to see. I'll send it to you in a minute.
Okay, and then I'm glad, but those videos which I have seen, they have only 1 frame where the lower part of the screen is white. And in that video, which has been shot from a bit from right from the center, from the screen, in this particular frame, there appears to be a flash on the right top part of the screen. But in the video, which has been shot directly in front of the screen, this flash does not appear. So I strongly assume that this is just an artifact in those videos which have been shot a bit right offset from the center of the screen. Because otherwise, if it would have been in the original video, then this flash would have been in all videos, but it isn't. There are videos where this particular screen, where the frame, sorry, where the bottom of the screen is white. There is one version of it where there appears to be a flash, and there's one version where no flash can be detected. And if there's any, I'm glad if Axel sends me one more video, but I don't want to propagate any version or theory with this. I'm just observing the facts I have found. And hence, I would not sort of dare to pronounce that the existence that any flash above the area would indicate that a missile would have exploded there, because I doubt that this would be the case. I just leave it here that if you are argumenting that that's a missile because there has been a flash, then I consider this finding to be quite unreliable. But I'll check further and keep you posted. Thank you.
Yeah, Gurney, do you want to react to that?
Yes, exactly. Live Sniper, you summed it up best. And I'll just say, so amongst artifacting, let's just, if we had this pristine, what we think is an already compressed multiple times file recorded from the direct camera, to your point here, when it's displayed on a screen, different screens have different refresh rates. So even when we are, unless you're in a literal calibrated lab controlled setting, when you think you're displaying the source file, your computer, your hardware, your monitor is still actually interpolating what to match the frames up with its native capabilities, which are not in sync perfectly with how the file. So you have another layer of abstraction is happening, and then you have a recording device that again is capturing a different interval. So just to agree with you, that's why I say it's inconclusive. It's very hard to tell, but I would say there's probably, without abstracting it too much, at least 15 different layers of interpolation and compression that are happening, or more than that before it's even transmitted on the internet. Just if you're, recording it off of even one screen that's displaying what it thinks is the original file. I know it gets wonky and complex, but yeah, to your point there, I don't want to butcher it.
Yeah, but you can simplify one thing, Gurney. Let me interrupt there quickly. There is one thing which people have to look at, and that is the fact that there is a wave already under the bridge in the one observation photo which you can get from the mobile phone camera, the camera phone recording of the command stand at one of the Kerch Bridge command posts. It is, by the way, the same command stand which has been shown in the past when the Kerch Bridge was shown to Russian television and the like. So it's actually quite recognizable because of the way the door frame is set up. So it is that command post. It's also, funnily enough, the same setup of how the screen stand of the back operator is set up. When you look at this, then you can see that in the split second before the explosion, a wave already builds up under the bridge, which evidently, clearly shows that what people have said, and I can tell you this, there are friends of mine here, as well as in Miesenbach, who feel very clearly that this is a vertical impact, kinetic impact missile, which hits through and in the water, which is why you see that little wave. That wave is not an artifact. It's very, very easily visible. And I'll leave it at that. And I'll send the video to Live Sniper.
Thank you very much. I just want to add to Gernot what he said, that there are basically two different kinds of video recordings. One is interlaced, one is non-interlaced. The interlaced takes every second row first and then the rest. And the non-interlaced goes from top to bottom and sort of progressively scans the image area. And it appears that this during this scan, before the scanning has been quite finished for that frame, the explosion happens. And that's why the lower part of the screen is white, because that's what's visible at that moment. And the truck, which appears at the same time, is still from the previous scan. And that doesn't mean that the truck would have been there still as the explosion happened, because those are basically, that's like a mix of two different frames. Just wanted to point this out, that it's like a scanning artifact, if you want to say it like that. Thank you.
Two minutes last sniper. Pache?
Yeah, let's go to Leonard. Leonard.
Okay, I'll be back in 5.
No, thank you, Macho.
Leonard, before you go, John and
Yes.
anybody that's just, have you guys seen the sports video that shows Russians are actually trying to conduct a train locomotive through the damaged part of the rail bridge?
No, I have not. I would
It
love
looks
to see
like. Okay, so let's go to Leonard. So just notifying you about that. Leonard, go on.
Okay, thank you, Mache. And good morning to you, Mache. Another sunny day in Western Canada, and it's good to hear you're back on the space here again, Mache. I guess Axel just left. I was going to comment that Axel is developing quite a deadly sense of humor. I think we have to keep him and David Brookfield apart, or British pub entertainment drinking activities are not going to be quite the same anymore. But I wanted to just explore a little bit more as to what Daniel was talking about. I think Daniel raised an very important point that we really haven't paid too much attention to on this space. And that is the machinations going on within the Kremlin as we speak. Now, Daniel had referenced the issue of Prigozhin and how Prigozhin's mouthpiece was arrested a couple of days ago by the Rosguardia and some of the repercussions from that. But I would just be interested to hear more of what Daniel has observed on some of the, shall we say, Telegram channels, or some of the info that he's been accessing, because clearly we've had indications from some of the speakers, such as Jessica Berlin, Molly McHugh, and so on, who have pointed to the total whirlpool or political eddies or whirlpools that exist within the Kremlin, but we haven't really had any eyes on it or any kind of assessment of it whatsoever. And we know that 150 FSB's officers from Bureau 15 have disappeared or gone, or whatever has become of them. And we've got this interaction going on regarding Prigozhin and Shoigu, who seems to keep bobbing to the surface of this eddy like a cork. And it just would be very interesting to see what kind of the assessment. And Daniel's fairly close to the equation there, so it would be very interesting to hear a little bit more of what that turmoil is boiling down to, and also
right,
decoding.
Let's go to Daniel Leonard, if that's fine by you.
Yes,
sorry.
fine. Yes.
Yeah.
Good.
Daniel, you have the mic. Go on. And Daniel, by the way, have you seen the Gray Zone announcement that just speculates that Shoigu there might be a large reshuffle in the Russian MOD?
Yeah, and I saw other sources confirming the problem in attacking military in Moscow. It is not something like a rumor or something like that. And I saw also they use on Kerch Bridge the second part of the line and push some railway cars on the locomotive. So the copium is at max on Kerch Bridge at this moment.
All right, Colby.
Thanks, Mache. I actually just wanted to make a public service announcement, if that's all right.
Yeah, I don't know why you asking me if I'm the authority on that.
Because you're in the driver's seat right now. That's why.
Go on.
Thank you. Thank you. We have a lot of new listeners to the space right now, which is great. Obviously, there's a lot of interest in the breaking news that's happening right now. So I just wanted to encourage everybody that might be new to the space to please do follow the MriyaReport account, which is hosting right now. That way you can find us again in the future. The space does run 24/7. Literally, it's always up, except for brief moments when the app crashes on us. But it runs for days on end straight sometimes without any interruption. You can always find us. We're always here covering all the breaking news. So please do follow the MriyaReport. And it really helps out the space and helps us grow and helps us reach more people and inform the world about what's happening in Ukraine right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Colby. Prince, let's go to Prince, and then we go to Gurney.
Hey, Mache, it's so good to see you co-hosting. It's been a pleasure to see you popping in again and enlightening us with your wonderful accent on all of the important things. And
what do you mean by my accent? My accent is perfect. It's just
you know what?
You could say I'm just straight from, American Midwest or something.
It reminds me of, I mean, even though my grandparents spoke Hungarian, the accent was very similar. So and Hungarian and Yugoslavian, the accent is very, very similar. And it just reminds me, I mean, I know that's awful. You're younger than me. But it reminds me of listening to my grandparents. And I was about to go to bed last night, and all of a sudden I saw the bridge blue, and I was so excited. And finally forced myself to try to sleep for a couple of hours. And, for me, the bottom line is bridge went boom. Yay. And I love hearing all the speculation about how it's happened, possibly. I have just one question, and it's no disrespect to anybody who gives their wonderful opinions on all of this, John Ridge and CJ and just everybody else. Has Chuck been able to join us yet? Chuck Ferrer, or is he scheduled to join us at all today? Do we know about that?
Sorry, I have no info on that. I see Chuck popping in and out, but I don't have his schedule on. Like, I'm not the one doing that. So as soon as Axel will be back here or Yehuda, they'll have that info for you, if that's fine.
Thank you. I'd be very curious to hear what our super special Navy SEAL says about all of this. So thank you guys, and keep up all the great analysis. It's all very, very interesting to listen to. And bottom line for me is, however it happened, bridge went boom. Yay.
Yeah, I think that's an important point. The bridge is on fire. And Gurney, and please, more photons and light being, whatever, between frames. And I'm not understanding what you... I mean, it's an important topic. I'm just joking, of course, you know that. And let's go.
Yeah, thanks much. Since John is still here, I was going to ask John a question. In one of the videos that happens across maybe 5 or 6 seconds, a much longer duration, there's some particulates that are burning in the air, and I was just going to pose a question to you, John. If you could talk about some military payloads or warheads here. It looks like there's lightweight uniform particulates. My first thought on seeing that was sometimes that's indicative after, again, people don't jump on me if I say VBED here, just we come to a better truth by having dissenting views here. But some of the cheapest VBEDs out there are particulate based, because the fertilizers and the aluminums and the magnesiums are in granular form. But so before I get to that, just John, do you have any thoughts whether or not you see aluminum or magnesium particulates floating through the air afterwards? I just thought I'd ask you. And if so, or if not, do you see that common in any military warhead you've experienced? I have not seen that in any of the high explosives, but I just wanted to ask that.
So yeah, I do see the shower of brightly burning particulate matter that you're referring to. I don't have enough experience personally with this type of, with various types of explosives to say, conclusively one way or another what it is. I was having some conversations with some people, and they suggested that it might be some sort of, very hot metal fragmentation. I have seen videos of explosion of explosives. Excuse me, I'm stumbling over my words here. Over explosions produced by similar ANFO or fertilizer based devices like you've referenced, and I do recall seeing particulate matter there. It's interesting. I've been sent some images of some ATACMS test footage, and setting aside the fact that I'm still not sure which of those is a unitary warhead and which of those is DPICM, that does it's interesting. I'm trying. I'm not exactly sure how that fits into the overall equation.
That just to clarify here, were there some particulates in some of those videos you're looking at?
So I didn't see particulates per se, but at least in one of them, it did seem like there was perhaps more of a fireball than I would have expected from a typical high explosive, or maybe that's just due to the fact it's just a still image, and maybe it's only a momentary flash. But at least in the images that I was sent by a couple people, it did appear that there was some degree of a fireball from this ATACMS test.
Thanks, John.
All right. I have some strange background noises. Is anybody mics open, or is it on my? But never mind. Let's go to David.
Yeah, so I was going to address the particulate thing, right? So, and it's really important for us to remember this. If you have a high explosives hitting something and impacting on something, you're going to get superheated particulates from pretty much anything. If you hit concrete, that's going to get really hot. We don't really know. I've in my days were before video, it was all film. So, but I used to. My job was clearing AMPHO bombs and seeing the results of AMPHO bombs, right? So they're typically absolutely huge, and I couldn't for one moment believe that an AMPHO bomb would be able to take that out unless it was the size of the train. Right, just isn't going to do it. It's high. We think it's high explosives, right? But whatever happens, you're going to get superheated particulates coming out from the explosion. We don't know. I saw the video, the bit that where you see it spraying back in. But I would just go. I think the video is a little bit suspect anyway. So I'm basing everything I see on all the other bits of information we get from it.
Right, thank you. And yeah, you're using the word particles or a different word? Because I just want to clarify that for my own education.
Yeah, particles, particulates, material, whatever you want to be. It could be, look, it could be bits of concrete. It could be anything. When you get high explosives, they produce an awful lot of heat, right? It could be that could just be pieces of asphalt as well that are blown up because there will be a lot of asphalt on it. We just don't know, and trying to make an assumption from the video would be very, very difficult. But what I can say with almost certainty is that you wouldn't be taking that bridge down with an AMPHO bomb.
Sure, thank you for that. And let's go to Phil Scompia, and then we go to Latin American military aviator. Phil Scompia.
Hey, Maciej. Great to see you on the space again. I sent you a video, not a video, a satellite image of the bridge that Misfit posted on Twitter, and it's really shocking the damage from above. And what's even more shocking is, I mean, there's video evidence that Russians are sending 10 cars or light trucks every 30 minutes across the bridge somehow. And then what you mentioned, and I saw as well, that they might be sending a train across it as well. I mean, like, the complete depravity to put people's lives at danger for what, when something is obviously damaged, is just absolutely insane. And I was just wondering, how are they able to send anything across the bridge? It just doesn't make any sense, because it looks like it's, at least from above, it looks like chunks are out of the freight part of the bridge as well as the passenger part of the bridge. So I'm wondering, how logistically can they even do it?
Well, that's an interesting question. I don't know. I don't have enough. So there are two railings, right, going both sides on the bridge, just to settle on the basic facts. George is joining us, who has some great expertise on that. Let's just wait for him to connect, and I think we'll be. George, are you with us?
Yeah, I was actually gonna kick that to David. David, you're on here. I was gonna say, it was that bridge when those passenger cars were going. Were you seeing some? Like, I haven't really studied video. Did you see any like untoward movement, undulating up and down, that you would give you cause for concern?
No, I mean, I haven't seen anything with the train moving though. So all the stuff I've seen is a little bit later, and where you can see the flames that are coming out of the fuel trucks, etc. I haven't, but none of the videos I've seen is the train even moving. It's just stationary.
No, I was talking about the one roadway that's left. There was I guess. I don't know if it's accurate, if it's post damage or pre damage, but there was like it looked like a video from at dusk, or like pretty much nighttime, where there's cars going over the causeway that's left, and that just kind of seemed, I don't know if it was a shaking of the camera, but it kind of looked like the bridge had some movement that I wouldn't want to have when I'm crawling over a bridge.
Do you want to send me that video? I mean, one of the videos I've seen is someone who's manually filming something that's on a screen, right, which might be moving. But send it to me, and we'll have a look.
I'm gonna have to dig for it and then send it to you.
Sure. Okay, cool.
Yeah, but to answer the question, like I wouldn't want to be the first 18-wheeler or any 15 or 20-ton vehicle that's got to go across that bridge, the roadway at least.
No, I wouldn't be crossing it at all, right? What's holding it up? there's not a lot of pier underneath under on one of those sections.
The belief in the greatness of the motherland is holding it up.
Yeah. Inshallah, no? Yeah.
So let's go to Latin American military aviator. Sir, you have the mic.
Great, thanks, Maciej. My question is kind of directed at John. I had been trying to get a hold of him for a couple of days, not directly to do with the bridge. Is it okay? It's about missiles. Is it okay if I just ask that question now?
Yeah, if it's short, I think we can handle that. Go on.
Okay. So John, the question is, and I guess today's events kind of push us in the direction of a scenario that's been out there, and I'm not going to talk about nuclear. That's not where I'm going. But a spokesman for the Air Force, for the Ukrainian Air Force, midweek, I think it was, said on Ukrainian television that the Russians are using the Iranian drones as a way of saving their missile force. And I did not get the sense he was talking about nuclear, but I'm thinking just in terms of conventional warheads. If they get to a point or on their way out where they really want to strike, they want to hurt Ukraine on the way out, hitting critical infrastructure and civilian population. I know we've seen a lot of that, but I'm talking about something more massed. And the obvious question would be, well, do they even have the capacity to do that? I threw the question at an Israeli analyst during the week. He responded that he felt that if they had that capability, the number of missiles, rocketry, long-range artillery, they would have done it by now. What do you think of that scenario? Again, conventional.
So their ability to carry out essentially saturation strikes, it's an interesting point because ideally, if you want to overwhelm, an air defense network like Ukraine, you would want to, in the absence of, say, electronic warfare or, some other means of causing disruption, a saturation strike is probably the best way to go about, circumventing, the local air defense network. But obviously their inventory is very limited. There's been many reports from multiple different sources indicating that, although they don't put specific numbers to it. It wouldn't surprise me. So other than the strikes within the first 24 hours of the invasion, I want to say the largest one that I've seen was a few months ago. I believe they carried out, it was against multiple different locations. In total, I believe they launched round about 80-something cruise missiles against various targets. I want to say they launched like 40 at some target in Zhytomyr, and then the remaining 30 to 40 were distributed across other targets. We haven't really seen any major saturation strikes since then. I want to say I saw something potentially about maybe a single such strike since then with maybe 30 to 40 cruise missiles launched, but I believe that's it. It wouldn't surprise me if they maybe have enough inventory to carry off a handful of such strikes, but the question more so becomes, well, how long can they sustain that for?
And just one quick follow-up, since we've seen some older vehicles being fielded, is there any possibility we might see, do they have older missile systems, Frog, Scud, any of that stuff that could be made operational? I'm only saying it because everybody's been amazed to see T-62s on the battlefield.
So I believe the oldest that we've seen, so at least in terms of cruise missiles, I believe the oldest that we've seen are the KH-22s. I'm not sure if the Termits. I think they might be slightly older. I'm not sure if they have land attack capability. But yeah, I'm fairly certain the KH-22s are the oldest that we've seen thus far. In terms of ballistic missiles, we haven't seen anything older than Tochka-U. I haven't seen any evidence of Scuds or Lunas being used. I'm going to be honest. I'm not sure if they even have any still in inventory. That is an open question in my understanding. They very well could have sold all of them off or gotten rid of them. I haven't seen good numbers on that. It's possible, but I'm not exactly sure how effective that would be. Obviously, Ukrainian air defenses have been very effective at intercepting Tochka-Us, and they would presumably be just as effective at intercepting a Scud or a Luna or something similar. And then also have to consider how long these things have been sitting in storage. Solid rocket propellant has a shelf life, so there's a high probability that they would end up having a significant number of duds to begin with. So, they could try, but I'm not sure how effective that would actually end up being.
Okay, that's great. Thanks. Thanks for letting me ask the question. We can get back to talking about the bridge now.
Thank you so much for that. And let's go to Colby.
So in the nest is new satellite imagery from Planet showing the damage, and as well this video from Russian authorities who claim that they are running this test train across the bridge. I don't buy that one bit. I don't think it's possible to run a train over a damaged section of tracks, given that we saw it burning very significantly. There's very visible fire damage to the structure. This thing's made out of steel. When steel gets hot, it gets weakened. It can eventually melt if the fire is hot enough. So I really struggle to see how it could support any sort of load crossing over it in that damaged state. So I think that if this video is authentic and it's recent, they're probably just purporting to run it over, but they're not actually going to drive over the actual damaged section of a track. I just don't see how they can do that in the state that we can see that the rail bridge is in.
Yeah, I think you might be right. It's just the only thing you see on that video is just some bent railings, and that's the extent of the damage. So they might as well just run a train, and the bridge is quite long, right? So they just might as well run a train through undamaged part of it. Daniel, and then go to B for UF. Daniel, you with us? Mic check.
Yes, Maciej, I am with you. I will just get something to remember to John Ridge about Bavona and all the missiles Russian have. If you remember well, 4 or 5 months ago was a huge sabotage in the solvent plant in Russia. I don't know, maybe it was 300 kilometers east of Moscow. I don't remember the city. That solvent is essential for all the missiles of Russians, from the Grads to ballistic missiles. And that sabotage destroyed not only the production, but destroyed a lot of supply what they already had. Is an instable chemical compound. Is not so easy to make, and you must have it fresh. You cannot store for a lot. So maybe that's why you don't see saturation attacks. They don't have the stocks.
All right, B for UF. You have the mic, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Oh, there's like echo. That is really. If you can move.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but there's a loud echo. But just if you have a short question, let's try that.
Yeah. First off, long time listener, first time talker, and that was me with the open mic earlier. I apologize. Like I said, first time talker. I wanted to talk about the bridge real quick and what may have hit it. The U.S. is worried about, or is concerned about, giving them ATACMS and them striking Russian territory, the Ukraine striking Russian territory. But it wouldn't be very hard for, say, somebody down at Northrop, or was it Northrop? No, Lockheed Martin, the makers of ATACMS, to just do a simple software fix that would be basically for the target to be read-only. They could set the target here read-only. All they need to do is get the missile over there and point it in the right direction, program or input the launch coordinates, and the missile will go to where it was programmed. Basically read-only memory, which wouldn't be too hard. And obviously, ATACMS has the accuracy to do what it did. And what makes me think that is, what, a month ago, the U.S. Mentioned that the Kerch Bridge was a legitimate target. Usually, if you listen to somebody talk long enough, they'll tell you what's on their mind. That tells me that the U.S. was already thinking about that to somehow enable Ukraine to take that bridge down. And I think that's what may have happened. Was ATACMS, the target was already programmed and it couldn't be changed, and was sent to Ukraine. As soon as they got close enough within range of the ATACMS, they took the bridge out. That's all I got. Just an idea.
Yeah,
or it could have been something in the Ukrainians, something that they come up with. Have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know if you. Thank you for, and I want to encourage all first-time speakers to speak, and I think you make a valid point. Just take for next time. Just take care of the noise because it's just like a loud echo. I don't know if it's the headset you are using or it's just the place you're in. But thank you for taking part. And RE is next speaker, please.
Hello, guys. Nice to be here again, and thanks for the good news for today. What is interesting more for me is the preparation the Ukraine is taking on all the actions before they get into a result. As we see from the beginning, the supplies came from Poland, and now it's diversified to the areas of Burgas and Constantia. They get control of the Black Sea again, and step by step, they do preparing all the actions days and weeks before they really hit something big. And I think the same is with the Crimea bridge. I think there's a lot of intelligence going from the US together with the Ukraine. This is working really good. The response of the Russians is always quick change of leaders of staff. Changed their general today, a new general in charge. They tried to make a victim and think that they have a solution with this, but the Ukraine never gets nervous. Do all step by step, and I think that's amazing to see the way they achieving their goals. We all wanted to be faster and more, but I think the way they do it and the way they react on a hit like this, not going straight away to Twitter and post that they hit it, just see the results and think about what is the next step. I think this is at the moment the biggest advantage Ukraine have above Russia. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. And let's go to Brad.
Yeah, who was it who mentioned the chemical plant fire? A couple minutes ago, I wasn't paying attention, but I heard somebody mention it. Who was it?
Me.
Oh, okay, cool. So I've posted in the thread, not in the nest, but the thread in the bottom right-hand corner, a thread about that specific chemical fire. And there's actually within that, there are two other threads that talk about that. It was actually very significant. And those are some, if you want more information about that and its relation to kind of the Russia's rocket, capability, it's very informative. It's the best thread I've seen on it. Just wanted to throw that out there.
All right. Thank you so much for that, Brad. And let's go to George.
Yeah, just for everybody on here, John and David, I just posted 2 videos on the Nest that I at least hadn't seen before, and they were taken earlier on, right after the explosion, and they show that the fire on the railroad part of the bridge is a lot more intense and a lot. It looks like it's a lot hotter than the video that's surfaced from a few hours ago. These were just, I think, obviously they got to the right people and got posted, but I just want you guys to take a look at those on the Nest and see, like, especially the one that looks like it happened right after, because it looks like there's security personnel on the bridge looking at the fire. That thing, it's burning pretty hot. So I just wanted to see what your guys' take was.
Yeah, and certainly if you compare that with the, let's say, staged or actually distributed by Russians video of their trial run of the train, it's just nothing. There's no comparison, right, in the level of damage that is seen.
Yeah,
in
well,
this.
the trial. Here's the biggest part. The trial video is on a gravel bed. The tracks are embedded in a gravel bed.
Right.
So that means that's somewhere land-based. It's not on the bridge base, because I've never seen a bridge with a gravel bed. I don't know if David has, maybe in a different lifetime, but I've never seen a railroad bridge with a gravel bed.
Man, I thought about that. I should say it when I thought about that, because I would be great train expert then. But just, yeah, that seemed off to me also. Yeah, it's okay. Daryl is joining us. Daryl, there's no hands up, so you can have the mic. Daryl, you're up. Daryl, mic check.
Hey, there you go. Yeah, gravel on the bridges, that's a common thing. We call them ballast deck bridges on the railroad. What it is, you lay down a tub. Basically, it's just the concrete itself, and then you lay gravel down, and then you put the ties on top of that. What the gravel does, it basically just absorbs the shock and stabilizes the track from movement. But yeah, that's a common thing to have ballast on the bridge.
Thanks, Daryl. I'm mistaken because I had never seen it. So, but you're the train guy.
Yeah, we have two types of. There's three types of bridges. You have through truss bridges, which are your steel spans, and
Yes.
we put wood across. And then you have your ballast deck bridges, which I just explained, and then you have wooden bridges, which are just wood that's been engine. They built the trusses to hold the bridge up. So that's why you have that ballast on the bridge.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Because I never seen it but like I guess it's hard because the ones I've crossed were all, I guess, were all metal or I've never crossed. I don't want to cross a wood train bridge, but that's a different story.
Exactly what I said. I mean, George was wrong, Daryl is right, and yeah, I'm with Daryl on that one as a great train expert, of course. Carl, it's great to see you, and you have the mic, please.
The great train robbery, Carl.
One thing about the supposed test run train, if there was damage, who in their right mind would take a train with a bunch of rail cars for that test? Wouldn't they just actually use a single engine in such a circumstance for your first test?
I mean, maybe they thought that would look bad, right? Like they are scared, and they're not scared of anybody. I don't know. Yeah, it's another great point. Colby,
has anybody attempted to determine what specific kind of fuel was burning in those tanks so that we can determine how hot that fire might have been and therefore determine to what extent that steel is going to be damaged?
Looks like diesel, the way it burns.
So any firefighters listening who want to comment on how hot a diesel fuel with that number of tankers would get?
Hey, Kobe, let me take a stab at something here with that. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. One of the things that we do in the wintertime, say when the rail comes, you have rail joints. And if they come apart because the rail has gotten too cold, one of the things we do is we put diesel mixed with the cellulose to basically heat the rail up to make it run. Basically, the rail expands. In this case, with that amount of diesel fuel, I'm pretty sure that rail ran up, and it's almost. I'm pretty sure that rail is under tension at this point. One of the things that I would have done as far as a railroad is I would have ran a rail test car where you test the metal of that rail before you run anything across it, because it could get to the point where that rail would actually break. It would actually shatter if it's been tempered under a train, in which case you're going to have a derailment in that area. It could be no fault but just a wheel with a flat spot hitting that rail, slapping it hard enough to cause it to fracture under stress, because you got to remember the weight of the rail. I mean, the weight of the cars is going to create that jackhammer action if you got any flat spots on the wheels of the cars. So before I would have ran anything across like a train, I would have had that rail tested before I went across, which I'm pretty sure the way it sounds, they are not doing.
This fire was on during the time, I mean, we were alive when this all occurred. And if I'm not quite mistaken, the fire went on for at least 2.5 hours. I'm not a firefighter. I've seen my fair share of fires. I've seen all sorts of fires, some pretty uncontrollable. If they try now running a test locomotive or a test train across, even with the first test, if it were to work, if they were to get it to work, they wouldn't find out as to whether this is really stable. Is that true, George?
Sorry, say it again, Axel.
If they now, okay, let's assume heavy duty train aficionados from the Russian, say, Railroad Engineering Corps, one thing which they're really focused on. If they get in this steel construction where they have this wonderful gravel bed and everything else and concrete ties, as I understand, if they manage to sort out whatever kind of rails have been somewhat impacted, but if they do this on the fly and let test trains run across it as one does, even if they get a few across, that does not mean that the whole dang thing is stable, correct?
No, it doesn't, because the blast. The other thing I would worry about is the blast that all those structures right there took. I don't know how big of a blast it was. It's very hard because of the quality of the video, but any types of cracks and stuff like that, vibration, and I'm sure Daryl can chime in on this. Trains make shit vibrate, so the more vibrations as they go, you've got like those cracks become more noticeable. I mean, they start. If there's going to be a failure point, you're going to find it out quick when you've got something that's vibrating like that. That would be my guess.
All right. I'm trying to get some people up here. It's tricky at the moment. Let's see how this is going to work. We have people, if you come up as a speaker, please raise your hand in case you want to make a comment. If you just come there by happenstance. Okay, so I see a hand. CWD, please.
Hi, I just have a very quick question for George, I think. How long would it take if they were motivated to do one of those rail checks that you mentioned?
I don't know. That's a Daryl question.
Oh, my bad. I wasn't paying attention to the names when this.
No worries. We have two guys who are into rail.
Okay.
Daryl, please shoot.
Okay, a typical rail test car, they do about 7 miles per hour. It wouldn't take long to do, but I would definitely have done a significant portion of that bridge. So you're talking at least 4 or 5 hours to have gone and tested that rail to the point where you'd be confident in it. And then if they found any structural defects in the metallurgy of the rail, then they would have to go in and replace it.
And that's after they wait for the fire to go out and
that's after they wait for the fire to go out and clear all the cars out and everything else.
Thank you.
All right, so let's try to get Dryfly back up. He was hanging there. All right, Dryfly, shoot.
Hey, I was just looking up because there's a lot of talk about the steel, and in my prior life, I actually used to work with people who did a lot of work in steel. And those temperatures are clearly, just from looking at them, hot enough to do what they call anneal. steel, and steel rails are typically 1080 from what I read. And I don't doubt for a minute that that's the same steel that they would use, or approximately the same steel they would use in Russia, probably a different grade call out, but fundamentally the same thing. And for people who aren't like metallurgists, the key to that is that it's just a very much a vanilla steel with carbon in it. And the carbon allows it to be heat treated and quenched and provide a very, very targetable hardness and strength. And they want a combination of both. They don't want it super hard because that makes it brittle. And they don't want it super soft, even though it's very ductile and bendable and won't shatter, but it won't hold. So they'll want to have a very precise heat treat regime to get them exactly what they want. That'll be both hard and ductile, a combination of the two. That temperature was clearly hot enough to move it into the annealing range, which makes it soft as butter when it cools off, assuming it's not quenched. And they didn't quench it. I mean, quenching would be like spraying water all over it to cool it off. Then it would be very brittle. And again, for lay people, what am I talking about? Look at knives you have in your kitchen. If they're not like a stainless or vanadium steel, if they're a carbon steel knife, you get them too hot. They never hold an edge after that. They just dull like crazy. And that's what they got to worry about. So in theory, what the Russians could do is they could go out with a hardness tester, which is very simple, and just probe and poke to see how hard are the surfaces of the rails. My guess is if they're really trying to test it, they probably did that much, but it'll tell them almost nothing about what's really going on with the steel. Okay, it'll just be kind of like a quick test to stick your finger in a bath of water to see whether it's warm or cold. It really won't tell you what the whole body of water is, and it won't give you a precise measurement of the properties. To do that, they're going to have to slice those bars up. They're going to have to slice those rails up and do metallurgical analysis. And I could tell you that's going to take a lot of time. I mean, you'd have to cut them up, you'd have to section them, you send them to a lab, they do tests on it, they tell them where it is, and they have to do a lot of tests. You can't just do one spot. So they're not going to know anything about that other than it's been altered, and probably significantly altered just by looking at how hot that fire was. So if they're really running it over, they're running blind. They absolutely are running blind. The other concern will be the structural parts underneath it, all the I-beams, all the rebars in the steel. And that in some ways may even be trickier because it may not have quite as high a temperature. So it won't go exactly to the transition zone for annealment, but it may go hot enough that you'll get what they call intermetallics, which are like chunks. It's like ice cream when it thaws and then you refreeze it and it gets all chunky and hard, brittly stuff inside it. That's exactly what happens to steel when it gets hot and then it cools, but it doesn't quite go all the way through to the transition temperatures where the atoms rearrange in anneal. So they just got tons and tons of problems to worry about. I mean, you couldn't design an attack that would provide more uncertainty than that. Knocking it down sure would give them certainty. They'd know they have they'd know they have a bridge in the water. But now they've got a whole bunch of question marks and none of them answer quickly. And I just thought I would throw that in as a guy who used to work with steel. Take care. Love what you're doing, by the way. Watching it like crazy since the bridge went down.
Yeah, the rails are a pretty minor problem in comparison to the structure, because rails you can replace a lot easier, but if the structure is compromised, you can't fix that in a day. Like, you have to tear it down and just rebuild it entirely. If the structure of the steel is compromised, that can't be fixed, right? You can try and support it, I guess, by like adding new I-beams.
You can't do any of that. And the hardest part is with that is that they're not going to know unless they do lots and lots of tests. I have been part of that kind of system before, where we had machines fail, parts that I had put components into, and the whole thing fails, and we bring the broken parts back in, and we just start sectioning up pieces like crazy, and it's not uniform. It's very, very rarely that everything in the piece is exactly the same, and you got to find out, okay, where is it okay? Where is it not okay? What do we do about it? They could, in theory, have so over-engineered the the bridge that it could stand this anyway. But knowing the Russians, I can't believe they do that. If anything, they probably cut corners. It's probably below standard. In other words, they specified a certain criteria. I bet money that plenty of the I-beams in that bridge are below specification, just because that's the way the Russians do it. So yeah, you're right. You're 100% right that the structure is the biggest problem, but they can't even determine it quickly. So I will go back to shutting up and listen.
Well, then let us move to Erland, then Lauren, then we'll go back to George and Daryl. Erland.
Yeah, I guess the easiest part is to just change out those rails then, if that's such a big analysis problem. But yeah, I'm sure
Concrete ties. Erland, they have concrete ties, so it takes time to do so. They can do it, but it takes time to do so by comparison. It's not as quick as our friends do it in the US.
Yeah, but anyways, what I believe is that whatever we discuss here, probably someone told that one part of the train section of the bridge is still standing to Mr. Tsar Putin, and the Tsar said, okay, get the bridge back on running with trains by tonight. So all of those workers probably know a lot of what Dryfly so well explained, and that was quite an interesting explanation of the metallurgic reaction with heat. But they're too scared to do anything else than what the big Tsar is saying, because they know the consequences if they don't do what the leader is telling them to do. So, by the way, I posted in the comments a zoomed in picture of the satellite picture that Colby posted, and you can clearly see that one of the sections of the bridge for the trains actually it looks like it's missing 2 full elements of the bridge. So I guess they need another missile strike and the whole bridge is gone.
Well, they certainly have to work on this, and I'm quite sure that they're by now that this is a denial attack. This is something showcasing they can take it and they can deny access and they can deny uninterrupted use or quiet enjoyment, as one would call it legally. So that's the good point about it. Lauren.
Hey, thanks for having me up. Hey, would like to hear your opinions on if this was either a truck bomb or a missile strike. Like, to me, I can't get my head around how that could be coordinated to hit at the perfect time that fuel train was crossing.
Lauren? Lauren? Did I lose audio or did Lauren lose audio?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Am I there?
You said you couldn't wrap your head around how this could be coordinated, and then you were gone.
Oh, yeah. So I guess, I imagine a missile, taking 3 to 5 minutes flight time or something. Or the truck, has to be on the highway right when the train is there. Like, was it part of the plan to hit that fuel train, or was that just the luckiest coincidence ever? Or does that point to, like, it's less likely that this was a missile and it was just an in-place explosive so they could hit the button right when the train was in the right spot? I'd love to hear some more expert opinion on what seems like an insanely hard to hit that bridge right while the fuel train is right next to it kind of scenario.
I think the fuel train is a nice add-on, but that's just my view. CJ, Thomas Tyner, and a few others have highlighted yet again that a hypersonic missile such as the ATACMS can actually reach that space with a very, very small EP at a very high velocity very quickly. So the hit could literally happen. Envisaging, don't forget, everybody has pre-sighted this bridge. Everybody can see how the train goes on. The train is a nice add-on, but it's not key. But you can see the train coming. You know when the train arrives where. That's easy. It's actually not difficult. And if that train is en route, and you can see it already on the other side and going onto the bridge, and you have your missile and your firing solution, you know exactly when it hits where. So the train is long enough. This is not a short one at all. You know that it is probably going to trial there and go through there for about a minute and a half, maybe, that space, or 45 seconds, depending on how long it is and how fast it is. That gives you enough. If you really want to hit the other target, meaning the road bridge, and impact or impair the train or the rail bridge at the same time. Doable? Absolutely. No question. This is modern missiles. We're not in the 1970s anymore.
Yeah, it's very. I mean, I have no experience with modern missiles, but it seems impressive that worked, and it's pretty great.
Well, we have Thanos here with us, who has been in the US Navy and has had a fair share over a longer stint there and deployments with missile systems, and actually now works in, so to say, on the industry side of that for quite some time. And both he and the collection of Thomas Tyler and CJ tend to agree on this. By the way, Thomas Tyler will be with us tomorrow on Sunday. In a few minutes, I think we're going to repost the card on the MriyaReport account, and you can see it there. Yeah, let's move on further. George, you had some input as well.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. So I know the rail. I guess once the temperature on a rail hits like over 150 degrees Fahrenheit, for over like an hour, then it's pretty much what Dryfire was talking about, that it needs to be replaced. So in any fire, the temperature hits over 150, because obviously it can buckle at those temperatures, and then the diesel can, and especially if it's burning for that long, the temperature can go way over 150 degrees Fahrenheit in a diesel fire. And a flash point's between like 130, 140 till maybe 170, I think, on diesel, but it burns harder than that. And this thing burned for at least 2.5 hours, if not longer, Axel. So yeah, those rails need to be replaced. And I would love to have seen the full video of that Russian train test going over that section.
Yeah, that's the thing. What we're seeing, that there is this Polish video. The video done. Sorry, Dinositas. My head's not completely clear. I apologize. So the video which one of the Polish chaps posted is supposed to indicate that a train were to go across with either half a load or full load, but a number of wagons. We have no way of verifying this. Yes, time-wise, when supposedly this was taken and posted, it could be that it is as dark as it seems then, because I can definitely tell you where we all are at the moment. It is dark for a number of hours already, and we are on the same line, despite the fact that we are definitely further north than our friends down there. But having said that, I have no additional data yet, but we will have soon, I think. Right. Bernardo, you were also willing to chip in, and then we go to Brad after.
Yeah. Just talked to my dad. He works since 40 years in railway construction, and he just saw the picture of the burning wagon and said, "Yeah, no way. This is a metal structure, the bridge." And he's not even worried about the rails. The rails are fucked, but it's easy to replace these rails. It's a whole bridge section they have to replace. The whole span between the two concrete they Yeah. Minutes. So if it burn for hours, no, just have execution command Russia.
There you go then, Brad.
Yeah, I'd just like to point out that for the next 100 years, every single Ukrainian high school student is going to have a math class that has a textbook that includes the following problem. A train is traveling west across a bridge. And you have a missile that capable of flight speed of Mach 3.5. You're sitting 200 kilometers west of the train. Once the train reaches a certain marker, how long in advance of it reaching the target where you plan to hit it do you actually have to hit the fire button?
But it's not a multiple choice answer, right? There's only one.
It's not.
Answer. Oh man! Finally, MriyaReport.
Finally, math becomes useful for once. Holy.
Okay, Brad. When you and I start co-writing the textbook questions for what is that grade 3 of their grammar school, I think we'll be happy bunnies. We could do missile questions galore, and David Brookfield will help us with bridge crossings and the likes, and pontoon bridging. Jesus.
Right.
Thank you, man. And on that happy note, let's go to Ted John.
Yeah, thanks, Axel. And actually, now I'm kicking in open doors because I was about to say exactly what Bernardo was saying. That maybe the focus shouldn't be on the track. I mean, if it's a steel construction, then probably the steel construction is the issue. So thank you for that, Bernardo, taking my point. But anyway, that's how it goes.
What a legendary day today. By the way, thank you to everyone who's been with us now for the many, many hours since it started. What is it now? Jesus, bloody Christ. Oh, it's 8:57 here. Gosh. So this started 15 hours ago. Literally, somebody pressed the button exactly 15 hours ago to hit that dang bridge 6:03. And we're still here. I mean, we're here anyway 24/7, but we're still here having fun with it. I like it. Dan John, you wanted to continue?
Yeah, actually, I went. I fell asleep quite late last night, Swedish time, and then I woke up very early, around I think it was 5:30 or something. And first thing I did was to check the space, and this was going on. So it was quite and then it's been a crazy day. So exactly.
It was fantastic with Craig. You remember when Craig went nuts when this went on. Literally, the thing hit. The news came in. We had the first, say 20 minutes later, we had the first video and whatnot. But it was astonishing.
Yeah,
I think Craig is probably still drunk. Asleep.
I would love to be in a Russian space, the equivalent, but on the other side, just call there now. That would be funny.
There's probably a lot more swearing going on there. All right, gentlemen. Oh, Victoria is also with us. And by the way, whoever doesn't have their hand up, I will have to cycle you down because we have another 8 requests from people who want to actually ask us questions. So Mike, Subod, Ari, if you are not yet willing to ask a question, then please be so kind as to cycle down so I could get other people up.
I can drop off if someone wants to speak frankly speaking.
Now, Victoria, stay with us. I have a few questions for you from the audience. If you give me a minute.
As much as you need.
All righty. So let me just get all these people up. So we're cycling through Esperanza.
Yeah, hi Axel. I've been listening very patiently to all the 8 hours lately, and I just wonder, do you have an idea how long will this bridge stand? Because the night is coming, and have you got any expectations that this will not stand the way it is standing now? You know what I mean?
I think that that's a fair point and a very valid question, albeit that my crystal ball currently is a bit shady given the fact that I've been under the weather this morning. I may not be able to project it well. I would hope that Ukraine keeps the ambiguity for the next 2-3 days and lets them hang and wither and try things so that they can restart traffic a little bit just in order to try it. And then, right when they don't expect it, hit them again. And maybe then in staccato, hit him again and again, and let them hang again, and then hit him again.
Well, I don't want to say this, but it's quite entertaining. Anyway, thanks very much.
You're very welcome. But just imagine, Esperanza, if this continues, then at some point in time, the Kerch Bridge could overtake Chernobyvka.
Oh, indeed.
That's a really good one.
Alrighty, so let's go to Lima Intel and then to Edward. Lima.
So just a comment from my side to the lifetime of the Crimea Bridge. So I think it is foreseeable when its like service time will end, because the explosion, no matter how it was caused, caused fractions in the concrete and probably exposed the rebar inside of it. And as the bridge is leading over seawater, which is a massive contributor to corrosion, I would guess that this rebar is going to corrode massively in a short amount of time, especially because the moisture of the seawater will crawl inside the cracks. But why is this interesting? Of course, the rebar will lose its strength over time, but also iron and steel, if it corrodes, it increases in volume and pushes apart everything that's around it, and that is quite a significant force. So you can imagine that rebar blooming up the concrete like puff pasty or like a French croissant in the oven, and this is a matter of time until this happens. It's not going to happen in a matter of days, but certainly in a matter of weeks. So even if the bridge is now still somewhat able to carry a load, this load decreases by day to day due to the vibrations and corrosion of the bridge.
Lima, I apologize very briefly. Break. Colby, could I slot you in for co-host for 15 minutes?
Yeah, sure.
Super. Thank you very much, mate.
Hey, I had a quick question for the crowd, and thank you very much for the discussion. It's very enlightening. I saw a video earlier, and I seem to remember the train was already stopped on the bridge when the explosion happened. Can anybody confirm that or deny it and say no, the bridge was actually, or the train was moving?
I was going to say the same thing.
And if the train was indeed stopped, is there any explanation for that, or was it just a normal maintenance stop? It seems very fortuitous that it stopped right there. It seems right now, based on what I have seen, that the train was in fact stopped, but I don't think we can say that with 100% certainty. But that's what it seems like. I haven't seen any explanation for why it was stopped, but just to offer a fairly simple theory, it's entirely possible that it just had a red light signal because there might have been another train ahead where it needed to go. I'm sure there's been a lot of theories about it being deliberately put there by somebody for nefarious purposes, but right now we just don't have answers based on the available information that I have seen. But if anybody has any further information, please do provide that. Lima, I saw your hand go up. Do you have any information about that right now, or?
No, I do not. But I also thought about the train, and a theory is just a theory that came to my head, nothing confirmed or anything. But maybe the train was the original target, and the strike was not 100% accurate and did not hit the train and hit the road beside it, but still had the desired effect of stopping the train while also damaging the bridge. So that's just a theory. Maybe the bridge was the target, but maybe the train was the target and the bridge was collateral damage.
Well, that was actually my follow-up question, which is more damning for Russian logistics? Lack of a road transport for troops, heavy equipment, and anything else you want to put on wheels, or a train track? The railway, 100% without question. Rail is the backbone of Russian logistics. It has always been the backbone of Russian logistics. Anybody's logistics, really. There is no comparison between what a double-tracked rail line can do versus a highway, because you need many more trucks to provide the same tonnage, movement of tonnage that you can with a railway. Railways are just far more efficient at moving supplies over very long distances. Trucks are what you use for first mile, last mile, because a railway can't go everywhere. So you use railway to move equipment and material from where it gets produced or procured, and then you use that to move it to supply depots as close to the front line as is feasible, and then you use trucks for that last leg of the journey to get it to forward positions to supply your forces in the field. If you have to use trucks for that entire journey, that is just, you're going to need thousands and thousands and thousands of trucks. There's no replacement for what a railway can do, and this is particularly true in Russia because their road infrastructure is not particularly well developed. So they're very much dependent on the railways to get supplies going. And this railway in particular, if they can't use the railway going over the Kerch Straits, they can't supply their forces anywhere in Western Ukraine, in Crimea or in Kherson or Zaporizhia. There's no way to supply those forces because the alternative route via rail has already been compromised because it's running through Donetsk, and the front line is actually very close to Donetsk. So the Ukrainians have this route under fire here. And even if they attempt to bypass that area by utilizing, again, trucks or ships to deliver supplies to Mariupol and Berdyansk, use the highways there, and then get onto the rail network, the rail line traveling west towards Melitopol and Kherson and down into Crimea, this is all under Ukrainian fire as well. It's, in some places just a little over 30 kilometers from the front line. So that's well within range of the vast majority of Ukraine's artillery systems. So this is a compromised route. So Russia, if this bridge is not working, is not able to supply their forces effectively in this theater. They have to use trucks and they have to just use the main highway. And even that highway can be hit by HIMARS. So Russia does not have a safe means of travel to supply these forces if this rail bridge is out of commission.
Thank you very much for that explanation. That was awesome. I have one further question, and then I'll step down and speak. How long would it take for this to ripple down through Russian logistics? I know that rations start probably immediately. There's a lot of chickens running around, their heads cut off right now trying to figure out what to do. But what kind of TTL does this face on the Russian movement within Western Ukraine or Crimea or anywhere else that relied on this rail to supply it? And thank you.
Yeah, we know that the supply situation already was pretty tenuous for a lot of Russian forces. So how much they have, how much supplies they have stored already available, nobody really knows, but it's probably not very much at all. They were, as I said, things were already pretty tenuous, and they're supplying not only their own forces, but they have to supply the civilian population of Crimea. How are these people going to get food and water, especially once Ukraine retakes Novokhovka Dam and they can shut the water supply off? This is hugely problematic for them, how they're going to be able to supply their forces, but also all the civilians in Crimea and occupied territories. So it's difficult to imagine them being able to sustain very much longer when they're already having huge problems. They're likely do not have a lot stored up already. They're probably operating pretty hand to mouth, I would imagine, and they're relying on routine deliveries to maintain forces, and they don't have warehouses in Crimea stocked up with a lot of reserves. They probably have some, but not very much. So it's imaginable that there could be like a very quick deterioration of the supply situation at the front in fairly short order. It doesn't seem out of the realm of possibility.
Thank you again.
Okay, I'm probably going to get the order of hands wrong, but we'll go to Edward next.
Yeah, thanks. I think my question may be more for Axel, and I'm not quite sure, but I'll hang on.
Sure, no problem. Okay, we'll go Enemy, then Lockie, then David.
Sure. Okay. Mic check. Am I okay?
You're good.
Perfect. Excellent. All right. So everyone, hey, thanks for the space. Just quickly, I think somebody mentioned that ATACMS is hypersonic. I did want to correct that quickly. I don't believe it is. And I did want to also echo that I believe the footage showing prior to the strike did show that the train was stopped, and you can make your assumptions based on that, whether it was pre-planned sabotage. And I was wondering if anybody had the wherewithal to calculate the flight distance or time, sorry, for ATACMS to that particular bridge. I also believe that we haven't come to a full consensus as to exactly what type of munition was used to strike the bridge at any point in time. Can you guys correct me there?
No, there's no consensus right now. It's all speculation. We all have theories, but there's nothing definitive right now.
Sweet. So my boat theory is still intact then. Okay, great. I do like the boat one. All right, moving on. I did want to maybe talk about some news that I've seen, unconfirmed, of course, but I'll just quickly mention a couple of them. First one, the Shogu resigning. Anybody can confirm that one?
Haven't seen that personally, but if you have any reporting you want to share, by all means, but I haven't seen that.
Okay, cool. Sure. I'll put it up in the nest if I see anything. And a maximum state of emergency declared in Crimea.
Haven't seen that either, but that seems very plausible.
Okay. Okay, great. Yeah, I wouldn't believe. I did want to do devil's advocate just for a little while. I've been in this space for about an hour or so, and I haven't quite heard us go to town in the devil's advocate strategy, just because I think we should. I think we should look at a best case scenario for rescue forces in Crimea. So a couple of things, right? It's the only direct link between Russian mainland and the Crimean Peninsula. Is that correct?
Sorry, what was the question?
Question is the Kerch Strait Bridge, is it the only direct land link between Russian territory and the Crimean Peninsula?
Correct.
It's not the only land link at this time, no, because they have a route through Kherson and Zaporizhia Oblast.
But this is
along
not.
the north side.
But it's not Russian territory. From Russian, it's Kerchin Bridge, and that's the only one.
Okay. So I think we're getting mixed up. No, sorry. Just the straightening out the terms here. So a direct link between Russian main territory and an overland route, which would take many more hours or much more time and distance. Is that correct?
There is alternative, yes.
Okay, great. There is alternative.
There is an alternative run through occupied Ukrainian territory.
Occupied route. Gotcha.
On the north
Perfect.
side of the Azov Sea, that's the overland route. It goes through Mariupol and Berdyansk and through Melitopol and then down in Crimea from the north. That is the overland route.
Yeah. So what I wanted to say about that then basically is, since this is so vital and absolutely strategic, right? I think one of the things that we should look at is that they'd pour their entire government resources. Oh, the other bit was that saw something about a decree Vlad had signed about turning over the restoration of traffic on that bridge to the Federal Security Services. So that would mean quite a lot of manpower, quite a lot of funding with which to replace tracks. And I heard everybody's discussion regarding I-beams. As Russia is mostly a race transportation, you gotta be kidding, a rail-based transportation country, is that something that we can say, hey, listen, they do everything in their power to turn that back on as quickly as possible? Otherwise, it would be like forfeiting the entirety of Crimea within weeks. Is that an accurate assessment?
Yes, you have to imagine they're going to do everything they can to get the bridge operational again. And we know that road traffic has resumed. The span was not destroyed, but it's just one single lane that they're using right now. So that's not going to sustain a lot of movement. So they definitely need to try and get the bridge repaired as quickly as they can, if they can, because the damage is pretty significant. So it's not going to be a quick process for sure.
Okay, yeah, no, I agree. Am I audible still?
Yeah, a little muffled.
Yeah, sorry, it's phone calls keep coming in for no reason. Yeah, no, I agree with that. Can I just quickly inject my joke here? Jet fuel don't melt steam beams. So if anybody knows what that means, let's move on. I think you know, if they do repair this within a matter of maybe say 2-3 days or something like that, you know, put the footage out on state TV. Could that participate a second strike? Could we see a second strike in a very short space of time? I guess they've proved their ability to. We don't know if it's a one-off chance. The missile theory lends itself to it being repeated again. Could we see multiple strikes moving from here on that particular bridge?
That's extremely difficult to determine, given that we don't know how this first strike was conducted. So whether they would have the means to conduct a second one, very much unknowable. Personally, I'm leaning more towards the kinetic option rather than anything else done like locally on the ground. So it depends if that's how they did it with some sort of kinetic option. The question is, do they have more of that specific kinetic weapon system that was utilized available to do it again? And could that penetrate any countermeasures that the Russians, you know, would be able to deploy, presumably to increase the protection for the bridge?
Yeah, perfect. Okay, so I'm getting ahead of myself. All right, thank you for the correction. I did want to talk about countermeasures. That ship that we've seen posted with the 1 million antennas and satellites. Can anybody talk about that? What the hell is that? I know it's one of their spy ships or ones that they'll use when they're doing missile testing and stuff like that. Or is it a dedicated air defense ship? I don't believe so. I didn't see any launchers on deck, even though it's a pretty blurry image. Can anybody talk about that?
So I'm not familiar with what you're referring to there.
Really? There was a ship that was deployed. It was literally sitting next to the piers on the bridge for some time. Damn. All right, let me look for it.
Shoot me a DM.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. That was pretty much it for my question. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. We will go to Locky next.
Hi, I've been kind of living under a rock for like a day, so turned on the space and found some good news. So I was wondering what this means in terms of the urgency or the strategic value of moving towards Melitopol. And obviously from what I've heard in the small time I've been on the space, it seems that the bridge is going to be out of action for a lot of heavy logistics for quite some time. I don't think any estimate of a few days to a week is realistic, seeing that that span needs to be replaced and considering that these types of items need to be produced and are time consuming to produce, then it's more likely to be weeks to months before it's going again. So given that the logistics supply is constrained, does Ukraine need to move towards Melitopol, or is that something that's not really necessary to strangle the Crimean Peninsula.
No, it's not. So as I previously said, Russia, the overland route through Zaporizhia and Kherson Oblast and Donetsk Oblast, so Mariupol and Berdyansk, Melitopol, there's a highway that runs close to the coastline and then into Melitopol, and then it branches off, goes to Kherson and goes to Crimea, and then you have a rail line. The rail line's been compromised basically because it comes out of the Donetsk area, and the front line is quite close there. So any trains passing through there are well within even mortar range. So the Ukrainians have just numerous firing solutions to target the rail line there. And even if they could bypass that section by just running trains on the other parts of the network and truck in supplies or use ships to send supplies to the ports in Mariupol and Berdyansk and then get on the rail system from there, the railway is still within 30, 40 kilometers and much of the area there from Ukrainian lines. So that's within a lot of artillery systems. So it's going to be difficult for Russia to make use of the rails there. And then the highway that's going along the coast, that's also within HIMARS range. So it's going to be very challenging for them to utilize that route and get supplies to forces on the front line, given that Ukraine has a lot of firing solutions at their disposal to interdict things moving along there. So if they can't move things on through the Kerch Bridge via rail, and if the roadway right now is only down to one lane and probably can't even really reliably support like heavy duty trucks, the Russians are in really bad shape. So it's not even necessary for Ukraine to launch an offensive operation to Melitopol to cut them off further. They're already heavily interdicted just through indirect fire and aircraft as well, potentially. So I wouldn't say that's necessary for Ukraine. The reason why they might want to do that would just to actually like completely isolate the Russian forces there and cut them off further. But for purposes of interdicting their supplies, it's not necessary. So if such an operation is undertaken, it's because they just want to further isolate Russian forces and basically divide them to two, so that you have the Donbass area and then you have the Kherson and Zaporizhia and Crimea sort of theater, and just completely split them apart from each other. That would be the logic behind conducting such an operation.
Thanks very much for your answers. Very good. I'm just wondering though, that rail line that is existing on the mainland, then do we see that being used? Like, is the rail traffic currently moving along that line, and then why haven't like the weak points near bridges or like swampy areas been hit?
My understanding it is largely not active. At least there's not much traffic coming from Donetsk and going west. If any activity on the rail line is going to be stuff that's coming over the Kerch Bridge, and then it's moving laterally across Russian lines to supply their forces. So Melitopol is being resupplied via Crimea, and then there may be traffic sort of going laterally from there, but the trains aren't really coming from the east going west, as I understand it, because it's been compromised for some time just because of where the front line is so close to Donetsk. They can't run trains reliably through there because it's so close to Ukrainian lines. So my understanding is there is little to no rail traffic coming from there. Any rail traffic operating on this section of the network is coming from Crimea right now.
Okay, thank you. And the method of attack is probably under discussion, but there's obviously people have been thinking about ATACMS for a while, but there's no video or any evidence that's present to support that. Is that correct?
We don't know at this time. We all have our favorite theories about what they used, but we just don't know. There's not enough evidence to say definitively it was this or it was that. We can maybe rule some things out. It seems to me that the truck theory is pretty unlikely. I don't think that the ship theory is very likely, just given the pattern of the explosion that we've seen on CCTV and the damage assessment after the fact, and what our demolition experts were saying last night. Based on the blast pattern, it seems unlikely that this came from below the bridge. Most likely, the explosion originated on top of the bridge. So that points to some sort of missile strike of some sort, but we can't say definitively, certainly can't say definitively what specific system it may or may not be.
And one final question: there appears to be like the road span. One lane is out there, and then the rail bridge seems to be pretty foobarred. But that was all happened at the same time, simultaneously.
The videos we have, we see one big explosion. And then we just have after the fact videos of things burning. So that's what we have so far, is that the videos that are currently floating around that I've seen, there's a big explosion, and then we got lots of videos showing the aftermath of 3 segments of bridge destroyed, and obviously the fire on the rail bridge and the diesel cars that have gone up. So that's what we can see right now. That's what I've seen, unless maybe I've missed some other videos. But based on what I've seen floating around, we just kind of have, there's 2 different CCTV videos of up close that show there's just like one big boom, one big flash, big fireball. So that's what we can see right now.
But wouldn't the fact that there are 2 separate bridges probably mean that they're 2 separate missiles, or 2?
No, because there's no evidence of impact on the rail bridge. There's no, like, if the rail bridge was actually hit by something, you would see evidence that it was hit. And right now we can't say definitively that it was. There's not any close-up video showing, yeah, you can see there's a missile impact right here. There's damage to the rail bridge, which seems to be caused by the tankers catching on fire and burning, but there doesn't seem to have been an impact on the rail bridge itself. The evidence of some sort of impact is on the road bridge, but not the rail bridge. So the theory that a lot of us were going with last night is just, the explosion and the shrapnel, set the tanks, diesel tanks, on fire, and that's what's caused the damage to the rail bridge.
Wicked bonus.
Yeah, absolutely. David, please go ahead.
Oh gosh, I've even forgotten what I was going to say. No, I think I remember. It was just a comment a little bit earlier, which was along the lines of maybe the ATACMS hit the wrong target. I suspect that we all know that ATACMS are sufficiently accurate that they wouldn't be missing something and hitting something 30 meters away. The accuracy is way within that. So if it was ATACMS, and I'm much more inclined to believe that than the truck. The other 2 methods are just so far beyond the bounds of possibility and reality that they're probably we can dismiss those. But they meant to hit the bit that they're going to. It missed the rail bridge. They meant to hit the road bridge. It's just really my comment.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I would imagine that if this is a missile strike, the intended target would have been the rail bridge, because that's the more valuable target by far, as I said, with the importance of rail logistics for the Russian military. So if they were going to target something, it would have been that. So it's possible that they aimed at that, but they actually hit the road bridge.
But then you're assuming that they're 30 meters out. Now, we've seen the accuracy that they've been able to hit over elsewhere. So the idea that they'll be wrong by 30 meters is, I guess that, we need CJ here. is it likely to be out by 30 meters? It's possible that someone's dialed in the wrong coordinates, but I think we're then sort of making loads of suppositions. The accuracy of ATACMS is really, really accurate. And 30, and it might even be, I'll measure it, it might even be more than 30 meters. It could be 50 meters. And then we're going, right, well, so they've made a mistake, and then we're making all sorts of complicated bits. They meant to hit the bit that they meant to hit, or that was hit. Just in my humble opinion.
Yeah, it depends on what system they use, right? Because right now Ukraine has been using HIMARS with the Gimler's rockets, and they've been using M777 with Excalibur rounds. Those are obviously pretty accurate, and Ukraine's been able to do a lot of pinprick attacks with those systems. But obviously, both of those systems don't have the range for this attack. So this attack has to be conducted by something else if it was in fact a missile. So ATACMS is one possible candidate. And then the SAPSAN missile, which I was discussing with John earlier, is another possible candidate if in fact it's operational. We don't know how accurate SAPSAN is. I don't think the Ukrainians advertise that. Officially, ATACMS is accurate to, I think, 9 meters, but in actuality, I've heard it's closer to 2 meters. So very, very precise. So if it was ATACMS, you're correct. They would have had to get the coordinates wrong for it to be off by that magnitude, because it's a very precise system. If it was something like SAPSAN, could have been that it just didn't hit exactly where they wanted it to, because it doesn't have that level of precision. We don't know enough about the system, which again, it's not officially operational, but there was speculation that it may be. So that's kind of my thinking behind
yeah,
that.
if we say it's a missile, another missile, then we don't know, do we? But then we're in the bounds of just making supposition again, aren't we? Right? If it wasn't that, if it was this, if it was this, I just happen to think that the reality is that this is what they were, because they're trying to make a big statement. The statement to the population in Crimea is so much bigger if they hit the road than if they hit the rail bridge. So there are many different factors that when you think about what you're trying to achieve when you blow something up, and these things I think we should probably take in. Look, we don't know because we're chewing the cud over this, but my feeling is because everything else they've hit has been pinprick accurate. The idea that they would make a mistake about this, and by this, because let's imagine if they'd missed, because that's really what you're saying, right? So if we say that they were aiming for the rail bridge and they missed, right? So imagine what that would mean if it had been short, for instance, right? By the same thing, it would have the laughter from the Russians would be astonishing. And they're just going, "Oh, you can't even hit something this big," which leads me to believe that they are pinprick accurate on where they're trying to hit.
Yeah, no, absolutely, point taken. And hopefully we get more evidence soon, and we can and solve the mystery. But I agree, it would have been pretty embarrassing if they had missed. And obviously their track record is good, but I feel it's a little bit different because we're talking about a system that Ukraine definitely hasn't used before, most likely if it was a missile, because this is so much further away than anything that they publicly have stated in their arsenal that's operational. So we can't say that they will have the same level of precision with a system that they haven't used before compared to their track record with different systems at shorter range.
Although it's the same system, isn't it? It's just a different missile.
Yeah, different missile. Well, that's an important distinction. It's a different missile, so it's gonna their abilities with that missile is gonna be different than the other munitions that they're currently using.
May I ask, are we debating whether or not they had the ability to take down the rail bridge, as in maybe it was more sturdy construction, and the warhead size was not be significant
No,
to
no,
guarantee on Putin's birthday.
that's not what we're saying at all. We were discussing the accuracy of where the missile hit, right? So a little bit earlier, it was suggested that maybe the aim point was the rail bridge, and what they did is they overshot. And I say overshot, I'm not even sure which direction the missile would come from. And when I look at the images, they either overshot or undershot, and they hit the road bridge instead.
Right. No, I understand that. Sorry. So I was going upon the supposition that they had directly attacked the road bridge. And so if that was the case, what would be the decision making behind making that particular choice? And that was what led me to warhead size and the ability to take down the rail bridge.
I would suggest that there are many reasons. That, as I said, a really big reason is that the people on Crimea, right, the impact to them of hitting the road bridge would be even greater than the rail bridge being hit, because we have to remember they're trying to make a statement. That's the whole point of doing this. They could have done it differently, and they needn't have, even if they were just wanted to stop any troops and supplies coming through, they didn't even have to hit that bridge. There's the two bridges at the top of Crimea on the right. As you look at the map, I can't remember the place. There's a rail bridge and there's a road bridge. They could have taken those out. And then there's the railway and the road routes that come out on the left that goes towards Kherson. They could have just bombed the hell out of those, right? That would have stopped the supplies coming through. So then, therefore, they're hitting this as a statement, isn't it? And let's face it, the day after Putin's birthday, this is a pretty big statement, isn't it? So if we assume that what we're saying is correct, they want to make a statement, then now we're in the discussion of what is, how did they do it? So we've already discussed this wasn't SOF, and it wasn't a ship. There's no evidence that any of the material. So if it was a ship, the ship wouldn't be directly. It would be a long way below, right? So that would have been a stupendously big explosion. So we go back to it's the truck. I just don't happen to think it's a truck. I think because and this is a big point. I don't think that Ukraine would use suicide bombers. I don't think it's the sort of thing they would do, and that would have been a one-way ticket. Would they have filled a truck up with explosives and sent someone unknowingly? I don't think it's what they would do either. And therefore, we go back to it was a missile, and was the missile intended for the road bridge? I believe it probably would be. And you've got to remember, because they've hit the road bridge, right? They can always hit the rail bridge another time.
So I'll just quickly make the point. I think we all may have seen the drone that washed up in Sevastopol Harbor maybe 2 weeks ago. So that's still a possibility I'd like to go for.
No, that wouldn't work, right? So look, let's think this through. So let's not even say it was a drone, which is right on the water, right? So let's think this through. So let's say it was a tugboat, for instance, right? So what's the clearance between that and the water? I'm guessing they're about 15 or 20 meters from the water level to where the road bridge is. We'd have to measure it, but let's guess at that, right? So it's nowhere near the bridge, right? And so you'd be filling an entire barge with explosives, because you've got to remember the way forces work. When the explosion goes off, it starts dissipating, and you're maybe 10 meters away from your target. And we have to remember, this is a bridge that's designed to cope with earthquakes. I think it's a Cat 5 or a Cat 6 earthquake or something like that. So it's designed on the basis that something big might happen. So I think we should just discount the bit underneath, unless you had a missile in the ship. But then
there you go. There you go.
But there again, right? Because it won't have had any time in which for that missile to reach any speed, and there'd be no kinetic force behind it, and all the other bits and pieces. We would still be going very slowly, because as we know, at the first 10 meters, what's 10 meters if you drop something forced to gravity, 1.5 seconds or something. But anyway, it just doing it that way would work. And also the person who's driving the ship, and I go back to this isn't a tiny little boat isn't going to do it. So we're back to the missile, aren't we?
I thank you for the discussion. It was fun. I appreciate it.
Pleasure.
Yeah, the boat theory, it doesn't comport with the video that we see, because there's an explosion that seems to be originating on top of the bridge and not below the bridge. And as you said, the boat's going to be pretty far below. So how does it get enough explosive energy to engulf the entire bridge from below all the way up?
Exactly, and I would like to say we've blown that one out of the water.
Oh, that was not nice, David. Good one. Yeah, no, and just this whole thing about the drones and all that, like, again, you would need so much explosive. It's not going to fit on a small unmanned vessel. You would literally need to have a fairly substantial sized ship here that's just packed with explosives in order to get this sort of result. So I don't see that.
And if it was the ship, your intended target wouldn't be the roadway, it would be the pier, right? The thing right next to you. You'd be taking the pier down. So and let me explain the reason why I think the roadway is the intended target is because they haven't hit this in the middle where the sea lane is. They've hit it to the side, so it doesn't impact any real seafaring people or boats going around. But it does mean that area is eminently fixable later. So that they haven't decided, they're not taking this out to, we don't want to ever use this bridge again. That the damage they've done there is most probably on the likelihood that at some stage they will repair it again. Right, they'll have it up and running. It may, in fact, they may not have to repair it because the Russians might do it for them.
Okay, we've got Axel coming back up now.
Sorry for the slight delay. I apologize, Colby.
No worries. While you're getting yourself settled, I'll just go through our usual PSA to all of our new listeners, because there's still quite a few new faces in the room. I think you are listening to the Maria Report. This is a 24/7 space dedicated to covering Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We are very happy to have you with us. Please do follow the host account. Please retweet the space since we're running 24/7. You can always find us, so just follow the host account. You'll see it. And please do pop in again anytime you like. We're always here covering all the breaking news. Obviously, we have a major event going on right now with the strike on the Kerch Strait Bridge. But there's always a lot of things happening on the ground in Ukraine, and we are here always to cover all of that. So please feel free to request the mic if you would like to come up and ask any questions. We always have a great panel of distinguished speakers and guests. If you follow the Maria Report account, you will get all of the latest news and announcements about people who are going to be joining us. We've had numerous very prominent individuals, lots of generals from the United States military, the Australian Armed Forces, the Finnish Armed Forces, many other very distinguished guests from various think tanks and other global organizations come and share their expertise with us. And this is 100% the place to be to get all the latest news, information, analysis on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So thank you for joining us today. I will turn it over to Axel.
Thank you, Colby, and much appreciated. I think what you're highlighting is absolutely correct. We're very lucky that we have a great group of regular speakers, this wonderful community of people, volunteers at all different ends, and a number of very, very smart co-hosts, excluding me, and some very charming ones too. So let's, I will cycle a few people up, and then we'll try to get out of the elements of levity, because there's very serious things going on. There is a bridge too far. Edward.
Hello, Axel. I'm sorry that you're feeling unwell. I've been listening. Good. I've been listening for about 13 hours, and while I'm fascinated by all the speculation around the bridge, I haven't had much chance to look myself at any other news. So, by way of intermission, I wondered if you had anything else had happened in relation to Ukraine over the last day.
A few things happened, definitely. I don't know to what extent you heard it earlier when I summarized upon request as to what we were to be expect, or what we think we are currently seeing and what we may expect. And that is the fact that there were heavy-duty indirect fire operations and air bombardments by the Russian troops along the line of contact, Bakhmut, Soledar, and Severodonetsk. I mean, south of Severodonetsk to be exact, not in Severodonetsk, of course. And these have continued throughout the day. They supposedly early evening they receded. The frequency was substantially higher than in recent days, and reminded people of what has happened about a week ago when Russians seemingly had replenished their stock and yet again fervently attacked. But also preceded these attacks with a massive amount of indirect fire that occurred. The Ukrainian troops have moved forward from the posts in the northeast along the line of contact there, where Ukrainian armed forces have made gains towards Svatove, towards Troitska, as well as in their flanking operations and the pincer movement around Crimea. That has continued, so they're exploiting the opportunities, but it has been a little bit calmer, I think, in the last 72 hours than before. This may have to do also with the consolidation surrounding Le Mans, and the fact that in Le Mans, yet again, mass graves were identified starting Wednesday, and individual graves around about 200, which was also one of the reasons, as we quoted, this is, I think yesterday, was it yesterday? In this meandering stream of activity, either yesterday or the night before yesterday, actually, the night from Thursday to Friday, that we had picked up information in that regard, and Ukrainian armed forces and Northern Command had highlighted what they had found. Exhumations were ongoing, and the news was terrible, absolutely appalling.
I did just see a tweet from Andrew Perpetua saying that Lysychansk oil refinery is rumored to be contested.
Yeah, well, can't judge what he is writing. He sits outside of Washington, but he tracks and traces a number of sources. We've heard earlier today that, let me just go into my map. I've just been able to note down a few bits and bobs here, because obviously we had a lot going on, but let me just do this quick, and if you give me a second, I can do that. Hold on. Right. So if it ever works, and in the meantime, I'll try to get other people up. So the Ukrainian armed forces, contrary to what people had believed, managed to make their way from what they had liberated now a few days ago already, Bilorivka. They've gone all the way to Novodurushevsk and have taken a number of important positions across the one ridge line. And they are essentially back where they once were when they withdrew out of Rubizhne. And that's interesting because that also gives them a direct line of fire, and therefore fire control over with M777s across Rubizhne and Voivodivka. And Rubizhne is still contested. So that's where they are at this point in time. The Lysychansk, I can't really touch at the moment because we are waiting for information from people who we actually know who are on the ground. So then what else? We had discussed this earlier today, that the little bulging pocket between Polohi and Nowolkrajinka, there were rumors already yesterday, which then increased in terms of frequency and more mentions, both on Telegram as well as across other media sources, that Ukrainian armed forces were massing for an attack, which was interesting because it coincided with a number of strikes which occurred at that point in time. And then, of course, way behind the lines, Ilovaisk was targeted today, which is both symbolic as well as that it highlights that Ukraine has the reach, which cannot be denied, but in turn can deny the Russians actually a safe passage. And Ilovaisk being hit at this point in time obviously reminds everybody of the misdeeds and war crimes of the Russian forces. The movements around Kherson, I can only summarize. I don't know whether did CJ appear in the meantime briefly whilst I was gone? Colby?
Sorry, what was that?
Did CJ drop by in the meantime? No, Edward just
No,
gives me a thumbs up. So, all right.
Yeah, no, he didn't come by while you were away. Sorry.
Okay, then we'll have to wait a little, because I would, if you don't mind me saying this, I would like to wait for a discussion with CJ later, both about what he has in the meantime gleaned from further review of data and discussions with friends of ours as to the bridge, but also people have looked at the maps of the northeastern Kherson Oblast. Ukrainian troops have continued to make their gains. After a slight element of consolidation, they have opened up massive amount of indirect fire, yet again, forcing the Russians to concentrate further and attriting them. So there's more and more Russian positions which are simply obliterated, and where Russian troops retreat from and just leave them open, quite literally. And that has happened in the northeast. So I think, what was it yesterday? They were approaching Chalkova, no, is it Chalkova? Chalkova and Chernihiv. This is interesting in as much as it is getting much, much closer to Berislav, and therefore freeing Novakovka, which is what the Ukrainians would call now under fire control. Right. That's where it is at the moment. There's tons of other stuff happening, but I literally didn't have the bandwidth today. I have to rely, so to say, on my friends, co-hosts, co-moderators, and of course, our dear Victoria to bring us additional information. And if Paulie has something more, I shall be delighted to hear that. Paulie, I know that he's following that, so.
Yeah, I will try to follow all matters, but I actually have a question for you.
Oh gosh, a
That's
question
all.
for me.
Yeah.
Does that come with the wine pairing?
Well, just drinking Rosé Cremant at the moment, so I think I'm good with the.
You have to share with Dobbin now, Axel.
I was supposed to drink the hot toddy, but I didn't manage to do so, and it was standing right in front of me. Now it has cooled down, so the effect is lost. But please, Paulie, go on.
All right, so the intro is that in my opinion, Ukraine has now showed that it can wield any weapon, and without like civilian casualties, and they can fight without committing atrocities. And it has now been about 12 hours or more, and there's no escalations from Russia's part. We knew this, and at the same time, it's quite likely that the Ruskies have hit the Deutsche Bahn and the German infrastructure, civil infrastructure. And now we come to my question: is this pressure enough for Scholz now to release the Lebeds? Do we have enough pressure now?
No,
when we are,
there needs to be more pressure.
What do we need?
okay, at the risk of sounding like the proverbial broken record, what needs to happen is a call from the White House. And it seems evident that Mr. Sullivan and Mr. Klain have not yet decided that this is worthwhile doing for them, and which is a pity because they do have they have the voice for it and they have the capacity for it. Yeah, well, what shall I say? There is no Margaret Thatcher, unfortunately, to give people a bit more fire.
Because at this point, I don't see any like all the excuses are gone. There are no excuses. Like there's like none at the table. So
No, now it's just procrastination and stubbornness. Absolutely, fully agreed. But it's like cow tipping, The cow is there, but you really need to tip it over.
exactly.
So please, everybody, as Victoria was so kind as to highlight, if you can, and there is currently in this room 1,061 kind listeners in our community, would you please not only share and retweet the space so more people actually find it, including those who follow you or your friends and colleagues, and those who don't like you and still follow you, please make sure that they know where to find you so that we can argue with them as to their silliness. But please do so. And also, if you like, please support Ukraine by means of engaging in our hashtag campaign, Free the Leopards. This is hashtag Free the Leopards. We typically link up and tag in this at Bundeskanzler, which is easy to find because in most of Free the Leopards mentions and tweets, you will find a reference in that regard. The Bundeskanzler is, of course, the current leader of Germany, Olaf Scholz. And it would be nice if you could do so because with whatever kind of humor, mocking, good arguments, moral, statements, the likes, whatever you can do in order to increase the pressure and create awareness, make sure that you tag your local officials, your, say, elected officials, anyone who can create more exposure in that regard, make the argument, make the case, make it clear so that it comes from all corners of the world and feeds back to Olaf Scholz so that he finally does what he needs to do, release and rescind the export restrictions for third party to export, say, to Ukraine, meaning those nations who have purchased the Leopards, Leopard 1s upgraded, as well as Leopard 2s, the ones which they have, A4s, A5s, A6, and if need be, if possible, even A7s, it doesn't matter, but release them into their natural habitat, the steppes of Ukraine, tank country, to help Ukraine finish the Russian invaders quicker, save lives, save Ukrainian soldiers' lives, and therefore save those wonderful heroes, the dads and mums, because there's many, many female, snipers, fighters, and combat medics in the Ukrainian armed forces. Save those lives because they have more tanks to work with.
And save also lives of civilians who are right now, as we speak, tortured, raped, killed on occupied territories of Ukraine. So it's not just a fantasy we're talking about. These are the things that Russians are doing in Ukraine as we speak. So free the leopards and please support the hashtag. Thank you.
Yeah, cool. Thank you, Victoria. Right, and with that, we go to people who've been waiting patiently. That is Lauren. Then we go to Ian, Carl, Spartak, and Kobe. So Lauren first, please.
Yeah, I had a nice, pleasant bit of speculation to share. I've seen some pictures on Twitter from the construction of that rail bridge that was at least convincing enough to me that that was a steel structure, not a reinforced concrete structure. It showed some large steel I-beams. And I imagine there's a secondary structure on top of those structural I-beams that actually carries the rail bed. And I imagine with the size of missiles they likely had available, it was definitely not a sure thing that if you shot the missile at the rail bed, that you could get through that ballasted, rail structure with the ties and the gravel ballast and all that and actually hurt the structural part. So it makes it better to go for the road where you have a more chance of permanently damaging it. But at this point, now that they've had this big fire, likely that top structure is heat damaged, and even if the structural I-beams below are fine or good enough for Russians to risk it, they're going to likely have to replace that top structure of rail bed. But if a week from now the Russians take all that off to replace it, it would sure be a nice window if they've got another one of those missiles, so that all of a sudden that stuff isn't in the way and you could actually target the structural beams underneath. It'd be pretty sweet.
Yeah, by the way, I agree with this. The bridge is now like say the cake has been cut open. Now it's ready for the eating. Hit it again and again. And when in doubt, hit it again. Ian.
Hi, yeah, I just wanted to I'd talk briefly and address some of the issues concerning the methodology in which the attack was achieved. First of all, the whole boat theory. I think the issue with the boat theory is that people are seeing that there was some disturbance in the water of just a frame or two before the explosion underneath the bridge, and there were white caps all over the water's surface. That you can see clearly in the video, well before any kind of explosion. The wind was howling, as you can hear in the videos of the damage. And so I think that any video showing you a split frame of some sort of disturbance in the water under the bridge just before the explosion was simply white caps, which were very prevalent throughout that water surface before the explosion. And I, like was mentioned on the space, I think the amount of explosives necessary to create that type of explosion that we saw in the video would have required dozens of those little semi-submersible kayak-looking boats. So we're not just talking about one of those little things creating that explosion. The other thing is, I hope it wasn't an attack-em. I want the Ukrainians to have that strategic capability, and I think that's probably the most likely scenario. However, I just wanted to address the whole issue of it, being a truck, and why we have such a negative stigma against that being the case, and I understand why. But when a military operation is planned, that a soldier would have a 99.9% chance of death to achieve some sort of strategic objective for their side. We call that heroic. Even though the person knows he's most certainly going to die, but as soon as that percentage goes to 100, that's just unthinkable, and it's savage, and it's we can't accept that. I don't understand that. I know that most suicide bombings are associated with terror attacks that are mostly going after civilians, or if they're going after military targets, it's usually just to kill a couple of soldiers guarding the entrance to a base that's really not providing any strategic value. It's just to kill a couple people. But if somebody was to sacrifice their life to take out a hugely strategic, important objective, I just don't think we should see that as barbaric or somehow horrible to do that. They weren't trying to kill civilians. They weren't trying to just take out a couple of people just to terrorize. It was a strategic target. So I just think we should, I think there have been cases in this war already where people have sacrificed their lives to take out a bridge. I think there was an example of that earlier in the war. And maybe that wasn't suicide bombing. Maybe he happened to die and maybe he hoped to live. But I just think we should try to get away from any stigma against people sacrificing their lives for important strategic objectives in this war.
Yeah, as we don't know what has happened, I don't assign a stigma to that, but that's a different thing. David.
Yeah, I was just gonna. My only comment is to the speaker: are you okay having that conversation with the person, saying, "Listen, mate, I want you to drive on that bridge and blow yourself up"? There's a very big difference between in the call it the heat of battle, people doing very, very heroic things. And there was the Marine who blew himself up on the bridge, but there was a reason for that. The reason was he was keeping everyone safe from the tanks about to go over it. But But this explosion is a statement. They could have. There's many ways they could stop the supplies from going over. There's the bridges north of this they could take out very easily. There's the on the other side, on the west side going out of Crimea. There's the rail junctions up there and the road that they could take out. So, are you able to say, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, go and have a chat to someone and say, listen, we want you to blow yourself up? Is that a conversation that how many people in this world are able to have?
No, I mean that's a fair point, but so, what if the person's objective, or it was possible, let's just say, that somebody was going to sacrifice their lives to take out the rail bridge, and the reason to do that was to save countless Ukrainian soldiers' lives, because there was going to be significantly less artillery available to the Russians in the southern theater of war. They weren't going to have the food, the bullets, the water necessary to kill Ukrainians. I mean, if it's just a statement, I accept your point. It's,
and I would agree with you if this was the only way to stop this. But as I said, there's if you look at Crimea and you look up at the north towards where it hits, goes towards the mainland, as it were. There's a road bridge and there's a rail bridge. If you look left, there's a railway and there's a highway. You could achieve the same, but without the same statement. So I would agree. If, for instance, this was the only way of stopping any supplies getting onto the mainland, right? But it's not. There are many other ways they could achieve this aim. So,
and I accept your points regarding this particular action and your cost-benefit analysis, and your analysis of what does this specific act achieve that can't be achieved in other ways. I accept that. I'm just talking about the overall negative reaction people have had about, I can't possibly believe that the Ukrainians would ever participate in any kind of action that was going to lead to the certain death of a soldier. That's something we can't get past. I just think that's. Anyways, I just.
Oh, and you would be correct, because every day, all troops who are fighting are in a position of they may not return, right? And commanders send people in to do things all the time, clear that house. They may not return. So you're absolutely right, and that's what people do forget, is that soldiers on a hourly and a minute by minute process put themselves in harm's way, and commanders ask people to go and do things that are deeply unpleasant with having a very, very high risk. I agree with you.
Alrighty, so if you don't mind, we'll go to Carl, and after Carl, we'll go to Cody. Carl.
Hey, first of all, I just want to, like when Axel was here, just recognize how momentous this is. I mean, since day one, right, this conversation and the theory of this bridge being hit has been talked about so many times, dozens and dozens of times, and so a toast to success, But I actually just want to change the. Yes, I just want to change the topic for a minute. I saw that from shelling or whatnot, the Zaporizhzhia power plant has been disconnected from the grid and therefore running on backup diesel generators. I don't want to go into the whole big fear and
5 days again.
Yeah. But I just want to know, like, what is the nuance of that, and do you think the timing is it's just kind of Russia lashing out with one more thing in response to this bridge attack?
You got it right there.
Yeah.
They do it because they can,
and
they can't do anything else.
Yeah, and then there's no risk that they'd actually run out of diesel and be in a difficult situation, right? That'd be counterproductive. It's all about optics.
Exactly. It's a fear factor, ensuing panic, creating a new narrative, spreading this, they need 5 to 6 narratives for, say, a media cycle of 72 hours. And one of which has to stick. And that's how it works.
Yep.
They know how to operate.
Yeah, but it reminds me of like just crazy making. Yeah. That seems to be their propaganda style.
Absolutely. By the way, just people, Gerhard, Trident, if you don't have questions, that's fine. But then please raise your hand if you have questions, because then I know we can cycle through. Otherwise, I would have to cycle down because we still have yet another 5 requests. A lot of people want to talk. So
put me down. Put me down, please.
Okay, no props.
Okay, thank you. I'm done for now.
How do I didn't know how to raise my hand. My apologies.
Okay,
I do certainly have a
if
question.
you look at your phone, depending on what you have, I don't know how it works on Android, but I presume it's pretty much the same. On an iPhone, the bottom, you have the bottom left is the microphone, which you just touched in order to speak.
Mhm.
And then in the middle, there's a heart button. Do you see the heart button?
I do. Thank you,
click
sir.
on that, then you get a context menu and you can raise your hand.
Fantastic.
There
Thank
you
you.
go. No problem. All right, but by the way, given the fact that you're already talking, why don't you briefly speak, because all our other patient listeners can then
Excellent. Well, first
take
of all,
from there.
thank you for this and every other opportunity to listen to the excellent host and everyone's questions. I've learned a lot through this. I am an American, I think obvious by my voice, and I pay roughly 40% of my taxes. I would pay much more and continue to pay more. I hope we send more and more. So just wanted to say that. On the question, to go back to the bridge, I'm curious what, if anything, either from this group or from somebody not on this call, could be told from the, when I see that explosion, it looks very unique, right? You see sparks in the air, you see materials coming down. Now, I'm not an expert. I don't know if that tells us anything, but I suspect somebody who's practiced with HIMARS and developed them could look at that and tell right away if that's what that is, or atoms, or just a bunch of diesel fuel and whatever you would put in a truck bomb. Can you speak to that? Does the explosion and the nature of it with that kind of footage tell us anything, or has that already been covered?
Well, what has been burning looks very much like diesel. That I can tell you. And we've had the discussion with a number of people already. Both CJ, say, airborne artillery officer, and ranger, who works in this field and has tremendous artillery experience, albeit that he's not a missile man, as well as Thanos, who is a Navy missile man, who now is in on the missile industry side, as well as Thomas Tyner, Italian artillery officer, former. They all three believe that this is almost likely, as clear as day, a missile strike. So there are others who have different opinions. These have been argued out here in quite some detail. We had discussions about VBIEDs. There are arguments against it. There are a couple of things which may have been in favor of it, but it seems at the moment, from what we're gathering, and I'm not trying to make a judgment call because I'm not a missile person, I'm not an artillery officer. The only thing I can look at is, how to launch a missile from a plane, maybe, but that's a different thing. No such thing was in place. There was no harm missile, no nothing. There are good reasons why people are a bit, surprised as to how the fuse went up, how Thomas Tyner makes an argument as to why there must have been at least 2 missiles, meaning, and he says 2 attackers as missile type. It may well be that the Ukrainians have improved their own homegrown missile, which they've tested recently and actually put into the theater. But I'm not as familiar with that missile, and very, very little information is actually available about it. That's the interesting part. That's what I can say. We will have CJ up a little later, Trident. So if you have patience, you will have him back. And tomorrow we'll even have a whole segment with Thomas Tyner and CJ, which is, I think, in the evening. Somebody needs to find out the date because. Or wait one. If you give me a second, I can look into my calendar here because we have A calendar to trace that. Yes. So tomorrow, that is 3 p.m. 1500 hours UTC Zulu time. So Ike time, if you so like. 3 p.m. UTC, which is 5 p.m. Eastern European summertime. We have Thomas Tyner, Noclador, which many people follow here, joining us. And I'm absolutely certain by that time, we will have gone through the whole cycle 5 more times, and maybe, just maybe, we'll have more clarity.
Well, fantastic. And thank you again. Sorry for making you rehash content. I just actually got back from Poland about a half hour ago. So I have been listening as I could and when I had signal. And thank you again, everyone, for your contributions. And this is a great effort. Thank you very much.
Well, much appreciated, and please do come back. So, alrighty, I will cycle you down because there's more requests if you don't mind, and you can always come back. Request again, get up here. It's not a problem. We're easy in that regard, and we're equal opportunity offenders here. So, and with that, Colby, I put you on the bench, so please get your hand up as well. Why, Colby, as a co-host, why did you have your hand up?
I don't know. I'm being overly polite, I guess, rather than just barging in. No, I actually am just going to say goodbye now because it is actually Thanksgiving here in Canada, and I need to assist with the preparation of dinner. So thank you very much, Axel, and to all of our listeners, as always. Pleasure being here, and hopefully I'll be able to pop in later tonight after our guests have departed. Thank you, everybody.
Have an enjoyable Thanksgiving dinner then. Happy Thanksgiving. All right, so that would also apply to Leonard, our other Canadian man. Correct, Leonard?
Yes, thank you, Axel. And thanks for the recognition of the great Thanksgiving feast in Canada. Appreciate it. But I had many questions, but I'll reduce it to just one, really. And I've been trying to develop a better attitude towards Germany and the prospects for some assistance coming to Ukraine, specifically releasing the leopards to hunt freely. And it's just somewhat distressing to hear your last assessment of how, if you will, Frisian stubbornness may be the final obstacle to the leopards being able to hunt freely on the
He is not
Serengeti.
Leonard. He is not Frisian. He is from Lower Saxony.
Oh,
Yes.
pardon me, Axel.
Typically, people complain about us Frisians as being the most stubborn ones. But trust me, this Lower Saxon definitely gives us a ride for our money.
Damn, that's a tough equation. But the question relates to this. You had raised the very interesting point earlier regarding the severing of the cables that seem to fuel the bulk of activity at Deutsche Bank. And I'm just wondering if there's a little bit more that we can extrapolate from that, given how critically important Russia has been to Deutsche Bank on the one hand, and probably vice versa. Deutsche Bank has been critically important the other direction as well. Russia has been critically important to their activities. So is there some further arcane kinds of messages that we can draw from this? Thank you.
Then I need to have a think, because I just received a message from a friend of mine who sits in Koblenz. I need to verify something. If you give me a second, can we park your question and come back to it? Right.
Yes, certainly.
Okay.
And I just had one quick follow-up then, and it just related to David Brookfield's analysis with regard to this missile strike, or I would call it missile strike on the Kerch Bridge. Excellent analysis, David. I think you've almost certainly, to a logical analysis, you've almost closed the door on the speculation. And I really appreciated hearing your detailed point-by-point granular explanation of what we can assess may well likely transpired there. So thank you again, David.
All right, Leonard, please stay with us. I'll come back to you in a little while whilst this happens. Let's cycle through some questions whilst I'll try to verify something here. it's a bit tricky at the moment. I'd like to be able to say something relevant when addressing our hashtag. Let's go to Big Popper, and then we go to Nightline, and I think the order. No, sorry, it's not right. I'm completely wrong. I'm an idiot. Sorry, Big Popper. I apologize, as you all know. So I'm silly, and today I'm still a bit dizzy from this medication. Bring the what's it? Okay. Bring Cunningham. Cunningham 3, John, please.
Yeah, thank you. Hey, I was looking at the video, CCTV video, looking down the roadway, and not the clipped version, but the full version. And the train on the trestle on the left is visible, and it's moving in the same direction as the truck. So just wanted to throw that in there. And I think, the blast had enough shrapnel or other, what do they call them, scatter munitions or whatever, to ignite those multiple fires and stop the train in its tracks, so to speak. That's my only observation, and speculation.
Did you see, Bring? Did you see, or Mr. Cunningham? Did you see that the car swerves in a split second before it is engulfed in fire?
Did not notice that.
Yeah, have a look at it again. You can see it is as if the driver, in a reflex, moves. I mean, really, literally takes the wheel and hits it, so that he swerves away, and that would probably mean that okay. There's a likelihood that it's just a reflex towards the explosion which has taken place by impact, and that would be yet another puzzle piece in the explanation of it being kinetic rather than something which comes out of the car.
I'll look. Thank you.
Alrighty. So, if you don't mind me, could you cycle down because I have another 4 requests coming up, and I'm currently being swamped by information from Germany, which I need to verify. Let's go to Big Popper, please.
It's fascinating stuff, right? Big news.
Yep. And there may be more fascinating stuff in a couple of minutes if I get this verified.
Just on the last caller's point, I too thought I saw the train moving, but then the more I look at it, and I'm on a phone, I'm not on a laptop, so it's a pretty small screen. I thought it might just be reflections of the headlights of the cars passing by, making it look like the train was moving. But I'm not sure. I wouldn't argue either way. Yeah, I think it was probably a missile. But I wanted to make a comment about the truck theory, and I wanted to put some questions out there. I think it's wrong to jump straight to a suicide mission. I think there's a lot of things to consider. One, which direction the truck would have been coming from. It could have been a saboteur. It could have been an unsuspecting driver. Someone hires a Russian or someone to drive a truck from point A to point B. Could have been that way. And to me, if you can remotely control an airplane or a boat, certainly you can have the technology to drive a truck in a straight line, remotely. So that could have been an option. I'm just scatter shooting here before you get to a suicide mission. You could have had, the driver get it through the checkpoint and then ditch, and then remotely or slow down on the bridge in a camera blind spot and get out into another vehicle. Anyway, I'm not arguing for the truck theory. I think it was a missile, but I think there's a lot of combinations before you get to a suicide bomber. So anyway, that's all I really had. I've been listening all morning. Got up early and listening to y'all. I couldn't believe the news. So it's a good day, and I'm kind of interested what Axel's news is going to be now. Thanks.
All righty. Yeah, that will take a few more minutes. In the meantime, let's go to Nightline.
Thank you. I think I know what you're researching, so I'm just going to let you talk about that. But on what happened with the Kerch Bridge, I still think it was a vehicle-borne explosion. Just like looking at like what happened to like Khobar Towers and barracks in Lebanon or whatever, you can pack a ridiculous amount of explosives into a truck where something like an Atacams only has like a 500-pound warhead. I just don't think it's enough warhead to have done damage like that, especially if it's only like 1 or 2 hits. 500 pounds is a lot of explosives, but 10, 20 tons in the back of the semi can do a lot more. So I think it was, I don't know about a suicide driver or not. You could just have some trucker pick up a trailer and say, hey, take it from point A to point B, and then just drive along behind it with a remote detonator, 1,000 feet back or something, just touch it off wherever and chuck the detonator out the window. Like, I had no idea. So we'll see what it is, but I just don't think it's a missile. Also because, if it was a missile, I think they would have hit it again. And also, if it was missiles, I think they would have went from the rail bridge instead of the, vehicle deck. So all I had to say there.
All righty, yeah. I have a view. I've stated here before, but I will look forward to a proper, full-blown battle damage assessment. Maybe we get lucky already later this evening. Some more people. Let's go to George, who's been waiting. Afterwards, we'll go to Jens and then Erland and Nefotrol. Sorry, no, George, Jens, Spartak, Nefotrol, Erland. I apologize. Please.
Okay, so I'm just going to dispel the truck bomb thing just really quick. I want people that are on here to go Google the Oklahoma City bombing and look at the comparative size of that truck. And that was a man-made, it was not military explosives that were used. And look at the damage it did to that building. If that, like say that 18-wheeler was full of explosives, that train would have been at the bottom of the water, of the body of water. That train would have been blown right off the tracks. So the explosion we see seems significant, but remember, those things aren't bolted. Those roadways are made to flex up and down a little bit, and they're built on pivots. So if you get a force enough to lift them, they will come crashing down, especially if, let's say, you got a 500-pound bomb that hits the middle of the span and snaps it in two. It's just going to cave right in like it did. But a truck bomb, it's not. That's just way too much power. That would have just blown that train right off its tracks.
All right. I will just lean out the window and highlight this now. You will hear more and more rumors today about this, albeit that the press conference, as well as the gaggle, as well as the details which have come out from the visit of the current defense minister of Germany, until she will be relieved from her job, which I tend to hope that this will be sooner rather than later, but at the moment she is there. But she has been in Lithuania, and the press conference had a side gaggle in which people spoke yet again about the dingoes, which are supposed to be released, but these are dingoes which actually industry has available, and they're very, very good, decent, sensible APCs. And we discussed it yesterday when Tim and I were co-hosting in the evening. We went through the various APCs currently being provided by our British friends, the Australians, Bushmasters, as well as the French. And The topic came up a few times, but it is currently, how should I put this? It is currently not envisaged that anything else will be done other than one motion, that is a backfilling contract with Slovakia, where Slovakia may release another set of its T-72s. There's a discussion ongoing with Greece. Our friend George will be happy to hear this, about the release of further old equipment, Jesus Christ, hopefully some American equipment as opposed to some BMPs. But unfortunately, whatever you hear in terms of the rumor that Greece were to release some of its capacity of Leopard 1s, that's not going to happen as long as Greece feels concerned about Turkey, which they currently are, given most recent statements, even in Prague at the European, at this gathering of European leaders, that Turkey could come at any given point in time if it were felt compelled to do so, could come at the night yet again, which is an old Turkish statement, because don't forget, this is what they did with Cyprus. So it is highly unlikely that Leopard 1s will be released by Greece unless Greece were to be given significantly better weapons in future, which is unfortunately currently not the case. And Slovakia is almost likely not going to give its 2A4s Leopard away as well. So these are rumors, and a friend from close to Koblenz just said as much. So we'll have to wait. We can only refer back, as Victoria and I have done with a couple of other colleagues here throughout the day, yet again, and our friend William has done the same. We want to make sure that people please push out free the leopards and create more buzz for that hashtag, because there's a good reason. It has to be a combination by popular demand across the world, from all corners of the world, to the Bundeskanzler, and in copy, preferably also to the White House administration officials, be it Mr. Sullivan, albeit that I don't think that he reads anything somebody else other than himself writes, and Mr. Klain, who is still, since Senate days, the right-hand man of President Biden. So, and Ron Klain is now the chief of staff. And whilst there are many rumors as to his say impending retirement after the midterms, that doesn't help us, because we can't wait until that time. Those leopards have to be released by means of the export license restriction, has to be released for third parties as quickly as possible. So there you go. Free the leopards. Please push that message out. So, and in the meantime, we'll go to Spartak and then Jens. That was the order, actually. Spartak, please.
Hi, Axel. Thank you very much for the space. I've been delighted of what I've learned from you guys and the ladies. It means amazing. I would just like to entertain the speculation a little bit more and ask you whether you think this scenario is possible. Maybe, as we have seen the Ukrainians being considering a lot of cost-benefit scenarios. You know, we will never be in the head of the person that's making the decisions, but maybe assuming the attack to the bridge was precise, it hit what it had to hit as intended. What does that mean in regards to the people who are in Crimea still, that are occupying Crimea still, civilians? I'm assuming not everyone has left, and I'm assuming that they have been tracking this, right? So I'm thinking they might be giving people a chance to leave Crimea, civilians, and also the disgruntled badniks. And where would they leave? What route can they take if they're leaving? Well, occupied, the southern occupied Ukrainian territories. This would be, I believe, very demoralizing for the occupants in those territories, watching so many of their fellow Russians flee. But also, I'm thinking that maybe there's still Ukrainians and people that are there. That might, be considered to be spared, right? Because the second scenario, I mean, not the second scenario, but on this same scenario, I would love your analysis on whether this, whether the Ukrainians or the Russians that are helping the Ukrainian effort in the occupied territories, whether they could be more effective at negating or sabotaging the partisan effort. Sabotaging the Russian logistics by allowing them to be, as careless and stupid and desperate as they have shown they can be. By trying to use the bridge again, the railway again, or maybe just showing them that they can hit them so that they can stop it. Stop the traffic in a way that they can give the Russians a chance, to flee and then maybe capture some things. I don't know. I don't know the logistics, but I would think that you guys could think of a very smart scenario where this chess game might be played regarding, the morale boosting and the morale affectation of the morale boosting of the people that are there, the partisans, but also the, negating the Russians even more logistical performance and even a better chance for these people to go back to Russia and the occupied territories in particular and demoralize the efforts of the invaders. That's my question for you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, you're very welcome. I think in terms of scenarios, we've addressed it during the day that apart from the symbolic value, the clear indication that every single Russian asset on Ukrainian territory can be reached, that Ukraine's range for targeting goes beyond that, and that it can be quite devastating, will send a signal, or will have sent a signal to the Russian general staff. It will have an impact on the morale of the Russian army, and it will certainly continue to have an impact, as it has already shown, given the long queues you've seen around Crimea for people to procure gas/diesel for their cars, and those who stood in line immediately at the remaining ferry ports in order to get out of Dodge. This certainly is likely to increase if and when the Ukrainian armed forces manage to continue to keep the pressure up. And stirring the pot and raising the alertness and the anxiety levels, preferably creating outright panic amongst the locust army of Russifiers, is probably a good idea. So we should expect that to occur. I'm actually quite certain we'll see more of that. Whether that is sufficient is a different thing, but it's one piece of the puzzle. And this is the most impressive part about the whole approach and how these scenarios do pan out. The Ukrainian General Staff has very carefully, very craftily, and with good planning, created a panoply of options for itself. And they can test the other side. They can tease them. They can go after them. They can hit them. They can gut punch them. They can give them a roundhouse. Everything. They have a whole library full of approaches, which all can work. They're very flexible, and they know when to use them. And they have very good timing so far. If that continues, yes, you will see definitely more demoralizing activity, and you will see more panic amongst the civilians, which is good. But it coincides with the moment that, for example, today, the occupation authorities, as they call themselves there, well, actually, the occupation authorities in Kherson Oblast have said that they stand ready, and invitations have been extended by families in Krasnodar and Rostov-na-Don to take in the poor people Russia is protecting in Kherson, the elderly, children. I think we know the story, right? And to take them to safety in Russia. Yoo-hoo. Ukraine has to be very quick, and then it has to cut off not only that bridge, it has to make sure that it cuts. And this is the issue with this, that it cuts through the line to Berdyansk in whatever way. They have to cut off the exit for the Southern Army, no matter what. The Russians know that the Ukrainians know that the Russians know that the Ukrainians know. That's exactly what it is. So the question is really whether the Ukrainian armed forces feel compelled and feel that they are, or they not feel, whether they believe and have deducted that they are capable already to take that route. Because you cannot allow, as Victoria has stated earlier, you cannot allow more and more atrocities to be committed by the Russians, because civilians, and especially children, brought into Russian families are severely at risk. It must not be allowed. Russia must be stopped, which is why they need the leopards. So please, free the leopards. Let's go on. We'll have I hope that addressed your question and appraised your scenario appropriately. Let's go to Erland, and then no, sorry, I'm wrong. Let's go to Jens, and then we go to Erland.
Yeah, I just want to speak against the truck bomb. I think that there's an expression, when you hear hoof strikes, think horses, not zebras. And I think when we think back of Saki Air Base, where you had a beach full of cameras, and none of them got the actual airstrike. But when we saw the remains, we saw 4 perfect strikes in every corner of the base that was instantaneously. I think that speaks to the missile capabilities of Ukraine. Then when we talk about the completely immoral act of suicide bombs, I don't think, when we look at how high Ukraine has carried itself in this whole conflict, I think there's a great moral chasm between going into a group of pilots and telling them, I need volunteers to resupply Azovstal, instead of going into a room of pilots and say, I need you to take your helicopter and fly it into a building. I think it would be absolutely heartbreaking for me if I learned that Ukraine was using ISIS tactics. I think every soldier.
Yeah, they're not.
Yeah,
yes, they're not.
So
what they have been doing, they have been let's hold it right there. Let me just help you with one argument. What people do know and should remember is that the Ukrainian helicopter pilots have been flying in and out of Mariupol until about 2 weeks prior to the sacrifice of those troops who went to accept the captivity at that time. And they flew in, and 4 out of 5 missions ended in trouble for some time. And at the height of it, over the whole time, according to what we're told, slightly, but only slightly, under 3 out of 5 really led to casualties. So imagine that. You as a helicopter pilot, as a well-trained officer and NCO flying helicopters, you know that you are on potentially a one-way mission with a very high level of probability. And Ukrainian helicopter pilots flew into Mariupol every single day. They volunteered to fly there because it was necessary. That's a different thing than being told, this is what you must do, and you will kill yourself in it. That's a completely different thing, which is why I highly doubt it, just as you. So please go on.
Yeah, so we agreed to agree. So that was, I just wanted to say that we had all been inspired by their compassion for wounded Russians and for their sacrifice in Azovstal, and also, be the last man standing. But there's just a very great moral distinction. So that was all.
Thank you for that, Jens. And if you don't mind, I will, everyone who's not yet asking a question, I will have to cycle you down because we have many more questions coming up. Erland, then Nefertro, then Warner, then John. Erland.
Yeah, I just want to get this car bomb thing out of the way, because I know the video evidence and all this stuff there's no evidence, but about 40 to 50 meters away from where apparently that truck exploded, which I don't think it did. There are two sections of railroad bridge that has fallen into the sea, and it's not the one closest to the road, it's on the opposite side. And I just cannot believe that the part where the train is burning is still standing, but the section behind that has fallen into the sea about 40, 50 meters away. If that was a car bomb, I don't get the physics of that. Then the train must have been blown away, as when you see that the section of the bridge behind the train has fallen into the sea. If you look at the satellite map, it's very clear. Satellite image, it's very clear. And by the way, that I posted in the comments a picture taken of the section collapsed from underneath, and there are no scorch marks or anything on the pillars or on the section of the bridge underneath. So it looks like the whole submarine U-boat drone thing is unlikely, but not, impossible. I'm just waiting for the morning or the next morning to see what is going to happen with the rest of the bridge. That's my final statement for this bridge thing for tonight, I think.
Yeah, let's see how this pans out. I tend to believe that they will continue to deny the Russians quiet enjoyment of the bridge, even if the Russians manage to get a test train or a passenger train or whatever kind of cargo across. They'll be hit again. But there you go. All right, Naval Troll, you were next.
Hello, everybody. I want to say, according to some rumors, 1 hour ago, I saw a message on Twitter. Someone says that Ukrainian authorities blame Russian intelligence for the whole story with bridge. And 20 minutes ago, I saw another message from Ukrainian Trixa Middle East Twitter account, as they say Putin wants an open war with Ukraine.
As opposed to what? Is there no open war yet?
Yeah, he will have a statement with speech about open war, not a special operation.
We are so afraid. We're shocked. We're stunned. He wants to talk about the open warfare. Great.
Is that change anything?
No, it doesn't. What does it change? Other than he says, "Oh, we're at war now." Yeah, great. Oh, thank you very much. You just
welcome.
I mean, seriously, welcome. Exactly. As a thank you for declaring this. Would you mind getting out of the way, please? I mean, seriously, this is the silliness. You remember the 9th of May, right? Everybody was looking forward to what is going to happen. Putin's great speech. What the heck? The guy will always lie. He will always try to utilize this. He wants to drive the news cycle. He and his clique and his administration, they want to drive the news cycle. They want to instill fear, panic, shock, awe. So what? We just have to fight them, kill the bots, and that's it. Next, click. It's really that simple. Nothing which they say matters, as long as they are raping children, as long as they are sending their troops, as long as they are bombing civilians in Ukraine, as long as they are fighting in Ukraine, as long as a single Russian soldier and a single Russian consular official, by the way, is in any shape or form in Ukraine. Every single Russian on Ukrainian soil who is there in order to wage that war should die or leave.
Can I get one more question?
Yes, please. Yes. I'm with you. I think we had violent agreement.
Did you hear anything about a new weapon supply from UK, long-range missiles or something like that?
I haven't. Is anybody else aware of this? I've been here for.
I heard it in Polish TV, like a public station. They planned some I don't know, some 2 big suppliers.
And that came today.
Yeah, this night.
Interesting.
It's on YouTube with.
I haven't seen anything on. I typically have the various BBC, Sky News, and the likes, and well, the Times, FT, Telegraph,
Sorry,
and
guys, I
Guardian here
missed.
online.
So what was that? Can you repeat once again?
Supposedly longer range or medium range missiles, I presume, is what is referred to be delivered by the UK to Ukraine. I haven't heard anything. Have you?
No, I have not, and I would rather believe that would be truth if it would come from the US, but UK, it's a strange one.
Oh, we will see then.
Yeah, we'll monitor it. If you don't mind, we will have a little look-see and check it. In the meantime, I say hello to my colleague and friend, Battle Moose. Do I get a Moose call?
No moose calls. I don't want to send out any kind of sympathetic resonation out there and maybe collapse more of the bridge. Now that we're seeing like bits of this bridge, I have some buddies that are engineers, and they're looking at those pylons. They're going, that's some pretty shoddy construction they got there, and there's sections. Yeah, it looks like some subversion of some type has gone on and whatnot. I'm not fully convinced that it was a missile attack or some kind. It might have been some Ukrainian naval spooky boos going in there and applying their trade. However, I don't know that all the damage was just because of their tradescraft. I think some of that is just shoddy workmanship on the bridge itself, because there's spanners there that are just cracking like they weren't even there. And I'm going to bring up, somebody brought up earlier about they're saying test trains around there, and remember a couple of years ago when that train full of fuel oil went rolling into a little town in Quebec and basically wasted the entire thing, like Menta. It melted. It was just 78 cars of fuel oil, and it melted the tracks. So they're sending a test train over this thing. That's pretty ballsy. That's because even the concrete, like if there's any concrete there, heat will take away from the strength of the concrete. Especially exorbitant heat that fire must have been.
Yeah, and still we are seeing that the Russians are, heavily investing in repairs of it, and have supposedly gotten a train across the construction site as a test train with a couple of cargo hangars, but we have no verification of that video. And this evening another video appeared which was supposedly showing a passenger train, whilst at the same time the news was that it was not yet passable. So we shall see. I think there's a lot of fog of war going on, and there's a lot of Russian propaganda to be expected. Let's see what happens.
I'm not getting on any passenger train on that bridge.
Yeah, I was just about to say, do you really want to actually cross that bridge in this way?
I think the only way you're getting me across the Kirk Strait is in a 12-foot aluminum boat and some oars, maybe a 9.8 Mercury motor. But yeah, I'm not touching any of those. Even the one passable lane, there's a little bit of a bow there as seeing those cars go in a little bidit going badoop, badoop. And it looks like it's failing around an expansion joint. And yeah, I don't like bridges. I don't trust you engineers. There's any engineers out there, I don't trust you as far as I could throw you. I know that you have that little ring on your pinky finger made out of steel from the Tacoma Narrows Bridge. I don't care. I don't trust engineering unless it's land. I'm Army. I don't go out over water. Full stop.
But you did Army transports in the air, right? And helicopters and the likes.
The sergeant major held my hand.
Oh, all right. So the moose on the helicopter, what a nice image. Right, Moose, are you co-hosting a little?
Yeah, I can jump in for a bit.
right.
If you're wondering where all the Canadians are, it's Thanksgiving weekend up here, so they're all probably having dinner with their families.
That's what I thought, which is why I also didn't want to disturb anyone. And there you go. But now we have the Moose on the con with me, and we will go on to Wana. What is it here? Wana Vonga. Okay, whatever that is, please.
Hello.
I get that. I Wana Vonga. That's brilliant.
Can you hear me?
Loud.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, and thanks for letting me speak on the superb forum. I'm a layman from the UK, and I just had a simple question about Crimea. When the Ukrainian military forces come to liberate Crimea, will that represent a more difficult challenge for them, or would you envisage it carrying on as efficiently as it has done up to now?
I think the same applies. The strategy does not change because Crimea, the two access routes to Crimea, one through this little, how shall we say? If you've looked at the map, you will have seen Chonar and Henichesk. So this is the area which is filled with lots and lots of little bays and the likes. And of course, crossing over there is that's a highly contested affair, but it's doable. And I think the Ukrainians do have the tactical capacity and the operational and logistical capacity to handle that. There, the important part is that the road crossing is definitely something where the Russians will have pre-sighted it, and the rail bridge that will go as soon as the Ukrainians advance. The rail bridge is toast. The Russians will mine it, and then it's gone. So that's something which one has to be concerned. And the other part is, of course, the access through Armyansk and along the Ihulsk Lake. So that is hard. That's hard fighting, but it has been done before. The German Wehrmacht did occupy the territory under completely different conditions. Yes, they had air superiority at that point in time already, but they raced through that pretty quick. That is a matter of combined arms. You need a lot of mechanized infantry. You do need armor, and you need to advance with a sufficient amount of momentum. The Ukrainians do have sufficient capacity for mobile air defense systems now, as we have seen. The Gepards are already in place. As we do understand, the Stormer is coming, so that's good. They do have the tools for it. They simply need to lay out their strategy as to take it. As soon as they've managed to get onto Crimea proper, I would say, and I would expect that they take the same kind of methodic approach. And Sevastopol is an entity which is interesting. And Sevastopol is a place where the Ukrainians, if and when they are in sufficient reach, they can deny the Russian fleet the use of it. And then it's a matter of what do you do? Have the civilians fled before? Has the panic, which now has been already starting yet again with the Kerch Bridge, has the panic actually started? Are the Russians leaving by ship? Are they leaving by means of crossing over by car, trying to get across the lines? That is something which will have to be monitored. But taking Sevastopol is, in this case, actually a denial and attrition problem. You don't want. I mean, you're not going to make this Rotterdam, right? Or from a British perspective, you wouldn't do this as Aachen, for example. No, not at all. On the contrary. So yes, it's hard, but then again, it's conventional war. Nobody says it isn't hard.
But considering they've been there since 2014, that really is going to be a momentous occasion, isn't it? When that that phase completes?
Yeah, there's about what Victoria, correct me. Is it 280 or 290,000 people who fled Crimea in the first weeks and months? All in total, up until today, if I'm not quite mistaken, about 500,000 people have left Crimea. And yeah, and they of course sit somewhere in Ukraine, or even yet again displaced persons somewhere in Europe, and they are all looking forward to coming home.
Yeah,
that's the whole point. Just imagine if you were to be driven out of the Cotswolds, and the Cotswolds were occupied by someone else for God knows 8 or 10 years.
Yeah.
Would you still be
8
longing
years.
for it? Of course you would. So,
yeah. Thank you very much.
All righty. Thank you.
Well, Alex, while you're cycling through the hands here, I'm going to cycle a couple people down because we're at capacity. Before we do that, I got a couple service announcements. If you want to ask something and you don't want to come up and speak on the space, please DM one of the co-hosts. Don't DM Axel, because his DMs are never open, and if they're open, he never reads them. But by all means, DM me and we'll read it out on the space. Don't DM the host. We don't check that thing in real time. So when you're sending us tweets, and we don't open tweets. If you're just sending tweets or links to something, we just blanket delete them. Because we have to practice internet hygiene, right? So don't be sending us stuff without any context to it. That being said, you can send stuff to me. We'll try to get to it in real time. I go in every morning and I clear out the backlog of the messages in the host account, and I see things, and I know they're relating to a specific time we're discussing stuff on the space, and I kind of feel a little crestfallen when I go in. You should ask the co-host. We don't monitor the host in real time. So, and I say that because I literally went through 150 DMs this morning, and most of them were all the same thing. They're asking questions that were relevant to the space either last night or yesterday evening, but they were no longer relevant now.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And by the way, whilst we have been talking, our dearly beloved friend, the voice of Odessa, Oscar Domesticated, Ola has come up.
Yeah, hi. Actually, I can wait because there are so many hands up, and I have time.
I just gave you the mic. You can let me say hi again.
Yeah.
And then you can wait if you like.
No, well, actually,
how was Perch Bridge Day for
yeah,
Odessa
happy
today?
Bridge Day. Happy Bridge Day. So the mood is everything, not only in Odessa, is quite cheered up. Despite that, in the evening, you realize that we're waiting the entire day, that we're going to have attacks, or all kind of attacks as a revenge. And it's like Margarita Simonyan, who is a prominent propagandist in Russia. She tweeted this morning, the only word is "and," and this is actually what we're doing the entire day, being happy about the breach and this "and" what's coming. And when the air raid alert went off several hours ago, like 3 hours ago, I was, that's coming, that's it. And it was only one missile, and it was taken down even before it reached Odessa or the region, because they said it is targeting Odessa or Chernomorsk. It was taken down above the sea. Then, of course, I saw some reports from Zaporizhia just like during the last hour. But, well, and what's up? Someone is coming over the shocking state, I guess. And I know it was like about a century ago when Nefertol said about the big war. So Yeah, and you're so right, Axel. That's yeah, we're so scared. And the most amusing thing is that Russians
You're
now.
shivering with fear, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. By the way, Batmus said that he got like 150 DMs. I got only one DM, and it was the one from Axel saying Carriage Bridge, boom. Well, the best one. The first thing I checked was the DM on Twitter. And thank you so much for delivering this news. I know you would just leave delivering the news about Carriage Bridge, and I'm honored I got the news from Axel in my DMs. Thank you. So
You're very welcome. But we were live, Ola. We were live. Just
yeah, I got
CJ and
that.
Craig, and it was fantastic. It was absolutely charming. And Craig went completely
I
wild.
imagine how wonderful it was. Sorry, I slept all that through due to late Saturday morning, and Russian Telegram channels. Even before today, of course, they'd be like, "Oh my goodness, we're threatening Ukraine with nuclear weapon," and they're laughing at us. What is happening? What else can we threaten? Big war? Okay, whatever. Renaming special operation into a big war. Good for them. And then we're saying we're gonna nuke you. Just shut up. And they're laughing. Why? What can we do? What else can we do? We'll be like, well, you can do nothing. How else can you threaten us or upset us? Or what else can you do? Nothing. Go ahead. So
They could
that's
say
the
very
reason.
big war.
Yeah, there's been a big war since 24th of February, and that's been the war since 2014. So yeah, and at some point there was like, that they can retaliate for that, they can retaliate for this, and we were like waiting for that a little bit tense, but we no longer do, because yeah, okay, whatever, do whatever you want, so what, it's all worth it. And my other point about Ukraine blaming Russia for blowing the Kerch Bridge. I saw this tweet in my, in inverted commas, favorite Zero Hedge. And they, the account that has like several 100,000 followers, post the news that is a joke on Ukrainian segment of Twitter as something serious. And the even more entertaining thing is that people are commenting on that with straight faces, like, "Oh my goodness, that's so retarded. Oh, can they be serious?" I even like from what planet are you coming, guy? With planet with zero level of irony and sarcasm, or what? What's happening there? So.
They're from Planet Z.
The planet ZV, whatever other planets that better get to back. Yeah, and speaking about, well, I can't fail to report on the moods, right? Lots of people, because it's very warm, the Indian summer is here, and lots of people out, and it's weekend, so it couldn't be better time.
What's the temperature like, just for our US audience? What's the temperature like in Odessa's Indian summer?
For American audience, you said? I have no idea what's that in Fahrenheit.
Well, say it in Celsius.
No, I mean, yeah, that's a joke. It's I think it was about 19 during the daytime, 18 degrees Celsius maybe.
And a nice
well,
sea breeze.
yeah, and
Sunshine.
it's sunny, no wind, lovely. Maybe like around 15 in the evening, many people out, and the central street is full of people. Well, relatively, of course, it would have been packed on this day during the peacetime, but nevertheless, people are out, and this regular. Some people say that's like this is going over a traumatic experience, to this dancing and singing in the central street, but nevertheless, it's still there, and people are enjoying their time, and we appreciate so much that the armed forces of Ukraine dealt, let's say, with Crimea Bridge during the weekend, because should it be during the weekday, this day would have been completely screwed for any employer, because nobody would have been able to work. it's all about news and memes and just exchanging greetings. So have you heard about the bridge? So yeah, happy Bridge Day.
That's fantastic. Stay with us and let us cycle through. We have a couple of hands up. Our friend John Stevens has been waiting very, very patiently.
Hey, Axel, it's
Axel, did you know that John starred in the movie Threads?
I know that he's a star by himself, but I did not know that. John, have you been
yes.
hiding all this?
Well, it just came up. We were discussing the nuclear thing, and I like Yehuda to make spurious claims to knowledge, and so I felt that I was possibly the only person listening who'd actually been in a nuclear bomb, and that was as an extra on the film Threads, which was the British response to the American film. What was it called? The Day After Tomorrow or something. And it was ostensibly a nuclear bomb fell on the city of Sheffield where I lived. And the joke at the time was they made a film about a nuclear bomb hitting Sheffield and it did almost 25 pounds worth of damage. And they went to the local anti-nuclear campaigners, which I was in CND and League Against Cruel Sports and all those sort of progressive movements at the time. And very much a peacenik, and that's where they got all the extras from. So yeah, I learned about what makeup they used for that at the time, which was vegetable soup was vomit, and excuse me if anyone's eating, and sort of injuries was broken up cornflakes plastered onto your skin. That was like scarring. Yeah, so insider showbiz knowledge, I suppose.
Sweet.
I only mentioned it as a joke. I actually just popped up to say that picture of the underside of the bridge has been tweeted some time ago now by the news agency PTYXA, whatever they're called, and it doesn't look. I mean, I'm no special forces expert. My only experience in special forces was in my back garden as a child with GI Joe dolls and action men, liberating strawberries from the neighbour's strawberry patch. And there were some difficult missions, and we didn't always all make it back. But yeah, that's my own special forces experience. But it just didn't look to me like it had been blown from underneath. And what was interesting was sometime late afternoon, the Daily Mail, which is one of the world's biggest news sources, started running with the mystery boat story, and still is, or was when I checked. But it seems to me that that's just not a viable proposition if you look at the condition of the underside of the bridge. Although, as I said, you know, my career in the special forces ended when I was about 7 years old, and was entirely made up in my head as a child. So that's what I called it.
Wait. So you were 2 years in the special forces from age 5 to 7?
Yeah, mostly with action men. I commanded a platoon of action men and GI Joe dolls. Yeah.
That's what I thought. But you also embarked at the same time on a career as a prized bridge building engineer with
That's
Lego,
right?
And then that
with
took
Legos.
That was 5 years. There's not so many people who do both engineering and special forces, right?
Well, I think it's important if you're going to express an opinion online to state your your position of authority on it. So I feel it's only fair that people know where I'm coming from, you know, because it's people can say anything online, can't they, without any prior knowledge. So
at least you commanded a platoon of GI Joes. I was just a corporal, so I was standing in formation with them, you know, looking at the lieutenant waiting for orders. So I'd be out in the backyard standing at attention for hours. My mom thought I was mental.
Well, there you go. So, you know, I'm happy to share that experience. It didn't come easy. Like I said, pretty traumatic. We didn't all make it back. The neighbour's dog was pretty rough with the guys it captured, and I lost some good friends. But you know, I'm over it now, and happy to talk about it. Really, yeah. Olga, I don't know if I've ever mentioned it, but it was quite early in this whole thing, and you were in discussion with Gunny. They were attacking Odessa, and Gunny was kind of explaining what was happening. And I just discovered the space a few days earlier, and I just tuned in. I thought, what's happening on that? And I heard a veteran of the Royal Navy who clearly knew what he was talking about explain to what sounded like a very distinguished and dignified person under attack from over the horizon by missiles, explaining what was happening to them and why your defenses weren't firing back because they didn't want to give away their location. And actually that was the sensible thing to do because they would just draw fire. And I thought, where in history would I ever get to witness this kind of conversation? It was one of the most moving things I've ever experienced. And I've been addicted to this site ever since then. And if there's anybody listening in because of what's happened in the news today, you should know that this is a very, very special place. And yeah, it's a great privilege to have people from Ukraine here, actually. And thank you for visiting so often. It's you know, because that's kind of what this is about ultimately. But yeah, I just thought I'd mention that because I was never quite sure who it was who was talking, and I now know. So yeah, I've really been enlightened by the discussion today about all the different experiences people have shared in terms of their military experience and what it takes to blow a bridge. And anybody in the UK knows the power of a truck bomb. But I can't see it being, certainly if you were in the UK in the 80s and 90s and someone off in London, but I can't see it being that because I just don't feel the Ukrainian government would be celebrating and trolling the Russians if it had been a kind of a suicide mission style thing. My feeling is it must have been a rocket. And I guess my question was going to be, if that's so, does that mean it was an ATACMS? Could it have been a cruise missile, or is there any other type of rocket it could possibly have been? But that was the thing I was going to ask. And thank you everybody for
here's my take on it. Who cares? Who cares what method they used? All that matters is that element of their logistics is now problematic for them. You know, and if the Ukrainians can make it more problematic for them, more the better. Because I caught the tail end of the discussion last night. Craig was on, and he was going down a rabbit hole of logistics back and forth with CJ, and basically the other side of the Dnipro, that's that's systematically lost to the Russians now. You know, it's a matter of time, but it's done. It's game over. Their goose is cooked. Happy Thanksgiving. You know, that's they're done. They no longer have logistical lines. They're going to have to make a beeline, you know, over to Donetsk, and you know, maybe make a stand there. Because that whole salient is lost to them. They can no longer supply it. They no longer have logistical lines to bring in. They don't have logistical lines to bring in stocks. Not that they even have any, or food, or water, or any of that. You know, it's gone. It's done. Especially at the rate the Ukrainians are advancing, which is unbelievable. You know, they're going faster than Ukraine Live Map can update.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. That's a good point. The Ukrainian advances have outstripped what, say, the coordination with Starlink has been giving them as capacity. Ukrainian SOF and advancing Ukrainian mechanized infantry outran the grids opened, even in coordination with Ukrainian command. for their availability in the northeast, for example, which is why the Russian narrative then immediately pounced on it. Battlemoose, let's cycle through some hands because we have 8 requests still from below, and I want to cycle people up, and we have 6 people with hands up here. So I think
yeah, you bet. Let me know because I do have some questions from DMs.
Okay, let's cycle through the people who are on the panel quick, and then we'll do the DMs if that's okay with you, because there's also people waiting. And
You bet. We'll try to get through all these people here. Thank you for holding on there, peeps.
All righty. Why don't we go Quincy, Abdullah, send your mind, then Miss Chase, and then we go David, Nina. Okay, so Quincy, please shoot.
Alrighty, thanks, Axel. I don't want to beat a dead
You're welcome.
horse. I don't want to beat a dead horse and continue to talk about what caused or didn't cause the bridge explosion, but I just think it's the most likely scenario that it was on a truck, and I think there's been a couple anonymous officials report to both the Washington Post and the New York Times saying that they loaded a bomb onto the truck that crossed the bridge. I don't think it's necessarily a suicide bombing, and I think particularly because Ukrainian intelligence allegedly, according to anonymous U.S. officials, may have been responsible for the Dugin car bomb thing in Russia previously. So I think they have a lot of capability over there, and I just think it's the most likely scenario given, the perfect timing of it happening next to the fuel train. But again, I have no idea. And like the previous speaker said, what really matters is that it happened and that it's going to mess up their logistics. My comment or my question is just a general question. I was just hoping, and maybe you can let me know if language is going to be coming on later, but I was just hoping to get kind of a general military update outside of the Crimean Bridge situation.
Yehuda will be doing a military update at some point in time, and I think it will be quite comprehensive, and hopefully will address those things from a proper, say, sensible planning perspective, as we are typically used to, which I very much appreciate. I can't yet tell you when, but I'll Battlemoose and I will be in touch with them in a minute or two, and chatting about it. All right?
I'll go wake him up out of the ditch.
All right, thanks guys, and thanks for the space.
Yeah, he's passed out in the ditch right now, so I'll have to go wake him up. It's the sun hasn't quite hit him yet. I just want to comment on the whole Dugin thing. I'm still not convinced that there was any Ukrainian involvement in that, and I don't care what U.S. media is saying. I'm still skeptical because here's the thing. I'm not special forces, and a lot of the people in here aren't. Like, a lot of the people in here haven't done spooky boo stuff. However, you got a hot mic there, Quincy. However, there's no doubt in my mind. If I was to go on a spooky boo operation, I'm not going to be taking my Canadian passport with me. Saying, Battle Moose living in Edmonton, Alberta, went down to Canada Place and got this passport. I don't take that stuff with me. And the people they found had all this documentation. So I'm gonna call a big old wheelbarrow a poopy on that, and just leave it there. I think, and you know what? It's pretty modus operandi with the Russians. They eat their own all the time. I think it was them, and they're scapegoating.
Yeah, I have no idea. I was just putting it out there that I, read that. And again, it's just anonymous U.S. officials, and we all know how honest anonymous officials typically are when they speak to the media. So that's all that I had. So I appreciate the space, guys. And
they lied? No, Quincy, come on, please don't tell me this.
Yeah. All right, guys. Thanks, guys, for the space. Appreciate it.
Okay, cheers. And we'll keep you up to date as to the military updates. So we'll be posting something. Right, let's go to Abdullah. And I'll be cycling people down. So Quincy, Quincy, everybody, whoever has asked a question, I'll cycle you down and get the other stuff. Okay, please, Abdullah, go.
Yo, Axel. Thank you. I've been on hold so it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to join you all again on such a momentous day. Today, my friends and I, we have been handing out some sweets to that sent German troops to a NATO exercise with broomsticks. What's up with? I just don't know what's going on with the German government. They're always hiring incompetent defense ministers. It's just sad. It's just sad to watch, really. I don't expect her to put any pressure on Scholz to release the leopards anytime soon. But I just wanted to also remind everyone that in 2003, I think it was, there was a treaty that was signed between Ukraine and Russia that they will jointly share the Kerch Strait resources. But ever since 2014, as we know, the Russians just swallowed up the whole area in clear violation of international law. And it was actually Putin and the lying Sergei Lavrov that actually signed the treaty. And that tells you everything, that Russian signature on international treaties does not mean anything. My question is, if anyone can answer this, is under international law, the area where the so-called accident took place today on the Kerch Strait, on the bridge, Kerch bridge that belongs to Ukraine, of course, won't it be the Ukrainians who will be the proper entity to have first dips in investigating what happened to the bridge? Maybe David Brookfield can answer if he's still there. Thank you so much.
I think David just literally fell down right before I apologize. But I can tell you, yes, it is within the 12 mile zone. So this would technically be Ukrainian territory at that point in time, but it doesn't really matter because it has always been Ukrainian territory. But if there were ever a kind of dispute on joint management, this would definitely be Ukrainian, no matter what. But hey, let the Russians investigate their own trash. The Ukrainians want this bridge gone anyway. I mean, unless, of course, at some point in time, Russia were to decide to repatriate Krasnodar to its original owners. But I'm not sure that it was going to happen. So let us go to Send Your Mind. Is it a mind meld idea?
No, that's thank you, Axel. It's actually a title of a song originally done by Van Morrison, I believe, but most appropriately covered by Athens' Widespread Panic. So that's where that comes out of. And a mic check. Can you guys hear me?
Okay, I shall be listening. We can hear you loud and clear. Now I know what to listen for later.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Axel. Appreciate you being here, Battleman. It's great to have you on as well. Really enjoy your commentary. And John Stewart, I don't think anybody could have possibly put words together better than you just did, describing what this space does for the world, what it does for us personally. Those of us who are concerned about the history of political systems, political theory, and the evolution of political systems towards Western liberal democracy, which, as we all know, is the worst form of government, except compared to every other one that we've tried. But it's the best one that exists. I absolutely butchered that. If anybody wants to jump in and hit that quote for me, fantastic. So I don't mean to be dismissive of any theories put forward by anybody today. There are some incredibly brilliant people that come to the space to contribute their thoughts from all over the world. And actually, prior to hearing this morning what I'm about to share with you, there were some very complex, very interesting theories put into the space regarding it would be multiple branches of military involved in the attack and coordinating from sea and coordinating from air, all which sounded very dreamy. But I guess it was about 10 hours ago. a young woman came into the space, and I don't know if it's appropriate to call her by name, so I'm not going to. But if anybody wants to know, DM me, and I'll point you to her handle. But she said, with authority and with emphasis, this is somebody who's very, very educated in demo and demonstrated her knowledge of it. If you know what I'm about to say, please jump in and stop me, Axel. But she walked through photos of the bridge, of stands next to the pylons. The top of the pylons are pretty uniformly sheared. And the fact that the timing was done so that you had the train coming by, therefore knocking out any inbound rail into the battle space. And of course, they did knock out the inbound span into Crimea, that is. The outbound is apparently, something that could be fixed in short order, but she claimed that it was 3 explosions simultaneously on top of each of these pylons. She was incredibly offended that some of the people in the space had proposed proposed that it may have been a suicide bomber or it may have been a rocket. She was very, very proud of the ingenuity of the Ukrainian people, as she should be, but was wildly dismissive of every other theory that was put into the space. And she came with receipts. I was kind of surprised to jump onto the space after a night nap and realize that this was not still being promoted, and just kind of curious to know where that lies. I have one more questions, but Axel Moose, would love your comments on that. I'll take a breath.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, you're going to have to sum up there because you're breaking up quite a bit. But, I'll say it again, like the means, whatever the means are, they justify the ends, right? No matter what happened, whether it was a missile or a spooky boo attack or, somebody with some spicy cargo in the back of a truck, it got done what needed to get done. And we're here this morning. Is it still morning? No, it's 2:30 in the afternoon. I'm sure it's morning someplace. We're here in the morning, and we're celebrating that this logistical line has been finally partially severed, and this has serious implications for the Russians to prosecute a war in Ukraine.
Yeah, and I think I must have missed that young woman. It must have been right before I rejoined. That would have been then therefore.
Very, very happy to see what's transpiring and the speed at which it is transpiring. However, just for argument's sake, in case you didn't hear what I put forward, it appeared that about 10 hours ago there was a woman in the space. She did not put herself out as being special forces, but her knowledge of demo and other battlefield tactics that she was speaking to would have made you think that she was part of SEAL Team 6. She was really, really bright. But she walked through and shared photos in the nest of the demo that she believes took place, and again spoke to being incredibly insulted at other theories that were put forward, particularly those that involved suicide.
Well, there's no evidence for any kind of so-called suicide attack at all. Actually, our friend CJ has already posted a lot of the imagery to the extent that we have it at hand, which eradicates that notion. But that's a different thing.
Axel, I'm sorry. Sorry, bud, I didn't understand you there. Are you saying that this theory of special forces coming in and demoing the 3 pylons on the bridge has that been nixed? Has that been DQ'd for any reason?
No, quite the opposite. CJ has gone through the blowing up truck video, and there's one frame, and he's lucky to actually get that one frame. There's one frame where you can see the concussion wave coming from behind the camera. It's reflecting off of surfaces, so he was able, and CJ knows a little bit about explosives, so he said, there's a shock wave coming, and it's not coming from this truck, right?
Correct.
That's kind of that's the Cole's Notes version of it.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. And I thought it was pretty plain to see from a couple different camera angles that it was not a truck explosion. I guess that we're all still waiting to get a confirmation out of Kyiv, if we get one. In the meantime, happy Bridge Day, Slava Ukraini, and guys, gals, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for all of the work you put into the space. You're wonderful. Good on you, and have a good weekend.
Thank you, St.
Heroum Slava.
Slava Nazi.
Who's our next one here?
We should go to Miss Chase. Miss Chase?
Hopefully she didn't fall asleep while we're waiting.
No, I didn't fall asleep. Sorry. I was surprised to find my mic off. I just want to say what a lovely day this has been. Honestly, like the companionship and like intelligence and just that sense, that's, chemical and fun and really moving of people being smart and frequently wrong, but bonhomie and like debate. I just thank you all for all that. Really lovely. And so basically I'm going to narrow it down just because I'm tired and I'm sure you're all tired and there are more interesting people to talk to. But basically my question is, no, Dad, not right now. Dad, not right now. Sorry, guys. I am just wondering about. Sorry, my father just walked in. Basically, the one thing I don't like about the kind of unmanned car theory, the truck theory, is that there's like a muskiness to it and like a kind of, I don't know, like rhyme with a future owner of a certain space's agenda. But then also I just wanted to know if you guys thought that Russia knew what happened today. I mean, like hopefully they have better photography, even like I would imagine like seeing what happens under their bridge. I would want to know that if I was in charge of that bridge. Do they know? I found all of the photography kind of gloriously ambiguous in that way, and perhaps that's by design, or certainly by design. But I mean, does Russia know, or are they like us? What's going on?
No, they know that we know that they know that we know.
Okay, say that like if you could, like you. I feel like you're like the
I said like, Russia knows that we know that they know that we know.
But do they know how?
Oh yeah.
Okay, that's really fun. Also, thank you for putting up with my father walking on me. Okay,
no problem. It happens to the best of us. Ask Axel about when he's sleeping.
I was on the phone all day today. I'm like, we're just in that second. I'm sorry, guys. Okay.
That's completely fine.
Okay, carry on without me. Yeah, bye.
Oh, thank you for listening, and thank you for your support. So to touch on what Miss Chase was saying, that some of the videos, some of the photos are ambiguous. I'm surprised there's a lot of video and photo coverage of that bridge. But I guess there's any bridge would have a certain amount of video coverage. It's what was it? It was the longest bridge in Europe up till 24 hours ago. But an engineer can look at that and know exactly what went on. You know, a non-destructive tester can look at the metal and tell you exactly what what happened. You know, we're just not savvy enough in those ways, and not comfortable enough to speaking out about it yet. You know, but you know, trust us. Everything will come out in time. You know, they'll tell you which unit did it, and you know, the people that spooky booed their way up the pylons. You know, they'll probably be getting some kind of citation. So just check fire there and wait out, and we'll see in due course exactly how this went down. Again, the most important piece is that it's done. You know, it was an operation. Obviously, the unit that did it met their objectives, and I'm pretty sure their objective was to to damage the bridge, not destroy it, because completely destroying it, that's a pretty big ask. What they done, spectacular. Good on you, boys. That was fantastic work.
Absolutely. So, and let's go further. We have Miko, then we have Nina, then we have Brad, and Chris, Ralph, Philip. If you don't have your hand up, we will have to cycle you down because we have another 5 requests from down below. It's actually the first time we only have 5 requests. So, I mean, you have a minute to decide whether you want to have your hand up. So, Miko.
Tere, Axel. And
Tere.
hi, fellow moose. Actually, we shot 2 mooses today, so sorry about that. But I'm 20 kilometers from Russian border.
Don't tell this when Battle Moose is on.
Yeah. But he's from Canada. So hey, so a couple of things I just want to mention is that Max Weber was always, like I said, he's like last encyclopedia mind of the world. But to be honest, you know, Axel, I think you are the one as well. So what's your thinking about this Kers Bridge? I've been actually following that. I've been in the whole day in the forest. So what is your thinking? What kind of hit is it? Is it missile, or is it like a detonation, or what do you think about it?
I think as every single one of the actions which are undertaken by the 2 parties, meaning the Russian invaders and the Ukrainians, their actions tend to serve more than just one purpose. But the Ukrainians, in waging their defense and now essentially their counter offensive, they often manage to strike in their methodic approach to warfare, because they are definitely a modern Western army, despite the fact that we're not equipping them appropriately. They are very smart, and I think
absolutely.
That they hit Ilovaisk and the Kerch Bridge, 2 big symbols of both Russian war crimes, Russification, the invasion, at the same time on one day. That in itself is a statement.
Absolutely. Axel, what is your own opinion? What kind of weapon was used?
I think the Ukrainians used missiles. I'm not sure which missiles by now.
I think so as well.
The interesting thing is, I'm really interested as to we haven't. I mean, unless you have anything better, because I try to get down to this and drill down to this and talk to people in Ukraine as to what they're doing with their own missile and what it actually is capable of. We haven't gotten that yet. But if it's their own missile, that would be fucking fantastic. Sorry, it would be extraordinary.
If it's a little bit, you know, tuned up, you know, it could be Chrome platform. You know the Chrome platform. It's,
yes, I know.
But exactly. I'm referring that as well. Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, I'm thinking the same. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
That would also explain the reach, and it would explain the fact that it has this impact, because if the Grom actually is set up to have a multi-stage burst and a multi-stage capacity, that's fantastic. They seem to have really integrated the same approach the ATACMS are taking. But then again, it could be just simple ATACMS.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. One more thing I want to mention. It's all in Finnish. So I used to work in a foreign ministry, and I've been in business world and etc. And Rene Nyberg was one of the ambassadors for Russia, and he met KGB, very high KGB official, like about 50 years ago, and with Nokia people, and he said, the KGB always told him that KGB's mission for the high Kremlin was that tell the truth. So but when everybody says, Russia is always lying, there's always, somebody who actually will speak the truth, but they will never ever say it to us, and they will never ever admit. And lot of stuff, for the internal stuff is of course lies, but there's always things, like now there's not anymore KGB, there's FSB, there's GRU, there's FSO, and etc. and SVR. So, but there's always line of the truth, and but they don't never rely that message to us, but they will get the reliable information as well. That's my point.
That's a good point, Miko, because
Yeah,
often enough
yeah.
we hear it in Western media that supposedly both the general staff of the Russian army as well as the political elite are supposedly not well informed. I completely disagree. I've been on the record for saying so, and I'll continue to do so as well. They may not have all the information. They may not have sufficient and perfect information, but they will have a lot. And they won't mince words internally. They will talk to each other. They may have projections as in, we can do this and all that kind of shit. Yeah, sure. But they will talk about the things which they intend to do. And typically it's much more insidious, much more violent, and they don't care. That's the other thing. Because in their culture, they do not care what kind of violence they extend to others. They actually have that view, but they have a very, very ice-cold, rational view.
Exactly, and they get the, my understanding that when military you get your first star in the Russian military is general major or major general actually, so they don't have brigadier general because they have a colonel general. So that's where you start getting information, and they have the similar ranking, with the intelligence service. So yeah. Hey, thanks a lot.
Miko, send with Nina, if you could both send a quick note to pick up as to whether he has time sometime next week. I think we need to reassess where we stand as soon as we have more data on the bridge and what happens in the next days.
Absolutely. Nina has a better access. She's better looking than me, so yeah.
That's easy.
Yeah, I'm hunting moose right now, 30 kilometers from Russian border, so yeah, Nina will handle that. Okay, I will help out.
Have a little look-see as to what they're doing behind their border, please.
Will do, sir.
Kiitos. So, and with that, we can actually directly go to Nina.
Thank you, Axel, and hi, Olga. What a day. Excuse me. What a wonderful day. I can actually visualize already a little bit the day when we are cheering with some drinks in Odessa. I have been away during the day, and I know that there are all these discussions about how this Kerch Bridge hit happened, but I am not going to focus on that because it happened. And now I am really interested in what are the what is the effect of it, like a concrete effect. I understand that the supply lines are cut, but what will it mean for Crimea, and have you seen like movement from Crimea out the other way? That would be like interest me. Thank you.
Okay. Such a okay. We've gone through this many times today. I'll try to summarize the key points. Ukraine has evidence that it can touch Russian forces everywhere on Ukrainian territory or within the naval zone surrounding Ukraine. That's one takeaway. They've shown it. That changes the perception of Sevastopol, and it changes the perception of Russia holding on to Crimea, and will have convinced them that their calculus has been wrong. They know that they cannot supply Crimea throughout if and when Ukraine decides to accelerate, intensify, and kick up in the higher gear their attack on the bridge. There's a clear denial of use of that bridge approaching. The civil population sees that the bridge is still there somehow, that there's a lane open. The pressure will increase to leave Crimea. And panic has already ensued, panic purchasing, people going to Feodosia, to Alushta, to Yalta, trying to catch boats, ferries, likes and everything, going to Kerch, trying to wait for ferries, which they suppose will arrive from Novorossiysk and the likes, okay? The Russian Navy commander will have to make a decision as to when he feels that it's necessary to evacuate part of his force. This may not be now, and may not be in 1 or 2 or 3 weeks, but it's evident that at some point in time, the Ukrainian armed forces, which have now interdicted and therefore clearly put at risk the supply lines and the logistics, have already created a massive issue for the daily and forward-looking supply of small arms, ordnance, medical supplies, and food, as well as gas, to the occupying forces in Kherson Oblast. It has made it clear that the Russian forces will have to find different ways of getting there, which means that they have to transport more across the southern sector, which is contested. It's even closer to the Ukrainian lines of HIMARS, artillery, Ukrainian Air Force, and the likes. It is highly likely that the clearly stated intention of Ukraine taking back Berdyansk, Mariupol, and Melitopol, and therefore secluding and segregating the forces, which Russia wanted to have, actually have a bridge, the land bridge towards the east, that they can take out that land bridge. If that continues to be the case, oh, that's super, thank you. They continue to do so and will take that land bridge, and it's absolutely likely that the symbolic action of today has very real life consequences in the next few days and definitely over the next 2-3 weeks. It's a matter of timing and whatever Ukrainian armed forces wish to exploit what the enemy now does. Because Ilovaisk, targeting Ilovaisk today on that astonishing symbolic turf, means that Ukraine has said, guys, we can hit everything beyond Donetsk. We can take you, even in the east. Show us what you're made of. You know exactly what's happening as soon as you come across with more logistics along that line. So the Russians will have to actually take Taganrog, Mariupol, Berdyansk, Melitopol much more seriously than before. So therefore, they have to commit more forces in that area. This is very, very interesting for the strategic calculus. They may not be able to put more troops into the Donbass. They may not be able to defend Severodonetsk and Lugansk further, because they may have to focus on saving the rest of the line. That's where it becomes really interesting. And at the same time, in the Kherson Oblast, the lack of continued continued more comprehensive and high-frequent supplies, albeit that they have already been reduced, but the further throttling of that supply line into Kherson and in the Kherson Oblast for the Russian forces is essentially a death sentence for the 15,000 on the wrong bank of the river Dnieper.
If I can quote Colonel John Spencer, who a couple hours ago just mentioned the Russian troops in the Kherson Oblast are now screwed.
See, he put it much better.
Thank you.
And I really haven't seen what he wrote, but I often enough tend to completely agree with what he says because he's just faster with it and he's very logical. All right, I just got a plate of soup here. Battlemoose, can you take it away for a few moments?
Yeah, you bet. I don't know what the order is, so I'm going to pick you at random. We're going to go left to right on my screen, and Tom, you are next.
Oh, okay. It was just a quick point, really. One of the things that will be interesting to see over the sort of coming weeks will be if the Ukrainians hit any other targets that are well outside of HIMARS range. I think if they do, whether they hit the Crimea Bridge again or whether they hit other targets that are well outside of HIMARS range, that'll be pretty strong evidence that they have definitely got ATACMS now. If they don't, or if we see an attack like this once every month or two, then it might be that they have got some sort of homemade missile. I know we were speculating on that when the airfield in Crimea was hit. If they don't hit anything else at all, like over, say, the next 3 months, then it really does make you wonder, okay, maybe was it something else? But I guess we should just wait and see. If they start hitting a lot more things well outside of HIMARS range, it's really good evidence that they've got ATACMS. And I'll go down to listen again because there's loads of hands.
Yeah, they I can't remember who it was. Maybe it was Chuck. It was one of the generals we had in here, and they said, remember that Ukraine was the brains of the Soviet Union. So most of the important parts of the Satan missile were made in Ukraine. So it's very much the Samson missile that they're working on. I don't know if they deployed it yet, but it could definitely do. It definitely could do what has been done. Other things that interest me and to no end is the Ukrainians have the capability of loitering munitions over Russian strategic bomber bases. That's bigger than this bridge. That's like you ask anybody in the military, that's huge. I still don't know if we confirmed if they took out any of the Tu-22s there, but I definitely would love to see it. That'd be great. Okay, Tom, do you have any follow up?
No. I'm just curious as to whether if we start seeing lots of targets getting hit well outside of HIMARS range, it's ATACMS. If it's just every so often, might be homemade Ukrainian missile, because I guess they can't make them that fast. So yeah, I'll go down to listen now.
Yeah, it's too bad John Ridge wasn't here because I believe they had like 4 Samsons. I don't know what state of production they were in, but they were in testing before the war. But they weren't definitely weren't in full production. So I'll go with Chris.
Battlemoose, how are you, my friend? Good to hear you.
Living the dream. Any day this side of the grass is a good day.
That's cool, man. Yeah, well, I think we were talking last night when we were with John and that about nuclear wars and stuff like that, and I think I said then, obviously that Ukraine, back in 1991, they had 2 strategic ballistic missile regiments or whatever they were called, and that, and then also last night there was all this discussion about, the Ukrainians don't understand tanks and can't support tanks, and it's a load of crap. It's absolutely a load of crap. These guys are rocket scientists and tank builders as well, and maintainers and that, so they can handle any tank they like. We just need to give it to them. That was that. This is just sort of for Axel, which I hope will make him smile. as he's having his soup. And that is just to say that I've been doing a bit of hashtag tracking. So I've been tracking the Free the Leopards hashtag. I'm trying to avoid paying out a lot of money for a hashtag tracker. But I did it this morning. There was something like 443 mentions, 48,500 interactions, 5,000 shares, 44,000 likes, and we had a reach of about 7 million this morning. So
good.
So I guess we're probably up to about 10 million reach, and then you can just add all the rest onto that, Axel. And you know, I mean, as you know, this community is just incredible and so funny. I mean, some of the tweets are just incredible. So please do, as Axel has said, well, first of all, go and search hashtag Free the Leopards, right? And have a look at the tweets that are being sent out by the community and the connections, because they are really funny and really amazing. And then, of course, as Axel asked, everybody that's important in Germany is being tagged and their aunties. I've decided as well to do hashtag approve the Abrams, because I can't think of anything more exciting for that. So I've been tagging POTUS and Pelosi, you know, just to get a bit of competition into the picture. Yeah, so that's all going fantastically well. And if we just every now and then keep saying hashtag Free the Leopards, do a tweet, share the rest of the stuff and that, it'll be up to hundreds of millions soon. And then if I may, Battle Moose, just a quick thing just to say that I've had some discussions today with the National Memorial Arboretum in the UK. And for those that don't know, the National Memorial Arboretum in the UK is where we memorialise fallen service men and women that fell after the Second World War. So that is a place where I hope that when James comes over, we can hold a fundraising event for him. And so we're working on that. And thanks to all the people and that have already volunteered to help. So that's great. I'll keep you posted on that. So obviously that'll be sometime in November. And obviously James at the minute is organising his tour of the USA. And I guess somebody's organising one in Canada as well, Battle Moose, but I don't know who that is. Maybe Yehuda is on that.
There seem to be people in Toronto who are very active in that regard, yes.
Brilliant. Okay, and I did notice as well that Gina has been, I think it's Gina, isn't it, has been extremely busy with the church network and that, which seems to be very fruitful. So there you are, just an update on that for now, guys.
Thank you very much there, Chris. We'll go to There's other people that were here longer.
Before we go anywhere, let's just say hi to a friend of the show and former Navy SEAL, scriptwriter, and all-around solid guy, Chuck Farah.
Hi guys, busy afternoon or morning.
So what were you doing in the last 24 hours there, Chuck? Did I want to see your passport? Did you do any European trips?
I would be delighted to get a little share of this glory, but I was right here doing nothing except watching the news in awe and happiness.
So you say.
Yeah, so that's my story. I'm sticking to it.
I take it you had plenty of time to pour over the videos and the pictures of the destruction thus far?
I have. I've been looking at maybe everything that's available. It's it's not something that can absolutely be determined, but I think there's some things we can probably rule out, I think.
What would
Oh,
those?
by all means, please opine on that.
Well, let's see. I've seen some video of apparently some sort of tractor trailer crossing the bridge. I've seen apparently the driver of the truck being memorialized, that somehow this was a Ukrainian VBID, vehicle-borne improvised explosive device. Unfortunately, I cannot absolutely categorically rule that out, but I find it really less than credible, because it would assume that this extraordinary large vehicle bomb, and it would have to be also a sophisticated one. This wouldn't be just loading a tractor trailer full of explosives. There are ways that those explosives would have to specifically be configured and initiated to produce this sort of damage, and that bomb would have had to be assembled in Russia. And I just don't think that moving several tons of high brisance plastic explosives, finding a place to build this thing, rehearsing, reconnaissance, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm in the 99.9 percentile that this was not a truck bomb. I've seen a couple of shots of the underside of the bridge. Interestingly enough, the latest Pixar photographs that I'm looking at right now, they don't match any of the underside of the bridge photographs I saw earlier this morning at 0700 plus. So that means the bridge has either continued to collapse, which is likely. But interestingly, the first photographs that I saw under the bridge, and the very first things that I was able to retweet, I cannot rule out that this wasn't a naval special warfare operation. So it leaves us with two possibilities: an ATACMS missile strike, and again, this is sort of the HIMARS on steroids, that some HIMARS can launch.
I apologize. I just muted everybody. Go ahead there, Chuck. My big fat finger hit the mute everybody button.
No worries. Yeah, so I can't rule out an ATACMS strike right now. Again, before you DM me and tell me that Ukraine doesn't have any ATACMS, and you want to tell me that the United States has denied that Ukraine has ATACMS, I'll point you back to the Pentagon statement, which says only that the United States did not provide ATACMS to Ukraine. There are several allies, including the UAE, Korea, and Romania, that have HIMARS missiles, and the U.S. statement did not say that Ukraine does not have HIMARS. This brings us back full circle to the Saki airfield attack in Crimea, which I was one of the guys saying that, look, it has to be HIMARS. The craters, et cetera, we've all been down that road. I could be wrong. We'll find out in 2025, but I think that I'm right. And regarding the Kerch Bridge here, I can't rule out naval special warfare. There was a retweet I put up this morning specifically showing damage to an upper portion of one of the bridge piers. And a bridge pier is the thing that sticks up out of the water and holds up the bridge span. And it was interesting to me that the top of the bridge pier was damaged. What was more telling to me is that the bridge section itself was heaved upward and then out of place. If this was hit by a HIMARS, the force would be downward. Is this possible that naval special warfare, meaning frogmen, attacked the bridge? You know, the damage suggests that, but I'll also say that this was not an easy target, and this was what you call a hard target because it is guarded. The Russians know its importance. They know that the Ukrainians would like nothing better to drop this. And if this was a naval special warfare operation, it took a lot of planning, a lot of contingencies, and a lot of luck to insert the demolitionists to the target, have them set these charges, and then get them out of there. But that's kind of where it sits right now. I'll note also that President Zelensky said this morning, and I quote, "This is only the start." That's where it sits right now. I think the message is received loud and clear in Moscow, and more is coming. And a little bit of panic buying right now in Crimea. There's already rationing that's been established. And it's going to be a cold winter, I think, in Crimea.
Sweetness and light. Let's cycle through some questions, Chuck. I think this will be excellent. We have a lot of people up. We've been discussing this now for what God knows when. We are into hour 18 of the live coverage of the Kerch Bridge going boom, boom. So
bless you, Axel.
It's all right. I had 4.5 hours of sleep in between. I don't know how this happened, but I was completely out of it because my nose was closed, so I couldn't even sleep properly. Anyway, doesn't matter. Completely irrelevant. Let's go to Ian, who had a question, I'm sure, which will pertain to the same topic. Ian.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks, Chuck, for coming by. I just wanted to address all of those issues you raised. And we'll just, I guess, start with underneath the bridge. The photo that you're talking about from underneath the bridge, I've posted a tweet in my profile, but if you've seen it. So the thing that strikes me about that photo from underneath the bridge is that the only damage under the bridge, aside from the actual hole in the bridge, is the walkway on the collapsed span of the bridge. The utility access walkway has buckled, and I would imagine just from its falling into the water created stress on one side of it. The other span of the bridge that is still up has no damage on it. Not even that flimsy walkway on the other side has been damaged. I just don't see how it could be an explosion either from a boat underneath, like has been proposed, or from manually placed charges underneath the bridge that clearly would have then affected the span that fell into the water, but did not affect the other span, not even the flimsy walkway. So that's one of the concerns I have with an explosion coming from underneath the bridge, either by boat or by manually placed charges. So I just would love to hear your thought about that. Number two, in regards to the joint of the bridge that was thrust upwards. Not so these bridge spans, they go over these supporting columns. Some of them are just one continuous piece of bridge span, so there's no joint over that supporting column, and then some of the columns contain two spans coming together with a joint. And so if you were to impact one of the spans between the two columns and thrusted that span downwards from either a missile or a truck bomb, you would inevitably force the far side of that span upward, just because of the way physics. So I mean, I think that there's a possibility that the the span where the joint was thrust upward because of the downward force of the impact in the middle of the two spans. There are some, and then there's even in that Maxar image, you'll see, there's a joint far away from the impact that's dislodged slightly, and you can see it because that's that was a span where there's two joints. It wasn't one solid continuous piece across a sporting column. And then in regards to the Maxar image itself, so I would love for it to be an ATACMS. I would love for the Ukrainians to have that capability. I would love them to continue using that capability. For some time, I think statistically that's probably the most probable event. The Maxar image, I think, maybe doesn't pass 50%. Maybe it's more likely still a missile. But I think that Maxar image really gives a little bit more credence to the truck bomb theory. And I think we're all just for some reason, I think nobody wants to believe it was a truck bomb. It might, if it was a truck bomb, it might not have even been a Ukrainian. Maybe it was a Russian Chechen who's pissed off at Putin and, is willing to do this. And then the last thing I wanted to say was, the other thing about the truck bomb theory is that if you look at the CCTV surveillance photo from underneath the bridge, the one that shows this truck driving, and then it starts to increase in elevation just before the explosion goes off. And that's increasing in elevation as it's approaching the arched span where marine traffic can go underneath. So as soon as it starts increasing in elevation, that truck bomb or the explosion goes off, regardless of where that explosion comes from. And if you look at all the photos, all the videos, the place where the impact happened was right at a point where the elevation of the bridge starts to increase. So I'm not saying that it was a truck bomb. I'm just saying that like you said, we can't rule it out. And I have my issue is I think we all so badly don't want to believe that it was a truck bomb, because that means that the Ukrainian decided to take on that mission, but we don't even know if it was Ukrainian, if it was a truck bomb. Anyways, those are my thoughts. Thank you for coming, and I would love to hear your response.
Wow. Well, I agree with every single thing you've said. Everything you said. The photographs we've seen, some of them in terms of battle damage assessment, they do seem to contradict themselves. Kind of answering the issues back to front. I agree with you. Nobody wants to think this was a truck bomb. I looked at the film of the truck detonating. I might be the only SEAL in the world uniquely qualified to make this assessment, but as a filmmaker, as a guy who's made a lot of action movies, that I didn't buy that footage. It looked fake to me. And I can tell you a couple of reasons why. I've actually been very close to being killed by a truck bomb. And the truck bomb that almost got me would have been a little smaller than this one. No, actually, it would have been a little bigger than this one. But the shock wave, and if you're able, folks, and you can go back and find that, you can find that footage, which coincidentally was put forward by the Russian government this morning. We're talking the detonation of tons of C4. The blast effect it doesn't match the explosion. You've got these flying sparks, but I don't see the right color smoke. I don't see enough vaporized concrete up in the air. And I know what I'm talking about because I went through the Marine Corps bombing in Beirut. I know the color of that explosion. I know the cloud it put up. I know what that vaporized concrete looks like in the air. And I also know what it looks like all over everything else when it gets there. So I'm not convinced by the video. I also find it very convenient that there's no other way to vilify your enemy than to say they drive truck bombs. Okay, and I will say this, look, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I don't have enough definitive anything to rule out, everything that was just intelligently discussed and laid out. I agree with it all. I think what I'm left with, my two leading theories are a missile. And as far as a naval special warfare operation, the damage that I've seen, it would have required operators to get up under the bridge to put their explosives there. That is something that is possible because if you're looking at some of the Maxar photos, you can see that the bridge piers for the rail section of the bridge, they're much higher than the road is at the point of detonation. And the reason that is because the Russian engineers built a very gradual ascent for the trains to go over the bridge and go from ground level at one end and up high enough so that marine traffic could pass under the bridge. And unlike cars, trains need or would prefer a very gradual ascent. Again, going back to the video that I'm not convinced of, but absolutely correctly, it showed the truck detonating just before the place where the road bridge begins to ascend. Because of foreshortening of the lens, it looks like that, an almost vertical ascent of the road, but we've all seen that optical illusion when you are looking at a hill from some distance and it looks sort of vertical, and when you get there you see that it's seldom greater than a 20% grade, sometimes more. But so I'm puzzled too. But I do know this: if I was there on that bridge and you let me walk around for 20 minutes, I could tell you what happened. And I can tell you this: the Russians know what happened. The answer is in the broken and submerged section there that we've seen. There at the sort of the start of the explosion. I see that discoloration on the bridge as well. If I could just even have another picture of the other side of the bridge. But I do note this as I'm looking at the at the picture of one side of the road bridge, the returning to Russia side. If the truck bomb went off there, I don't see sufficient damage to the guardrails on the other road span. If we were looking at something in the realm of, let's say, 10 or 15,000 pounds of C4, which is something that a semi-truck could be expected to use, if it was configured perfectly for this operation, it would be the explosive package in the trailer would be formed into an explosive lens that did its damage downward. Even with the force explosion directed down to the roadbed, I'd still expect to see more damage to the handrails on the other side. So,
Hey, Chuck, I just posted a video from an account that shows investigators on that far side. You might be interested in looking at it. I just retweeted it because I think what you just described is what that video shows.
Yeah, and you ask, you shall receive there, Chuck. I just sent you a bunch of pictures, DM'd you a bunch of pictures that
Thank you.
Gurney sent me. and it's some pretty up close and personal pictures there. And we'll go to Gurney because he has his own theory and whatnot. And not to mention, I will mention it. I was getting some DMs this morning that it might have been UFOs.
Well, I got those pictures, and thank you. And yeah, you know what, guys?
Does that include the picture which clearly showcases that a projectile has actually pierced through the road, because that exists already?
Is there one of those? Okay, well, that would be.
There is one of those, yes.
Well, here, and as we're stacking up what it could be, no one loves a good frogman raid more than I do. But the thing that militates against a naval special warfare operation is, look, it's an extremely long insert. And I don't personally like to go on one-way missions, and I like to get home afterwards. And it's an extremely long exfil. So for those reasons, I think we're looking at a missile.
And only to succeed by taking out one side of a passenger bridge. Not, it's not like they achieved strategically everything they would want to achieve if they were to take that risk, right? It would have been a failure. It would have been a failure if you went there to do that mission. That would have been a failed mission.
Yeah, and the other thing, you got to look at it this way. You got your nice SEAL platoon, and you got them on their short leash, and they would like nothing better than to drop this bridge. But if I were briefing back this operation to National Command Authority, I would say, look, we could get wrapped up going in here or coming out, and that's not what you want, right? And we've said this 100 times on this program. The greatest thing I ever learned in special warfare is never send a man where you can send a hand grenade. So if you could do this with a standoff weapon, that is absolutely the best way to do it. So the other thing I love about this program is we've got a lot of smart people putting their heads together and looking at this information, and that's the way to get to it. I mean, right now it's a mystery with a couple of probable ways it happened and a couple of ways that are not very likely.
Do you mind if we go to some hands here, Chuck? We got an awful lot of people requesting to get up, and the speaker panel's full.
I'd be happy to, absolutely, and and especially please call in if you know what happened.
Okay, so let's take the ones who were staying the longest. With Kanzakilla, Relar, and Ralph, who stayed on the longest and waited. So we'll go Kanzakilla, Relar, Ralph, and after that we'll go Paulie, Gurney, Bloke, and David.
Thank you so much, Axel. I was on last night when you broke the news, and that was one of my favorite. That will be one of my favorite memories. Hearing you and Craig when this news broke, that was just fabulous.
Positively giddy.
It really was. And did you take any 18-year-old scotch this morning in celebration, like you said you were going to?
As I told everyone, I was already feeling sick a little, and I felt that it was sort of coming down. I said sod it, and I took the Bunahaven 18-year-old out, as agreed with Gunny. Took a big slug, and thought, now I'm ready.
Excellent. Hey, have you been aware of, or do you know anything about the reports that came out been reported a couple hours ago about Germany basically saying that they will deliver both the Iris-T and 100 tanks from Greece and Slovakia? And if that's the case,
it's not.
It's not.
They did, no, it's a misinterpretation by one media outfit, and it's pitiful because it's different. The number 100, which popped up, had to do with different equipment, and that happened with the Lambrecht visit to Lithuania, which was reported on yesterday, and the continuation of discussions today. And the press conference, I have the transcript here, details. I've actually seen part of it. I can definitely assure you one thing. What has been discussed, 3 IRSTs, yes, plus the dingoes. These are the APCs. And yesterday in the evening, I think Chuck was even there with us, with Tim and myself, standing outside and having a chat when we talked about the dingoes, the Bushmasters and likes, and the French APCs and the wolves and whatnot. And the relative value of the dingoes is great. Fantastic, good equipment, and that's helpful, but it's just that Turkey is a little bit overbearing, are actually currently any kind of target. It is pitiful, I know, but that's why you should continue to do what? You should pursue the highlight and the hashtag free the leopards. Put more pressure on people.
Absolutely. In light of this development, Chuck, I was wondering if you could speak of when would be the best time to capitalize on this sort of strategic move by Ukraine?
Wow, it's let's put it this way also. This is a great strategic victory in the information sphere as well. This after the Saki strike, that sort of alerted Moscow that Crimea was in play, that their assets there weren't safe. Axel has sent me those photographs, and I am looking at a hole in the bridge deck, which makes a lot of difference in what I think happened. I've always thought since Saki that the ATACMS are available. You're absolutely correct in describing this as a strategic move by Ukraine. And the difference between strategy and tactics, folks, is tactics are what your military people do, right? And how they do it. And strategy is something that takes into realm everything across what we call the dime fill spectrum, which is diplomacy, information, military, industrial, financial, and legal. Those are the factors that ideally should drive your military. So you make strategic decisions, and you assemble bundles of tactics, battles, etc., so you can win the war. I am sure that as soon as Ukraine found that the West was willing to give them weapons, that the ATACMS was one of the things they wanted first, and for exactly this reason. We've all seen what's happened in Kherson, with both the thorough preparation of the battle space and blowing the bridges across the Dnipro River there. That has logistically stressed the 49th Combined Arms Army. Look, they're on short rations. Their ammunition is not abundant. Logistically, they don't have all the goodies they want. And that's because we the Ukraine rather, blew up highway bridge that was simply 2 kilometers across. The Kerch Strait Bridge is a giant bit of engineering, which, by the way, Mr. Putin decided to put up. It was his strategic move to build this giant rail connection and basically interstate highway bridge connecting Russia to the crown jewels of the stuff it's stolen from Ukraine. Crimea is and was everything to Russia. Look, they think they own it by right of their own sacrifices there from the Crimean War onward through World War II. They think it's theirs and they own it. Mr. Zelensky's just told them, look, you may own it, but now you're not going to be able to feed it and supply it. Because everything that Crimea is going to need has to come across that bridge, and or ferries or amphibious ships that can be put into use to supply Russian needs in Crimea. We've seen what for long-range precision strikes the Ukrainians can deliver on that bridge. It's not lost to anyone in the Russian Navy who watched the Moskva go to the bottom of the Black Sea that their amphibious ships pressed into service to supply Ukraine. They're going to catch Neptune missiles. They're going to catch the Harpoon missiles that Denmark supplied. This is a big, big message to Moscow. And, I wouldn't be surprised if within the next 72 hours, we see another strike on this bridge. That wouldn't surprise me at all. And perhaps we're going to see a strike that interdicts the railroad bridge. And, message complete. So fascinating occurrence here.
Thank you very much.
Much appreciated. So let's move further. Rila.
Hi, thank you for bringing me up. Yeah, so I just want to say that the Crimean Peninsula was pretty, for the most part, didn't have the ability to create its own food sources, and it really one of the things that the Russians did when they first captured Kherson is they kind of opened up this water. I don't know what to call it, but it's like a water gateway that allows water to flow to the Crimean Peninsula. Back in 2014, when Russia, basically stole Crimea back, they from Ukraine turned that water gate off. So between 2014 and 2018, where or whatever the year the Kursk Bridge was complete, the Crimean Peninsula was not able to actually grow most of its own food sources. So a lot of their food is imported. One of the things that the Russians did when they first captured Kherson when they first captured Kherson at the start of the war, is they opened up that water gate so that they could have a full season essentially of growing their own crops. Now with the attack going on in Kherson, which has been absolutely surgical, and this explosion on the Kursk Bridge, and all of the bridges being taken out, the Dnieper River, it seems like the people that live on the Crimean Peninsula are essentially going to be very food insecure. They have no way essentially of growing their own food. They're gonna feel the effects of losing the railway, of losing the water. If Ukraine captures it, it's going to be I think it's going to be a very bad situation for them as that unfolds. And I think it's going to be very difficult for them to get food security. And it's just really, in my opinion, it's been very amazing how surgical both the Kharkiv and the Kherson counteroffensive has been. And that's just a comment I have, but a question I have possibly for Chuck or anybody else who is familiar with it, but because I'm no expert, but when I watched the video of the bridge blowing up, it sounded to me like incoming artillery. It sounded like there was a missile that was cutting through the air, and there was, and that's what caused the explosion. I was wondering if maybe if anybody else had a similar thought on that, or if maybe I just am hearing things.
Chuck, Battle Moves, anyone?
Yeah, bummer. You've had 4 months to get out of Crimea. It sucks to be them. It's unfortunate, but that's war. People are going to suffer. I feel bad for the Ukrainians that are still there, I don't bleed purple piss for any of the Russians that kick the Ukrainians out or are using their summer dachas there. So for those Russians still in Crimea, you had your chance. Go swim. Go take a swim. What's the water temperatures there right now there, Chuck?
Yeah, I just want to say my question wasn't. I was just commenting on. I think what is like a multi-pronged attack on the ability of essentially Crimeans to sustain themselves. That was more of a comment. My question was about like if anyone noticed from the video on the attack on the Kurtz Bridge, if it sounded like incoming artillery. That was my main question. The other one was just a comment.
Yeah, I didn't hear that or tune into it. But it's occurred to me that another thing that when I was kind of trying to deconstruct the Saki airfield strike, that particular attack was preceded by a string of Ukrainian victories against Russian air defense sites. In particular, they took out two S-300, or it was three actually, S-300 air defense batteries prior to the ATACMS strike. I'm crediting it to an ATACMS strike. It's just dawned on me, sitting here talking right now, that in the last 72 hours, the Ukrainians have taken out 5 air defense, Russian air defense centers. The Ukrainian General Staff reports in the morning, they don't generally reveal the location of the air defense sites they've taken out. But we've got a 190-mile range on an ATACMS. Any of the positions that have been taken in the Kherson Oblast, and some of the ones that have been in Ukrainian hands for quite a long time, look, they're in the zone to actually hit the Kerch Bridge, Straits Bridge. So again, we may have been looking at the preparation of the target. Again, I'm not sure that the Russians can do anything at all when an ATACMS comes. It is astounding that when that missile takes off, it goes to 125,000 feet. Then it closes down on the target in a not quite truly ballistic manner, meaning there are some block models of that weapon that can maneuver somewhat as they approach, and they close on the target nearly in a perpendicular manner, going faster than 3.5 times the speed of sound. So if you were going to try to intercept that, you had to be ready and with your finger on the trigger and hoping all your gear works right. And I've got a hunch that later, maybe 2025, when someone's writing a book on the war, we're going to find out where those air defense complexes were interdicted. And and again, Axel sent me some photographs, and folks, I'm looking at a hole in the bridge deck. And I would tell you this: there's no way that naval special warfare operators are going to do anything to put a hole in the deck of the bridge. That's
and flapping inside.
Exactly.
You're inside.
So do you think that the train was just secondaries?
I do, but you know what? I don't think it was a coincidental secondary. We've been talking all along here that the hills have eyes, and everywhere the Russians think they're going to live forever, they're surrounded by tens of thousands of Ukrainian patriots who report every important thing they see. And I suspect that Russian rail traffic is on a schedule, and I think that this attack was planned certainly weeks in advance. I think they know what the rail schedule is, and I think they went for it to inflict the maximum damage to the maximum amount of rolling stock. So, yeah, good job.
All right, so let's move on from the first list of speakers. We still have Ralph, and then we move to the next. Ralph?
The second.
Not a problem. Take your time.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I think that today is a good day for Crimean Bridge, but important know that Ukraine government and Ukraine state officially not said that we are shoot down Crimean Bridge, and it's my version, it's my opinion. Someone is smoking, and it's a I think that is a natural disaster. It's my opinion. I have a two question of Mr. Chuck. It's my major concern is Russia start to again active shooting fine rocket civilian infrastructure, especially of Odessa because seaport, and second Lviv. I mean, it's special of railway. And my final question is, um, I think that early September, Army Chief Valery Zalozhny and Ukraine retired General Mikhail Zagorodny, he's a member of Ukraine Parliament. He's a published article, Ukraine State Agency, Ukraine Forum, and so many versions it's talking about this article. He said that as possibility again risk of next year, early 23, Russia may be possibility again is trying to full-scale attack against Ukraine. Do you think that possible? That's my question. Thank you very much. Glory to Ukraine. Slava Ukraine.
Yeah, great. I agree with you. It was a natural disaster, and I hope more of them happen. Do I think that there could be a major Russian offensive coming? I think you can absolutely count on it. They're working on their big plan to sweep Ukraine into Poland. That's their plan. They're working on it. The thing that Ukraine is doing, and in a very smart manner, they can't stop what Putin wants. Right? He wants to destroy Ukraine. They're not going to change his mind. As long as he's the commander in chief, that's what he wants. And every time there's a setback like this bridge or the Saki airfield or anything else, or that Kherson offensive or the Kharkiv offensive, he wants to hurt Ukraine even more. But what Ukraine is doing cagily is they're affecting the tool that Mr. Putin wants to use to do that. He wants to use the Russian army to subdue Ukraine. But the Ukrainians are taking away the combat effectiveness of the Russian army every day. They're doing that by hitting their logistics. They're doing that by hitting their headquarters. They're doing that by isolating forces. They're doing that with successful offensives that lead to the capture of hundreds of Russian soldiers. We see it every day on the battlefield. 38% of the Russian losses are people who walked away from their equipment. Look, I'm the guy that's saying that I think this war is going on for a couple more years. Okay, it's not going to be over, but I think that we've already reached the turning point. That when the history of this war is written, that they're going to say by fall of 2022, the tide has turned. And Mr. Putin just put in his ninth new general. He just fired one and put in another one. These guys last about 30 days in this job because they can't do what Mr. Putin wants them to do. And importantly, the Ukrainians are making sure that these generals can't do what they want to do because they're blunting the combat effectiveness of the Russian army. Look, it's a force that is depleted. It's tired. They don't trust their own equipment. They don't trust their own main battle tanks. They walk away from their electronics warfare equipment. They walk away from satellite uplinks. They walk away from air defense systems. And look, heads are going to continue to roll. Look, there's an air defense commander in his zone of operations. It included the Kerch Bridge. I could promise you that guy's on his way to the Lubyanka tonight. This is the way that the Soviets operated their army. It's the way the Russians operate theirs now. In the Stalinist days, that was called the vertical stroke. If you were in charge of that bridge and you didn't protect it, it was the vertical stroke. They got you, they got your executive officer, they got your operations officer, they got everybody in your staff, and you were gone. And they wheeled in new people. And either you got the job done or you're going for a ride in a black van. And that is not the way to put an army together. That no one's going to want to assume responsibility. Nobody does. Let's all circle back 30 days from now, and we'll see if we still have this new commander in power. I haven't even had time to learn his name. Okay, it's
I don't take sucker bets.
Yeah, Surakovkin. We'll see if he's there. I mean, there's a picture of him at his appointment. He looks like they just sentenced him to death. Plus, he's an Air Force officer, and that's okay. I mean, joint command. The higher up the chain of command you go, the more you're expected to know about other spheres of operation. We have a similar system. You can be secure and you could be an Air Force officer, and you're in charge of the Navy, the Army, the Marines, everybody in there in that your area of operations. I don't think this guy is going to last. And the reason I don't think he's going to last is Ukraine has done a great job making sure that this guy, new commanding general, he doesn't have a sword. He's got a rock. He doesn't have a sword. He's got a sharp stick, and it's not sharp anymore. So that was a good points there. Good points and a good question.
Okay, I'm gonna have to take my leave of here. I got to run out and do some things. I'll continue to send you all the sexy DMs there, Chuck, with stuff blowing up. I do have to say, angry gnome, I've been trying to get you up, buddy. I suggest that you drop from the space, clear your cache, or restart your phone, because I'm just having the damnedest time getting you up here to the speakers panel. That being said, once you've said your piece, please cycle down and allow others come up, because we do have quite a few people trying to get up here. I guess I'll see everybody tonight, and happy blowing up Bridge Day.
Happy Coach Bridge Day. All righty, so let's continue. We have in our top list, we have John, David, Paulie, Gurney. John.
Thank you very much, Axel. Chuck, I wanted to ask you, one thing that struck me as particularly interesting was this spray of particulate matter, if you will. And forgive me for any background noise. I'm currently doing laundry. There's been some discussion over whether or not that is, potentially, particulate matter from, some sort of, ANFO compound. But what's interesting is that if you look at the bottom of the structure of that bridge, it is all solid steel. And I'm curious if that spray is just, essentially molten steel that has been liquefied from that, blast wave and from the thermal conditions created by that detonation. Because if you also look at the CCTV footage of the particulate matter spraying off to the left towards the rail bridge and into the water, you can see some pretty sizable disruptions on the water surface when they impact the water. So that would seem to indicate that these aren't just small pieces of some chemical composition. These look like pretty sizable potentially pieces of metal with quite a bit of mass behind them.
Yeah, it could be, but again, I'm not sure that I buy the videos that I've seen. Somebody sent me one that allegedly of a missile hitting the bridge. Looks good, and really good piece of video considering they only had a couple hours to put it together. Again, the video that is purported to show a detonation on the bridge itself. Again, my unfortunate experience with very large vehicle bombs. Again, a couple of things didn't sit with me. The color of the explosion was wrong. The shock wave was not appropriate. You've seen sometimes, and maybe you remember old footage from the Vietnam War, and there would be a B-52 strike, and there would be these hemispheric bubbles of like fog that occurred. The detonation would occur, and there'd be this hemispheric flash of fog. And what literally happens there is that the blast wave travels so quickly that it creates a vacuum behind it. And in that vacuum, the temperature is lowered and the water vapor literally condenses in there, instantly making a cloud. That happens very easily in a tropical environment, but it doesn't have to be in a tropical environment. If there's water vapor in the air and the explosion's big enough, it's going to do it. And again, there's a truck coming at the camera, and this explosion video I've seen, there isn't a sufficient change in the trajectory of that truck. It just continues on, fat, dumb, and happy, like a guy who wasn't even looking in the rearview mirror. I didn't see the back of his vehicle get raised up or twisted sideways or thrown over the bridge. So, I'm not. Jury's out for me on that video. Regarding the liquefaction of the metal, you're absolutely correct. That's something that high explosive will always do in contact with metal. It's called spattering, and it produces large and microscopic molten beads of metal that burn into other pieces of metal. Oftentimes, it's big enough for you to see with your naked eye. But even if you can't see it with your naked eye, it is always there 100% of the time. Microscopically, there's no way to prevent that from happening. In the case of airline bombings, every single piece of the plane is gone through, and even just one piece with spatter on it is enough to convince most people, including me, that high explosive were used, because there isn't anything else that'll do that to a piece of metal. Well, with the exception of some things like perchloric acid and other weirdness, but we're looking at high explosives here. But you know what? I can't confirm anything. But I'm thinking more and more that this is this is an ATACMS strike that did this. But I could be wrong. But my best guess.
Absolutely,
Righty.
if I may.
Yeah, sure. I was just about to say, would you be able to, after you're doing what you're doing, also to join the co-host setup? That might be helpful.
I don't think I'll be able to. Unfortunately, I have plans
Keep
this
going.
evening as soon as I finish laundry. But what I was going to say is the reason why I asked that is my line of reasoning at this point is leaning towards, ATACMS, or if we're keeping it open, just a generic ballistic missile that detonated, that had a delay fuse and detonated inside the span of the bridge. And what my line of reasoning there is that in the videos from this CCTV cameras, we don't really see a large visible overpressure wave when the detonation occurs, which is somewhat unusual. And we also don't see much overpressure damage, that at least that I could see, to the structure of the rail bridge over to the side. However, we do see quite a lot of fragmentation damage to the rail cars themselves. Presumably that would be what ignited the fuel on board that train. And my kind of reasoning there was, well, you have an ATACMS that comes in, delay fuse setting, penetrates the surface of the bridge, detonates inside the primary structure, which is mostly steel. And so the structure of the bridge will absorb most of that energy. So you won't see, a shock wave, an overpressure wave above the bridge, but it will also, liquefy all of that steel and spray it everywhere, producing, that particulate matter effect that we see, and, spraying it all over the train and the rail bridge, eventually leading to that fire. That was kind of the reasoning that I've been working under.
Yeah, and I haven't heard an unreasonable assumption that you've made. Even a millisecond delay on the warhead striking the road surface would, it shifts the point of detonation, even slightly. At this point, if I had to tell you what it was, I'm in the high 90s that this was struck by a missile.
Well then, shall we move on to a couple of? We have so many questions for you, Chuck. If you're with
Yes,
us,
absolutely.
I would like to cycle through.
Yes, absolutely.
Alrighty. Then we go David, Paulie, Gurney. So David, please shoot.
Oh, I thought it was Gurney before me. But
that's fine. If you say so, that's fine.
Go
I
on,
just
give
went
it to
through the list
Gurney.
which I created 20 minutes ago. So, Gurney, shoot.
Hey, thanks all. If I could tweet, but I don't tweet, I'd send the link of there's a guardrail photo. There's a very interesting guardrail photo, and maybe Chuck, I wanted to get your advice, David, anyone else up here. It's interesting to me for 2 points, and if anyone knows what I'm talking about, it's a picture. And I think early on, Chuck, you were asking for some guardrail photos. What it shows is it's taken from the opposite lane of travel of the roadway that's still there. So just to orient everybody with this picture, just what I'm talking about here. The roadway that's missing is on the north side. That is from traveling the direction from Russia to Crimea. So the picture is taken looking towards Crimea. On the roadway that is still standing. So if you were to look at the right side of the picture, the right side has the roadway missing, the sections we've seen collapsed, and it's looking forward on the section is there. You can see the train bridge to the upper left of it. But what's really important, or what's really interesting to me, is the guardrail has been severed. And I just want to run this past you here to different people that understand forces. The guardrail has sheared from the right side to the left. Not angled up, not angled down, but almost near perfect horizontal. And there's a couple other pieces here that puzzle me. The guardrail has 2 sections. It has an upper guardrail that runs horizontal along the bridge, and obviously there's vertical posts that hold guardrails in. But there's an identical lower piece, so there may be not quite half a foot apart. But if you just think 2 stacked on top of each other, they're running the length of this. The top one is completely peeled away from the right side to the left, while the lower one is still completely intact. The vertical posts don't show any angular bending. It doesn't show like an upward cone emanating from below the bridge, or a downward cone from, possibly a Mach 5 missile traveling and where it detonated. But anyways, but what I'd like to say is, so the posts remain perfectly vertical. The bottom horizontal guardrail remains in place. only the top has been peeled away. But then there's another interesting piece, and I'm wondering if this recreates the timing and better defines the origin. It's peeled basically, I'm going to call it from tip to tail. One section of the guardrail has detached, and that would be, if I'm just using the video of the truck for reference here, as the truck was traveling up that incline section. So we would be looking at Crimea, both in the security video and the way this picture is taken. The section that would be closest to the origin on the bridge is severed, whereas further away from an explosion origin, it's peeled and bended. So the guardrail is traveled horizontally, basically in two directions, perfectly horizontal across the bridge from right to left, but then has been peeled forward, essentially, just this is my interpretation of it, from the point of origin, point of time from the origin, as the blast wave from whatever this was propagates outward. So it's an interesting photo for me to see that, because it from my limited understanding, it looks like we can imply two different directions from something that happened. We also have a control guardrail below that has not been affected, and we have vertical posts that don't exhibit any sort of upward or downward bending from a blast cone that would have came from below, or a blast cone that could come from above. But I'll put that out there. I thought it was interesting. I thought I'd mention it. I'll let you guys all beat me into the ground here. No, I'm kidding.
No, that was interesting. Is this photo you're talking about? There's a gentleman walking in the middle of it. He's got kind of yellow colored boots on. Is this the photo?
Got do you have the photo at hand? Do you want to put it in the nest?
Yeah, I sent it to John. If John could put it in the nest here. Yes, there's a group of soldiers. One of them does have a pair of yellow boots. So
yeah,
there's probably maybe 8 or 9 of the soldiers on the.
Yep. So we're looking at the same picture. I'm looking at the debris in the foreground, and again, look, I can't tell what it is, but I've got a hunch that those are vehicle parts right there. What we might be looking at, especially to the left, you see the guardrail bent out toward the rail bridge. We might be looking at a vehicle that was blown from right to left off the bridge. That would account for the guardrail being blown out like that. That would explain those burned parts laying there, which possibly could be from a vehicle that was in the process of blowing itself up as it went over the side. But again, it's hard to tell from the photograph. I agree with you that, look, there was a very serious force going from the right hand of that photograph to the left hand, and we know that that was where the other portion of the bridge was. And again, we've got foreshortening in the photograph, so it looks a little bit steeper than it was. And again, if someone could just let me walk around there for 20 minutes and look at some of that stuff, we'd have a much better idea. We talk about spattering. If you are looking at that picture, folks, and you see those little pieces of debris there on the road, some of them aren't exactly little. That's the kind of stuff on which spattering would occur. The closer to the detonation, the more likely you are to get that spattering. But the bigger the explosion, the bigger the explosive load, and in particular, it has to be high explosive. C4, composition B, something like that. The technical term for that is a high brisance explosive. And brisance is an artifact of the rate of detonation. And actually, when things blow up, they don't really blow up, they burn very quickly. And the rate of detonation is you make a rope out of the plastic explosive and you set it off. And the rate of detonation is literally how fast the explosion will travel down a rope made of the material. So it's measured in feet per seconds. And again, C4, it's not the fastest explosive that there is, but it's definitely nothing to sniff at. But great, you know, a great picture, great assessment, and I can't contradict anything you said.
But it's still possible, and Gunny and I had this discussion before, and that this could still be just the sign of a secondary.
Absolutely, we could be looking at second order effects here. And you know, if I had to guess what bent the left-hand guardrail, I'm thinking a vehicle went over the side, and a truck or a car, but probably a truck, because I'm looking at the guardrail. At least some of them, the supports of the guardrail are sheared off. So I don't think a Yugo did that. I think a tractor trailer did that.
You know, my only takeaway from it is I think it gives a sort of elevation, and it's only because on the right side of the picture, only half the guardrail is damaged. On the left side, both sections, both also vertical and both horizontal sections of the guardrail are completely gone. But on the right side, there's still vertical posts, and there's still a lower horizontal guardrail that was unaffected, where the upper guardrail wasn't. So in my head, unless there's some smarter people out here who can talk about blast cones way beyond my level here, the force, whatever force was imparted on the guardrail on the right, was not equivalent to the same force just inches below it that impact, because on the right side of that picture is where the dropped span would be. So the primary explosion of whatever it was is on the far right of that picture. But it's just interesting to me that only the top section of the right guardrail is gone, and it's peeled front to, well, foreground to background, and right to left.
Right, but just, you know, and we'll put this to bed in a second, but just, you know, the other thing is the bridge section was dropped, and we don't know what size chunk of debris was traveling, you know, from right to left. If it hit a truck full of fuel or a vehicle, that stuff in the foreground could literally be the only thing that's left of a passenger car. And the rest of it, people inside on fire, rotating through all axes of motion, is what went through the guardrail there. You know, and again, that's looking like automobile debris to me. But we'll see. You know, and again, all of your observations are correct. I agree with them completely. You know, we're trying to sift through the pepper to find the fly shit, as my physics professor used to say. But yeah, we definitely know what's on the right side, and that's a couple of bridge sections that are dropped. And good on the Ukrainians.
All right, let's go to Paulie, gentle people. Stick around. Let's go to Paulie, because David was so happy to concede his space. He can concede for 5 minutes more. No, 3 minutes more. Paulie, shoot. And by the way, hold before we do this, Paulie, let's just recognize the fact that a friend of the program, Nuno Felix, has joined. So we now have 2 SOF chaps here.
Thank you.
Hey, Axel. Thank you. You're very welcome.
Yeah, hi, Chuck, and thank you for your expertise and insight on the matter, and also for your your work on throughout the weeks. Yeah,
Thank you,
so
sir.
with my limited ranger background, 1 year in Finland and 16 years in the reserve, when I woke up this morning at 7 a.m. Kiev time, I first thought that it was Spec Ops and Frogman doing their work. When I first see it, looked like the 3 joints have collapsed, and I thought it was the explosives. But later on, now that we have the Maxar pictures, the Salada pictures, and then we have the pictures from the bottom of the bridge, I think it's pretty clear that it's 2 missiles with bigger payload. That's my take on the matter. But my question is that I know that you've been following the Kherson front. So how do you see This is a good thing for Ukraine, but how do you see this affecting the Kherson front? How do you see the logistics and the fighting going on at the Kherson direction with this incident going on? Thanks.
Yeah, Paulie, I absolutely agree with you. I was looking at stuff in the morning, and the only thing I could say is I couldn't rule out naval special warfare. I think I can rule it out now, and especially Axel sent me a photograph that I will have to admit I didn't look at closely enough when I saw it this morning, because it does show a perforation in the bridge deck. And that to me excludes naval special warfare, because you're a ranger yourself. You know, if you're going to haul the explosive to the target, punching a hole in the bridge deck is completely superfluous to dropping the span. So not 1 ounce of C4 would have been wasted doing that. How is it going to affect Kherson? I think it's going to affect Kherson immediately. I think it's already affected Kherson. I have a hunch that within 72 hours, and perhaps later, because the Russian air defense has been alerted to their problem, but I think soon we're going to see the rail bridge interdicted in the Kerch Strait. And again, I mean, we've talked a lot over the past months or so. People have said, when are they going to hit the bridge? When are they going to hit the bridge? And, you know, taking out a bridge, there's a lot of answers to that question. What do you want to do? If I get tasked to take out a bridge, which actually doesn't happen a lot in special warfare, it happens some. But the first question I ask is, how long do you want the bridge out for? And more importantly, what are you trying to do? And normally a general or an admiral commanding me would say, I want to throttle their logistics for 72 hours. I want to permanently cut this bridge. I want to affect the logistics for 24 hours or 12 hours. And all of those are valid taskings, and they change the way in which special operations forces would address the target, but also to people who are landing ATACMS or HIMARS or artillery or even an airstrike. You know, the question you ask your superior is, how long do you want this out for? Just looking at the damage that's been done, look, when you've got ATACMS, you can really do what you want to do. What was done this morning was to take out one side of the road bridge. So it is still possible right now to drive from Russia to Crimea and back in your car. A second ATACMS strike can either make sure that nobody can go by car anymore, or no one can go by rail anymore. And I think what is more important is to take out the rail link. You might ask, well, why didn't they completely take out the road link? Well, I can see why I wouldn't, because I want those people in Crimea to go the F home. And if I take out both sides of the road bridge, they won't be able to do that, or they won't be able to do that as fast as I want them to do. And believe me, they're going to start doing it. I think we're probably, like I say, I think we're going to see more strikes on Crimean targets here, possibly in the next 72 hours. We might wait a little bit because, believe me, the air defense people have got the memo and they're watching very closely. I'd like to make them watch really closely for 72 hours until they get really tired. And I know everyone served a triple shift and they're not paying attention anymore. That's when I'd like to hit them again. A lot of people have said, look, this was Putin's birthday present. It didn't come on his birthday, because I'm sure the people were paying attention. And nobody wanted a surprise on the boss's birthday. And those triple shifts I was talking about, they probably took place over the last 72 hours, right? They didn't want anything to go wrong. And as soon as the boss's birthday passed, everyone let their hair down a little bit. Okay, well, they didn't get us. Well, they got you the next day. So great question. And, that's what I think is going to happen. And it's Kherson that's going to be hurting. First, it's Crimea, and then it's Kherson. And I think we may see the offensive pick up again in Kherson. And the good thing is the Russians don't know where it's coming. They don't know where that blow is going to fall. Is it going to be in Kharkiv or is it going to be in Kherson? And they have to cover both avenues.
I will have a point for you there later.
Good stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauline. Chuck, exactly on this point. But before we go to that point on that question, Nuno, you also had your hand up. So, what's your take at the moment?
First, to say hello to everyone and to Chuck. Good that we cross again, brother.
Hey, Nuno. Good to see you, brother.
Hey, good to see you, man. So I believe I have to agree with Chuck. At beginning of this morning, I always found when I saw the first videos and I dived a bit into it, I saw two possibilities because the truck, I don't think it fits the MO, it doesn't fit the explosion, then it doesn't fit the hot shrapnel we see hitting the train because the train ignites over hot shrapnel. One of the CCTV videos is, if you go frame by frame, you'll see that whatever explodes on the bridge creates the shrapnel Chuck was talking about because the bridge is mostly steel and it ignites the train. I considered two possibilities on this also, as Chuck did: special operations and obviously a missile strike, an ATACMS strike. Honestly, I'm leaning towards an ATACMS strike with a high degree of confidence because, as Chuck was pointing out, if we look at the pictures, you'll see that one of the road slabs basically is crippled in the middle, and from there it sinks. It sinks both parts into the river, and the other two slabs get off their expansion joint. If it was also, you have one picture that's been circulating from beneath the bridge where you see the pylons, and the pylons have no burn marks, which means that special operations, and Chuck can also correct me, if you're trying to blow this, you'd go for the expansion joint. You'd never go for the mid of the bridge. You need explosives shaped to hit the expansion joint in order to collapse the slabs. You don't try to do it through the middle of the bridge because it's simply easier and it works for the formed charge to work perfectly. First, it would be a significant amount of explosives, so getting there, setting them up, all of that takes time. This is something that would require a special operations team a lot of time. It's time consuming in a time sensitive objective. Then you need to get out, then you need to detonate them. So from what I've seen by now, I believe it's an ATACMS strike. Also, same as Saki, we see the slab being cut in half. ATACMS has a fuse that only blows after it hits the middle of the. It only blows after it hits the target. Sorry, we're talking probably a unitary warhead, the M57. So it's gonna punch into the target. It's gonna blow inside that concrete, and then the explosion shockwave will get the other slabs out of the joints, will melt steel, and that melted steel can explain the huge amount of hot shrapnel we saw igniting the train. That's my view. What do you think, Chuck?
Nuno, you're spot on, and nobody likes to see a frogman hit more than I do, but you're absolutely right. Time on target, the insert and the exfil, those are really long. I never like to turn down a job, but if I were briefing back to my superior, if you wanted a special operations hit on this bridge, I'd say, look, there's not a real high possibility of success. You might be able to get into the target, but I'm not sure you could get out. And we're talking tens and tens of sea miles across. Look, the Black Sea is essentially a Russian lake, right? They've got a lot of floating assets, and I wouldn't want to negotiate them. So I agree. I started this morning not being able to rule out a special operations hit, but I am like Nuno now, 100%. We're looking at an ATACMS, and it's going to get harder and harder for the anti-ATACMS people, to deny what was done at Saki. And Nuno and I have been united in our assessment with that. We've heard some pretty preposterous stuff that commandos came onto the airfield, dragging that much explosives, a swarm of drones, each carrying 500 pounds of C4. I mean, all these things were absolute fairy tales. What's the most likely thing here? And I think Nuno hit it on the head. It's ATACMS.
Yeah, Chuck, if
All
I
right.
can just pitch in, Axel, really quick.
No, of course, please, go.
I agree totally with Chuck. I mean, we've seen it multiple times, even with Saki. The sheer amount. First of all, let's think logistics. As in any operation, special operations, it revolves around the logistics of things. This bridge is nowhere near what Ukrainian base or a Ukrainian point. So basically, you'd have to infill through a Russian lake, basically through the Sea of Azov or through the Black Sea around Crimea to get to the bridge. Then it's time consuming to put explosives on those pylons. It is. It's very time consuming. You'll be operating out of probably ribs to get near that because you're not swimming there, and you need quite a bit of explosives to produce the necessary effects. Then you need to get out of there. It's the sheer logistics of it. If you come to think of it, makes it's never impossible. If you're talking using submarines, which Ukraine doesn't have, but without submarines, it's very, very complex to organize and very complex to pull off. So I reckon that ATACMS is the most obvious explanation. And as Saki, me and Chuck, we also read all kinds of drones and loitering munitions carried on your back and whatnot. Guys, it's a huge amount of explosives to create what happened in Saki to create this. So it's probably an ATACMS strike.
And again, circling back to the morning video showing a truck detonating on the bridge. Nuno, I don't know if you were listening to that. I assessed that video as forgery special effects. Unfortunately, I've seen a couple of truck bombs go off. It didn't look like it to me. The characteristics of the explosion were wrong. The colors of the smoke were wrong. The blast effects were wrong. But most importantly, whenever I get a piece of information, I consider the source, and then I look at the product and I say, what is the source? What does the source want me to believe? And that video this morning coming from Russia, implicating Ukraine in the detonation of a truck bomb, the ultimate coward's weapon on the bridge, and even going so far as here is the Ukrainian martyr who did it, or pretending that that there were Ukrainian sources commending this truck bomber. It just didn't float with me. It didn't float. And as Nuno's pointed out, it was funny when we were discussing online. Mostly it's online because when people speak to each other, they tend to be a bit more polite. But Nuno and I found ourselves fighting these guys who have never been in the military, telling us how an airfield is interdicted, telling us that a swarm of drones could have done this or other, just fanciful things. And again, look, this is at least the second attack that could have only been carried out by ATACMS. It is the only thing that could have done it. Someone might say, well, look, they've repurposed a Neptune cruise missile to do this. Is that possible? Yeah, it is possible. But an incoming Neptune or Harpoon missile, look, they're transonic. They are sea skimmers, but they're not that fast. And this is a high density area. So for me, you want a weapon that's coming in at not quite the speed of sound, or do you want one that's coming in vertically at 3.5 times the speed of sound? I mean, my money's on the second one. Nuno, would you agree with that?
Totally, Chuck. I mean, let's be frank. First of all, you make a good point. All the obfuscation we've seen from Kyiv reminds us of Saki. It's a truck bomb. It's the Russians did it. Whatever. It's all that information operation side is very. It's reminding us of Saki, where Ukraine sources said it was special forces, it was the SBU, it was X, Y, Z. And a few weeks after that, the commander-in-chief of the Ukrainian armed forces came out and said, well, it was missiles, right? Second, when we're looking at the Saki strike, for instance, both me and Chuck told a number of people that never had to carry these things on their backs, because this is what you're talking about. Listen, you're not driving a truck full of explosives into a Russian air base. Actually, not 1, 3, or 4 trucks full of explosives into a Russian air base, right? And no, you cannot carry enough loitering ammunition to do exactly the same crater in exactly the same place. And yes, could it be an air-launched cruise missile made out of a Neptune with a Harpoon warhead and a guidance system? Yeah, it could. But as Chuck pointed out very well, it's subsonic. So first of all, air defense would get it. And if you're hitting a target, a very heavy target, a very hardened target, like a bridge, what you want to hit is you want a weapon designed to hit a very hardened target. And that's a weapon that comes at 50,000 feet with Mach 3, Mach 4 almost, straight at the target and at a 90-degree angle in a pinpoint precision, carrying 500 kilograms of high explosive. And it can detonate on a delayed fuse after it hits the target, like 5 milliseconds after, 0.05 seconds after it hits the target. It's still, that's ATACMS. I know that people, but the DOD did say they did not give ATACMS. Well, they did.
Well, they didn't send American. No, they only said that they didn't send American.
I was gonna say, Axel, is the US the only user of ATACMS out there?
Exactly. And I know that the United States government has never lied to anybody once for any reason.
No, the DoD never lies to anyone, nor the CIA.
There was literally
Never.
a briefing a couple of years ago, literally, where the spokeswoman got up there and said, "We're not going to lie to the public anymore," unquote. And I thought, well, there's the lie. And look, I don't take it personally, folks. I mean, it's, you know, this is the way of war. It's the way that it is. It doesn't break my heart.
How business is conducted, Chuck. I mean,
Exactly. Nuno, if you feel like carrying this, I'm afraid that I'm going to have to go shortly. I might be able to get one or two more with you, but I'm going to have to go shortly.
Sure. I was about to go to Ian and to Chris because they had been here the longest, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
Sure. Ian, shoot.
Yeah, great. Thank you. So, okay. So, you know, I obviously respect both of your opinions, obviously, from having all the experience in the world regarding this stuff. I've just a couple of things for me to bring up. Number one, if this was an ATACMS missile strike, you know, do you believe that they would have fired more than one ATACMS, or they would just try it with one? I personally, I mean, I have a sense that if they were going to go for an ATACMS missile strike, they would at least try to do a double tap on it. You know, it just makes sense to me. From the overhead, the Maxar image, it really suggests to me there was only one strike for sure. I mean, the other side of the bridge is only impacted in any way, shape, or form in one area. So I just don't see how the Maxar image reveals, anybody could see the Maxar image and think that there were two impacts. And originally people thought that because of how many spans of the bridge were fallen and all that. There's somebody I think even tweeted it to you, replied to you, and they did it was an architect. I can find it, but they did a 3D model of the bridge spans collapses and where it's buckled and where it's just disjointed and all that stuff. And it's I think it was one strike. Number one. Number two was the ATACMS. If I just feel like if there was any type of penetration into that bridge and then a high explosive was detonated after some sort of penetration, that there would have been much more damage underneath the bridge to the other side of the other span that was not fallen, and to the underneath side of the span that was fallen. I don't see enough damage underneath that bridge to suggest a penetration of a Mach 3 missile detonating underneath the concrete. Number three, you know, I think there's been a lot of talk about how, you know, for that train to have been impacted or affected, you know, it must have been fragmentation. But do we think that let's just say, if a truck bomb were to explode on that bridge, could it have been packed with partly with thermite and just throwing thermite all over that train bridge? And would that have potentially ignited the train? Cars, you know, there apparently there was some sort of pipeline as well on the bridge. I don't know. That was another question. So yeah, so I only see one impact, and I would imagine an ATACMS missile strike on a key asset like that would have at least included two. Penetration, I don't see any damage under the bridge, and could a thermite truck bomb have set off the train? Oh, sorry. And the other thing is, I don't know if this has been talked about, but are you aware of the New York Times reporting that the SBU claimed that you know, that it was an operation, basically they, you know, hired a truck company to take a load to Crimea, and you know, and it was unknown potentially to the driver, And then also the apparently the X-ray
The
systems.
New York Times. The New York Times is really smart, as you know.
Yeah, I understand. I totally get that. So I take it with a grain of salt. And then just an interesting fact, I haven't been able to completely confirm it, but there's an X-ray system for trucks scanning trucks, but that only exists on the Crimean side for trucks going to Russia, but not for the Russian side for trucks going to Crimea. So, anyways, just yeah, thanks.
Well, good points, and Nuno, jump in. Regarding a truck bomb, I'm not seeing it. Regarding the New York Times, unfortunately, they were all over the Commandos did Saki side as well. I think a lot of times in the fourth floor of the New York Times, they get a story and they don't even run it by a private first class. Regarding let's say it was a truck bomb, and would thermite account for the damage to the train and the burning of the train? You probably wouldn't need or want to put thermite in a charge configured to blow up on the bridge. Thermite doesn't have any explosive brisance. It does burn through anything, but I think just hot debris from the explosion, and let's just say whatever caused the explosion, would be sufficient to set off some train cars carrying fuel. And the last thing I'd say, that turning it over to Nuno afterwards, is that I have seen now that there, Axel showed me convincing photographs where I was looking at a bridge section in the water, and there are absolutely plain holes in the bridge. So that tells me something hit it from above, and I'm still clinging to my Attackham's story. And Nuno, what would you think about the demolition dynamics of a truck bomb?
So regarding this issue, I agree with Chuck. I mean, a truck bomb. First, let's be frank. I've seen some people suggest that the truck bomb could be formed as a shaped chart. I never saw a truck bomb formed as a shaped chart, because as far as I know, and there may be some very industrious bomb makers out there that are far more capable than me, but I never saw anywhere a truck bomb, a VBID, IED formed as a shaped chart. If we look at the picture that Chuck was pointing out, you're going to see that the road slab, it's first of all, it's cut in half and it's cratered. Well, if you most of the thermal damage is under the water, because the slab is cratered in half, and the other slabs were disjointed by the shear force of the shockwave and the pressure that the structure of that paved road absorbed. Then you have the other lane on. There's one strike. There's one impact that we can. From the Maxar pictures, there's in you have that point correctly. From what we see, there's one impact point, and that impact point is where you see the road collapse. You see the road slab cut in half, and you see the other side of the slabs, the other side of the road, the bridge, also black. The pavement is blackened by the explosion, but it's not damaged. That tells us that something penetrated that structure, detonated milliseconds after impact, 0.05 seconds after impact, and that pressure and that shear force melted the steel that created the ignition, the sparks, the hot shrapnel that ignited the train, and created the force to make the rest of the contiguous slabs to get out of the expansion joints of the bridge. It can be something else, sure. You could put there. I never saw. I don't see the dynamics of a VBIE, as Chuck was pointing out, is very different. You'd see, first of all, possibly wreckage from the truck itself, possibly, and the explosion itself would would create a crater, but some of the concrete, some of the tar in the concrete would absorb some of the shock, and probably you'd have a slab hanging out or kind of destroyed with the steel beams underneath it. You don't see any of that. You see a very precise strike on that.
So
That
one thing I'll
leads us
just say, sorry, one thing I'll just say about that, Mark, I just reposted it, but Mark Hertling has a photo of a truck bomb that took out a bridge, and it basically looks severed, like somebody, I just reposted it on my timeline, but looks like somebody, looks like controlled demolition. So anyway, so there is precedent, I think, for truck bombs taking out
there's
bridges.
precedent even in Iraq and other places. There's precedent from truck bombs hitting bridges. I'm just saying that in this case, and but regarding precedents, can also say that there's no precedent in Ukraine using a suicide bomber, because this is what this is, right?
No,
Does
no, I
anybody?
mean, I'm not suggesting that it's a Ukrainian suicide bomber.
If it's not a Ukraine, it's not a Russian suicide bomber for sure. It could
Well,
be,
but I
yes,
mean, it
the
could be
EU hired
right.
the guy, and the guy just drove the truck, didn't know what was on a truck. Cool.
Yep.
How do you detonate the truck?
Remotely.
What, from where?
I mean, you know, I'm pretty sure there's ways to. Anyways, I don't want to tell you what you know. You're the expert. I believe there are
But
ways to.
see the point. See the point I'm making.
No, yeah, but
Yeah,
I think
you
you
could
can
detonate
remotely
it
detonate.
remotely. Cool.
Yeah.
You could detonate remotely, possibly. Yes.
Yeah.
Is it as precise as using a weapon that can also hit a sympathetic target? Because I think that the failure of imagination here is people are thinking it can be ATACMS because the Department of Defense in the US said supply ATACMS. Well, the Department of Defense didn't say they supplied. First of all, they didn't say they supplied harm, did they? And also, there's other users of HIMARS out there, of ATACMS out there that have been supplying a lot of hardware to Ukraine. So the US may be telling the truth. They did not supply it.
Yep, and I hope you guys are right. I want it to be ATACMS. I hope you guys are right.
Regarding the number of missiles, perhaps you have a limited number of missiles supplied per target. That's simple, because ATACMS is a weapon that, as we've seen for all the publicity and all of that, it's a weapon that always generates political negotiation, political issues. So in that sense, there may be a limited number per target, or to be used in specific targets or specific target packages. I don't really know about that.
I think that's an argument for more than one missile being used, just because if you're going to take that risk of stirring up that pot, you better make sure that it was worth it. So anyways, I really appreciate your insight. I hope you guys are right. I want it to be ATACMS for sure. I just can't rule out the truck bomb, but I will let somebody else go because I've taken up enough time. Thank you.
Well, that brings us to David.
Wonderful, and then hopefully we can put this the truck bomb to bed. Firstly, Truck, it's an absolute pleasure listening to you, and I'm very glad that you survived the tragic days in Beirut. Right, would have been dreadful. So the thing, I know we did talk about the truck bomb, but there's one thing that we keep on forgetting. So people have posted pictures of truck bombs that they've taken out bridges. I would like to, and I don't think Axel's put this picture back into the nest. But if anyone, which is probably indelibly printed into the mindset of most people from America, is that if you remember the Oklahoma bomb, which was a truck bomb, there's, I think it's a 10-story building, and it's pretty much been blown away. Right? There's a reason for that. It's because simple physics, force takes the route of least resistance. So whilst a truck bomb could very well have taken out the bottom of the bridge, but it doesn't explain why less than 30 meters away you have a train that's completely intact. Right? And I think this is the salient, important point. The train has got a couple of holes in it, which would be accounted for by the molten metal from missile, but doesn't account for anything from a truck bomb. That train would have been on its side. It would have been blown away from where the truck was. And I think that's the really, really final nail in the coffin for whether it was a truck bomb or not. Because it's a really big explosion. Why is it didn't take out the train? There's a couple of little holes in it, which you could make with, if you had a gun, right? And they would account for that. Nothing else really accounts for that moment. But thank you very much, Chuck. I'm really glad that you debunked the frogmen underneath the bridge. I just couldn't see frogmen prosecuting under the middle of a bridge. I could see them up the side on the pier leg and damming it up, but nothing else really.
Yeah, I agree with you. And just to pull back up to 100,000 feet here. Look, we had the information. Now, remember, this operation was planned, okay, by the Ukrainians. They planned it, and operational deception was look. That was a paragraph in the original tasking order here, and they entered the information stream. Suggestions were made, I think, initially by the Russians that it was a truck bomb, because that was a great way to besmirch the Ukrainians. I think the Ukrainians went with it. Look, remember all the contradictory stuff we had after Saki, including an accredited Ukrainian diplomat who gave an interview to the New York Times and said it was a commando raid. So it's not just the United States government that has an elastic relation with the truth. Look, the Russians know, and and I said this after, the Russians know exactly what happened. They know exactly what happened. And I think as in Saki, they're going back and they're checking their radar coverage and their air defense information. And they're seeing right now that they had an extremely limited opportunity to hope to launch an interceptor to interdict this incoming missile. But again, we're talking about the incoming round is coming at least 3.5 times the speed of sound, which, by the way, is about as fast as anybody's air defense missiles can move. In fact, they don't generally move that fast. So again, by the time the Russians even realized they were getting attacked, this bridge was in the water. And again, though, you've got a couple of guys here who have some firm opinions on what it probably isn't, and we've given some technical and also some just experiential reasons why. And remember, you're hearing this stuff. It was a truck bomb. It wasn't. Look, ask yourself, who's trying to sell me this truck bomb story? And I'm not saying demeaningly that the truck bomb story, or anything, whatever story it is, that this was a torpedo.
Chuck,
Exactly.
I am. It's an Uber bomb. What happened was someone called it in from Rostov-on-Don. She said, "Listen, I met a girl on Tinder, like a Russian Tinder. She has 4 teeth. I'm going to meet her in Sevastopol. I want to go across the bridge." And presto chango, big old bum. What do you think? It's plausible. The Kremlin says it is. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, exactly. It's I always look, what's the source of the information? What information are they imparting? And then most importantly, what are these people trying to convince me of? What do they want me to think? Do they really want me to buy this story? And Yehuda, I'm glad you're
Chuck, why would the Russians say it was a truck bomb? I know the answer. I think it's because they're too embarrassed to admit that their S-400s are garbage. Their whole army is garbage. They're garbage in general. So they want to make it seem like it was some kind of organic, like, suicide bomber that put a truck bomb on their car and drove across the most surveyed bridge in Russia with all sorts of Russian not customs, but Russian agents on the one side, and then the thing went through, and then just happened to blow up at the right place. It sounds like crazy town, and I feel like I'm the mayor. Am I missing something, Chuck?
Well, there's another thing militating for not a truck bomb, because you're driving this truck bomb. You better be counting light poles. You better know how long it takes you to negotiate a segment, because meanwhile, so there's the command detonator in your hot, sweaty little fist as you're driving around listening babushka lady music, and you detonate the bomb exactly at the right spot. See, that's why I'm not on that truck bomb train. And the other thing, look, I watch that video again and again and again, and I'm just waiting for Mel Gibson to come running through the fire waving his. It
It was
doesn't.
me, Chuck. It was me.
Yeah, it was you.
It was the Jews. The Jews did it, and you know what? We'll take credit for it. Look, I mean, it's such a crazy proposition. First of all, and I'm sorry, I kind of crapped all over a one-time guest, Trent Lenko. He got the tires right. The broken clock is right once a day, twice a day if you're lucky. And he was like, VBID, blah, blah, blah. And then everyone knows, and no one knows it. Like, what are you saying? What? It's literally the most complicated plan. It could have been a remote vehicle driven by a robot with a Will Smith voice. And then when it got to grid 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, it did it. No, it didn't, dummy. Like, what are you even saying? This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. And then he had the audacity to say Occam's razor must have been a suicide bomber that was driving a car that just no. Occam's razor says the exact opposite, ding dong. It was literally a bloody missile, with GPS coordinates, and said "F you, Russia." Boom. I mean, what? I feel like I literally feel Today's been one of the most difficult days on MriyaReport for me, because it's such an empirical victory for Ukraine, and I'm listening to people who literally should be playing Scrabble, and they're trying to tell me, I got a message. You're just a cosplayer, Canadian military planner. We don't get here. We don't get here being cosplayers. You might have done a few things beforehand. Just because your idea sucks and doesn't make sense, it doesn't mean I'm a cosplayer. It means I'm not gonna, how do you say, trot out my bona fides to demonstrate to you that you have no idea what you're talking about. And I don't care if you had. Good for you. You experienced a command detonated IED in Iraq. So what? I've seen a couple of them in Israel. I don't pretend or claim to be this or that, but I'll tell you one thing. There's not one IED on a truck that if I've ever seen on a video encapsulated the whole screen and blew everything right up to the heavens. Nothing on the bottom, nothing at all. And the road's not destroyed. Perfectly, it was a bloody missile that went in, dropped the bridge in a section perfectly equidistant between both pier columns, the pier whatever they're called, and
The
it dropped
pylons,
the
the
bridge.
pylons, man.
The pylons. I call it pylons. Someone else corrected me. Nunno. Lui me dico. It's peer something, peer support. Anyway, doesn't matter. It doesn't happen that way. And I've seen really, really heavy laden trucks blow up, and they don't do that. They look more like outwards and up after. But here we are. Sorry, it's a bit of a personal, emotional reaction I'm having to silly conversation. Nuno, I loved what you said. Have you seen an explosive or two?
I've seen an explosive or two, and I agree with Chuck, and I agree with who was speaking. I believe it was Chris that was speaking last. That a truck bomb would have affected the train. Not even the shockwave of it would have affected the train, and it's not clear that the truck bomb, because there's no shape VBI.
There's no shape charge. Right?
There's
They'd
no
have to
shape
drop
charge
the
in the
bomb.
VVID. It's no shape charge in the VVID. People should really go back to school on this. There's no way, and I know I'm gonna have all sorts of guys on Twitter said there's some guy in Syria that once in a lifetime did a shape charge on a VVID. Cool, but the thing is, if it's a truck bomb, you don't get that all of that hot shrapnel. You don't get the train would be affected by the shockwave. No way around that. And the bridge doesn't break perfectly in the middle of one of the road slabs.
Yeah. Can I
And
ask
you
you
look
something?
beneath the rubs. You actually have a photo looking beneath the one of those slabs where there's a crater on the slab, right?
So Nuno, tell me something. There is a message from someone who says that claims he's a U.S. Army officer in Iraq. He says the blast happened flat against the roadway with no kinetic energy. I don't even know what that means. Causing the bounce to the bridge towards the rail bridge. The concussive compressive effect severed the roadway through compression and shear force. The fact that the alternate direction roadway is standing is only a testament to the damage that had occurred, and this is sick, I'm correcting his grammar, on the outside bridge and sheared the pre or post tensioners, and then the tension sections pancaked and collapsed from gravity. The other roadway is air gapped and separated for load redundancy. That's why the other roadway lane is still standing. The blast traveled along the tensioned concrete and sheared the point of least resistance, the metal fasteners. In English, we call this verbal diarrhea. I don't understand how someone who claims to have experienced an IED in Iraq makes it. I don't know very many 1 kilometer bridges over water in Iraq because I'm pretty sure they don't exist. So I just don't understand. The roadway, it appears to be damaged because the tensioning did its job and kept the roadway under such compression that it took a little damage only. The energy must go somewhere, and it did, into the tensioners, which cannot take the force. I literally do not even understand the amount of word salad this means. Even me, as a cosplaying Canadian military planner, no idea.
I have no idea what that means either.
I have no idea either. All I know, I've seen massive IEDs explode. They do not act like that. This looks like a punch from the sky down and up, right? And then the collapse of that particular road section due to gravity. Anyway, I just wanted to call it out because we've been talking about it almost for 24 hours, and it's just starting to piss me off. Stay in your lane, tacos. Like, it doesn't make sense.
Fight from the high ground, Yehuda. Don't fight. Don't
I
fight from the
know.
low ground. The
I'm just
amazing
so
thing,
annoyed.
the less people know, the harder they try to sell their stuff. So and here's the other thing, and because I'm willing to take the long view in the information war here, let's see how we all feel in 2025. Okay, it's not so far away, folks. That's not so far away. I mean, I've got shirts that are 30 years old, so I think we're going to find out that Saki was an ATACMS because it looked like one, and I think this was an ATACMS because it looked like one, and there are similarities. 5 Russian air defense systems were taken out in the last 36 hours. Isn't that a coincidence? Because that's exactly what happened before Saki. So,
And
and
if I can
Yehuda,
say, go ahead. Go
I'm
ahead.
afraid I got to go, and it's too
Oh,
bad because I really like doing it with you. And I really like your no nonsense. Let's treat everyone's opinion equally.
Equally as bad. Thanks, Chuck. It's a pleasure. I'm so sorry I couldn't come on earlier. I knew I asked you, and I appreciate it.
No,
Hopefully you
absolutely.
can come back later.
I can, and Nuno is there, who is my Portuguese brother from another mother.
Good to see you, brother. We
Okay,
always
brother.
miss each other.
Okay,
See you,
guys.
man.
And
See you later.
Chuck, thanks for the past couple of hours. It was good for the
Listen,
audience.
Axel, you're the man too. You're the man. Okay, guys. Thank you.
Axel's all right. Thanks.
Bye.
So now, Nuno, you have to stay until Chuck comes back. It's kind of the point.
God, man. It's late here.
Nuno, I have a friend at Portuguese Veterans Affairs. So if you don't stay on, there'll be problems. Okay?
I don't work for the government anymore, man. No problem
know.
here. But
I can dream. I can dream.
if I can say something about this, Yehuda, one point that
Please
Chuck was
do,
making,
sir.
which is very important, is we need to take the operational view of this. If we remember correctly, and if we go a little bit back on this, and we remember what preceded the Kherson offensive and even the Kharkiv offensive, there was a significant shaping operations all through a month span of time, hitting ammunition depots, hitting command and control structures, railheads, and then there was one major hit against Saki that was a key objective in the Kherson campaign because it eliminated part of the aircraft who could run close air support for Russian forces in Kherson. So we are probably entering a phase where we are seeing some more of these operations to shape future operations. This is one. This is also there's also a degrading of air defense, as Chuck pointed out, and there's another theme that's been occurring throughout the day, and it's been buried, let's say, in the last 24 hours because of the significance, also as a symbol of the Kerch Bridge, which is other railheads around even in the Donbass and other regions of Ukraine have been hit by strikes. I believe in the Donbass mostly. So what we're seeing is a number of operations focused on key axes of supply or key main supply routes and ground lines of communication. This is, as Chuck was pointing out, an indication of operations to come.
No, that's fair, and we accept that.
We can do it on the TV.
Nuno, though, tell us something. Can you tell the audience why would a government, a Western government, not unlike yours, why would a Western government not really want to advertise what guys like you can do? I think that's the real key. I think people don't realize it's not a movie. It's not the A-Team. You're not Liam Neeson. He's much better looking. Why would the government not want to advertise that? So why would the Ukrainian government not want to share that information? I think that's kind of part of the mystique and the confusion amongst our listeners. So is it important for, say, your government to advertise the things you've done when you did the work you did, or is it something that you want to kind of keep quiet and for a particular reason? Can you speak to that, Nuno?
I'd say it's like all Western governments that run operations and special operations units, and Ukraine will be no different, even if it's a particular situation. Governments dislike owning this sort of operation for numerous reasons, because some of them are not, because some of them are clandestine in nature, so they're not supposed to be attributable to a given government. Some are covert and may be attributable, but the government doesn't want you to realize what's going on because it's dubious, it's in political sensitive areas, it has issues with diplomatic ties, it may mess with economic interests. There's a number of reasons for that, mostly political. And then there's more prosaic operational reasons, right? I remember in Saki when people said, well, this is special operations forces, like an hour after the strikes. And the first thing I thought, yeah, it's some sources in the Ukrainian government says it's special operations. Well, that'd be a first. A government confirming a special operations direct action strike on a target with the force still in the region. They'd be basically killing those guys.
Why not give Nuno's address at his house, right?
Right. I mean, they'd be killing those guys, right? So the only way I could interpret that immediately was they're saying this because they want the Russians looking want all the press the same applies to attackers. The same applies to attackers. Attackers, as we've seen, is considered an and Russians are I know people sometimes say Russian command is stupid and whatnot. No, they know perfectly well. But what are they going to say? All the S-400s without it can intercept a short-range ballistic missile when they're supposed to intercept other sorts of ballistic missiles? They ain't going to say that. So they were hit. They know they were hit. It's the Americans supply the weapons, maybe not. That's a reason, maybe not. Maybe they didn't.
Oh, look, at the end of the day, there's a big there exists the impetus not to share with who did what with whom, and that's fair, right? Like we expect that. But I think that anyone who understands the situation knows full well. Anyone who knows full well knows that the Ukrainians would not have been able to hit that without permission from the Americans to deploy the ATACMS. I'm going to stand by my initial statement on the 17th of July that ATACMS made it to Ukraine, but they were under strict orders not to use it. They might have used it in Saki, but very quietly. And now maybe it's in the Ukrainian government's best interest to float an idea that this was a special forces operation. I see that happen. I see that being an option, but I just in practical terms, I don't see that being a thing. Listen.
It could be. I think Yehuda. I think we have some questions from the audience too, but I think most of all, it could be a thing, but it's also very similar to the same approach the Ukrainians took in information operations after the Saki raids. What they did is it's special forces, but not like an hour. It's loitering munitions. It's drones. It's some kind of Ukrainian homemade, home-developed, Ukrainian-developed missile. Cool. But that was all part of a certain pattern to obfuscate the use of a weapon to the public, the use of ATACMS. That's my view on this. It's my view on since Saki. And I believe the Ukrainians may have. They have a limited number. They have target packages for them, and they owe some explanations to whoever supplied them and to the U.S. and how they're used in the theater. And they've kept their end of the bargain.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Listen, Nuno, you're much smarter than me. I'm probably better looking, so it's kind of a toss up. So let's go and have people
We're
answer.
having a nice moment, Yehuda.
It was actually beautiful, and I ruined it. I'm sorry. Let's go to Chris, Brad, Erlen, and Jens. Go. Questions to Nuno, please.
Hi, Yehuda. Hope you're well. I think most of the stuff's been covered in that, but I just wanted to just chime in briefly on the, missile versus everything else thing. Just very quickly on the, when you watch that video of the truck going up the ramp and that, to me, the truck's gone well past the point where the explosion is. I mean, obviously you can't see it because the truck's the other side, but it just looks like that. And then the other thing I was going to say is that obviously there's a very strong wind going from the south to the north. So any explosion on the road there obviously is going to carry over onto the railway bridge. And obviously you can see that in all the photographs and that. So that was that, so I'm a missile officer, but I never spent any time studying the effects of my missiles, to be honest with you. But the one thing I would say is I think that there's another option on the missile front here, and that is that I think Ukraine has developed its own surface-to-surface missile. So it's not a Neptune, it's not a Harpoon, and it's not a TACMS.
You're talking Grim. You're talking Grim too.
I don't know what you want to call it, but I'm talking about a development from all of that work and that knowledge that they've got. So I'd just like to put a fourth option on the table and say, I think they've got it. I think they're testing it. So there you are. You can come back and say to me whether I was right or wrong another time.
No, Chris, I want to say it's right or wrong because honestly, it could happen. That's an option I could see. Let's see. I'd say this is a missile strike. For lack of better intelligence, I'll say it looks and behaves and it's consistent with ATACMS. But if you tell me, okay, the Ukrainians, which they have a degree of capability of doing, they got some GPS units from the States. They set up a missile of their own. They may have used it. Yeah, that could happen. I'm not saying they have a short range ballistic missile within the 300 kilometer range, and they used it here, or could be. Listen, they'd struggle with the GPS guidance system. Okay, that's something they would struggle with. But I'm not ruling that out at all. What I'm saying is this is consistent. Me and a few others are saying this is consistent with the missile strike, and for lack of better intelligence, it's consistent with the TACMS.
Yep, I'm good with that. Thank you.
All right, let's go to Bradley.
Howdy. So happy thanks bridging, everyone. I've been waiting like an hour to say that. Quick question. So let's assume that your intent was to definitely try and hit both the automobile bridge and the train at the same time, using an ATACMS or other similar rocket. Are there ordinances or versions of ATACMS that will explode prior to actually hitting the target, like 5-10 feet before it actually impacts?
It has a delayed fuse, yes. It has a delayed fuse, yes. It will penetrate. It's the warhead is the unitary warhead is an adaptation of the Harpoon warhead.
And there's another factor you have to consider, Nuno. Tell them We don't know the frequency of rail cars with fuel on it. They could be going every 20 minutes. So people
Yes,
keep thinking that it was coordinated with. I suspect that they have those supplies coming as fast as they can. So the fact that people think, "Oh, it must have been anything." It could have literally been on any given Tuesday because they are moving fuel and supplies into Kherson, into Crimea all the time. So I think people are it's a bit of a red herring, perhaps. Nuno, I don't know if you want to address it.
It could be sheer coincidence, okay? But let me just point out what I was saying to Bradley. When you look at this, if you're the ATACMS as the M57 warhead has a unitary warhead. It's an adaptation of the Harpoon warhead. And the missile it has a delayed fuse. It will hit the target. It can penetrate naval. It's designed to penetrate naval ship steel, naval armor, and then it will have a delayed fuse of about 0.05 seconds, where after which it can blow. That would make sense.
I think you maybe you confused what I was actually asking, which is if you definitely wanted to take out one of these pillar supports, you'd want something that would penetrate, right?
But hold on, Brad. Why would you want to take the pillar support out when you don't have to? You have to hit the middle of the section to collapse it. So I'm just
again,
curious.
if I might finish, my question is, yeah. So my question is this: like, if you don't actually, my question is if you don't actually need to take out those pillars in order to do what they've done. I mean, it appears obviously that they don't. In which case, if you don't need something that's going to penetrate, then could you? Is there a version of this that explodes before it actually impacts? Do you see what I'm saying? So above the ground.
I'm sorry, Brad. I'm going to interrupt you. So you cut me off for cutting you off. I just said that it doesn't have to hit the pillar. And you said, let me finish. And if it has to hit the pillar, it doesn't have to hit the pillar. It doesn't have to airburst 10 feet, 20 feet above the bridge. It has to hit the bridge and explode. And it keeps coming up. I'm not sure where this is coming out on the internet, but that's not how munitions work. And maybe I don't mean it, if I sound crass, I apologize. But I feel like we're really relitigating the same thing over and over again. The pillar or the pier or the column did not have to be destroyed, and it wasn't, right? Shh. 1 second. It doesn't have to be destroyed. So I don't know why we keep talking about the effect of the possible ATACMS on this or that, the other. If I interrupted you, please, correct me where I'm wrong. But I don't think contextually that you're quite. I feel it's a straw man argument because no one's saying it has to hit the pillar. No one's saying it has to starboard airburst. I'm just curious. What is so difficult to understand about an ATACMS hitting the bridge? I just don't get it.
Nothing. That's not what I'm asking.
There's an airburst from Brad. There's an airburst from.
Okay, so what I'm asking is that if it were your intention to hit both the bridge and the train, right? If that's what you really wanted to do, an airburst, like something that explodes before it's the bridge, is that something that would make sense? And is that something that could potentially have been tried? I don't know enough about attack. I'm assuming that this is an ATACMS, right? So I'm not disputing that at all. But from what I understand from what Nuno was saying is that they tend to penetrate then explode. But if you wanted to make sure and get the train, is there a difference between penetrating, exploding, or exploding before it actually hits the actual road? Do you see what I'm trying to ask?
Yeah, I believe so. Can I, if I can? So,
sure.
Brad, if you want to take out the train, first of all, if you want to take out that train, you could use an airburst round. But if you're using an airburst round, you'd have a problem, which is you'd damage the train for sure, but you would not damage the infrastructure of the bridge, right? An airburst
Okay,
round,
so an airburst round would not do that to that road that we see right there.
it would not do that road
Tell
because
them
the
why,
explosion. I was going to get to that, Yehuda, because the explosion, Brett, happens before the missile hits the target, impacts the target, right? It's
Sure. So the
airburst
shockwave would not do it then.
would dissipate. Airburst rounds are more common, for instance, in a round like the M30A1 for the HIMARS, which is a sort of it's basically releases 180,000 tungsten balls along a certain area to blanket an area with anti-personnel and anti-armor shrapnel.
Sure.
It's not
Okay,
really
so
it's not really shrapnel,
perfect.
right? But it's
Perfect.
not around the M57, which is or the M57E1, which is probably the round used here, because the M57E1 has like officially 2 meters accuracy, right? So you want a round like that to damage. You want a round like that because it's designed to manage to destroy hardened infrastructure, which is what this is. It's a hardened enemy infrastructure. You're never gonna use, for instance, an ATACMS against the pylons, because the missile is more effective when it descends 90 degrees straight down at the target. The sheer kinetic force of the missile, you're imagining basically a ton of missile descending at a target 90 degrees on at Mach 3, right? 3 times or 3.5 times or even 4 times the speed of sound. So in that sense, the sheer kinetic force, not mind the explosive, right? The sheer kinetic force of 1 ton of steel ramming from the air is significant, right? And the reason you wouldn't aim at the pylons because or the pylons of the bridge, sorry, for the correct word, the pylons of the bridge would be because, well, they're damn hard to hit, right? They're under the bridge, and even the rail bridge, their limited their section is shorter. So if you're aiming at the center, dead center of the slab. Could you probably shoot the same missile at the rail bridge? Yes. Why haven't they did it? Why haven't they done it? I don't really know. I don't know if it's a limited amount of missiles, if it's a limited number, but based on the information we have, based on the assessments we can make, we can rule out several options and say, okay, they used probably, most likely, an ATACMS with a delayed fuse. Once it hits the bridge, it blows because that's the way you demolish hardened infrastructure. There's airburst rounds and all of that.
No, wait,
sure.
no. Just repeat that again. TACMS, delayed fuse. I mean, like we keep talking around it, and I'm sorry, Brad. The reason why I'm just getting squirrely listening to people say the same thing. The rail wasn't a target. It was a secondary effect caused by the initial explosion.
Yes, and it was caused by the hot. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no.
It was caused by the hot shrapnel resulting from the impact of the bridge. Because if you look at that bridge, you have the concrete road and the tar above the bridge, but the structure of the bridge is steel.
Perfect. If that rail
temperature
bridge,
will melt steel and will help, will get enough hot shrapnel to see what you see in the CCTV camera, which is basically hot shrapnel hitting the train and igniting it.
Pero
Could
no,
it be
no.
timed to the
Listen,
train?
listen,
Could-
listen.
maybe.
If that train and that rail was 10 meters below the road portion, would it have been hit?
Below the
If
road
you know
portion, yes.
you know how it's about 10, 15 meters above, right?
Yes,
If it was
yes,
10, 15
definitely,
meters below, right?
definitely.
Right. So the reality
Definitely
is
because of the overpressure.
the fuel cars are not graded for any form of shrapnel, right? Like they're not armored fuel carriers. So the
You're not
slightest
supposed to
disturbance.
shoot hot shrapnel at fuel train.
What? I didn't know. No, so there you go. There's your answer. So at any rate, it would be affected. So everyone keeps there's a straw man that therefore there must have been, two targets, this and that. There was a specific strike on one half of the bridge. The Ukrainians did it to the Etanovsky bridge. They were making holes like Swiss cheese, almost like you could play checkers on them. They did it for a reason. They wanted to show that they could do it. They did it again. And now everyone is overthinking it. It's this, it's that. Maybe it's a truck bomb. It's a remote control bomb with an air. Maybe it's a remote control airplane with a magnet, and they stuck it to. Oh, stop! The simplest answer is really the answer. The fact that the rail cars got hit, it's simply a function of the secondary effect of the explosion, and frankly, judging by how desperate the Russians are to resupply Crimea, I don't know personally. I have no idea, and we could find out probably. We don't know if that train ran every 20 minutes, every 15 minutes, every 1 hour. So I think people are confused because that got hit, that it must be something bigger. And I just don't think I don't know the answer, no, but I don't think we can verify or
No,
extrapolate
I don't think.
from it.
I don't think it could be. It could be simple as this. You have some spotters, a guy with binoculars and night vision and a radio, basically surveilling that bridge 24. You have a team surveilling that bridge because you do, right? And they get word there's an attack coming, and it's time to that. Could be that. Could be that. But if I had to bet, it's coincidence. That train was there because it runs there, and it was caught off. It was caught in the shrapnel, in the hot shrapnel, and ignited. That's just it. It's my belief.
That's how I feel. I'm 100%.
It could.
No, I'm 100% on that. I just don't think it's more complicated. I don't think it's
No,
3D
it's not.
chess or 4D chess.
You could. Yeah, you could. I mean, Yehuda, you could time it as a sympathetic target because it's a fairly large bridge. But I mean, you'd have to have guys in more than one place saying, okay, the train passed X spot, so it's going to take X amount of time to get to this point in the bridge, so you can now launch the attack. It can be done, right? It's possible. My
the way
view,
that
it's probably not.
I would just put it this way: they hit their primary objective, and their secondary objective. If the train was that, if anything, it was like, okay, if we happen to get some shrapnel up on that train, great. If not, no big deal. It's not our primary objective. It'll be a happy coincidence if we do, but it's not what we're trying to hit. And just for the record, it's been my assumption all along that this has been an attack, and so I wasn't actually trying to dispute that at all. So my second question is this: from a anti-air standpoint with the Russians, to the extent that we're using ATACMS, are they as immune to air defenses as maybe some of the HIMARS have proven to be? Can the Ukrainians operate with various degrees of impunity when they're using ATACMS? I know Chuck was talking about air defense being starting to ask themselves the question, what air defense doing, and paying attention for the next 72 hours. But to what extent can ATACMS evade that stuff? And is it just the S-400s, or which systems will ATACMS struggle to evade, and where are those systems?
Be frank, Brad, from all we've seen, honestly, I'd say that they struggle mightily with all sorts of MLRS ammunition, especially the guided ammunition. And that said, ATACMS is just it's basically a short-range ballistic missile, but it's launched the same way as all the other MLRS ammunition. So in that sense, if they're struggling with one, they'll struggle with the other. We haven't seen S300 or S300Vs or even the S400s being able to intercept it, or even trying to intercept it. So there may be two explanations for that. One is a degree of interdiction by using anti-radiation missiles, the HARM missiles supplied by the US, which makes them extra careful when lighting up the radars, because they're afraid they'll get hit once their position is known. And the other is simply they'll detect it, but they can't hit it. They don't have the necessary time to relay the information to the interceptors and to try and hit it.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, no problem. All right, let's go. Who's next? Axel, is it David? Let's go to David. Let's get some Sapper experience.
David and Bloke would be next, but yes. And by the way, Bloke, if you couldn't read the message, can we swap you in as co-host? Bloke?
Yep. Just need about 10 minutes, but yeah.
He
No
said
problem.
yes.
Sure.
He was Canadian persuasion domination. We're over.
All
I'll wait
Canadian
for
team, all star.
That's fine, and it's fine.
All right, good.
It's fine as long as we don't burn the White House down again, as we're wont to do. Go ahead.
Sorry, if it was me, I can't even remember why I raised my hand. I think we've discussed this bit to death, haven't we? Really, we know it's ATACMS.
No, David.
Wasn't anything else.
Talking about truck bombs, please.
You want me to keep? Sure, I can.
Well, no, I got a message. I got a picture of a submarine that had a tiny a hamster-like exit facility with a magnet. I'm tired. I'm so tired, David. Please rescue me.
I can complete your pain in that I did in a many years ago think of a truck bomb that you could create as a giant shape charge, and when I say giant, I really mean giant. But I don't think it was that.
Yeah, probably the wrong one. But I'm so tired. I've gotten more Trent Telenko messages. Is Trent? Why? Like, it's obviously a truck bomb with a suicide bomber controlled by a remote control pigeon. What are you saying? Good Lord Almighty, may the saints preserve us.
Rescue us, Yehuda. Rescue us, please.
Oh, God. I would convert to Catholicism just so I could be the commissioner on Batman from the 50s to say, "Saints preserve us, Commissioner." My mind is blown. Anyway, sorry, David. Go ahead.
It could be an episode from the young ones, right?
The young ones, exactly. Thank you, Yehuda. You can be ecumenical even in the current format. It's completely fine.
No, sorry. Your God might be a Jew, but mine isn't. Sorry, I would never fall for that. I'm just kidding. Or am I?
Dear, stop making me laugh, Yehuda. Stop making me laugh. I mean, we've talked it to death. It was ATACMS. It's pretty much that. Can we talk about something else? There must be another subject we can go on to.
Oh yeah,
I have one. I have one. I've been trying to raise it all day.
Russian-American relations are neither Russian nor American. Discuss. That's from Linda Richmond. The late '90s, Saturday Night Live. I'm not sure if anyone remembers that. Bloke does. He's a crusty old Canadian like I is. All right, David, we're gonna get there. So why don't we talk about the off ramp for Mr. Putin? And it's the bridge, the Kerch Bridge. It has a nice off ramp, and it goes straight down into the Black Sea. What do you think?
Oh, yeah, no. I think it would be it's going to be an amazing memorial to an abject failure, which is a big reason why I would keep it working. Just as a reminder to all of Russia of just how much of a failure they are as a country.
No argument here. All right, David, we're gonna switch gears. We're gonna talk about a new subject.
Please do.
And on that note, we have 11 hands up here. Who shall we go to change the subject? Shall it be George?
Yehuda? Yeah, I like to change the subject, but is the truck bomb still still making the waves? Is the truck bomb still making the waves? Are we still talking about truck bomb?
George, yeah. I like you, but I swear I have a particular set of skills to find you and hurt you or something. What is it Liam Neeson said?
I'm just gonna say, like, so someone said something about 20 tons.
Oh God. 20 tons.
20 tons of explosive. Do they know what that means? Anyway, moving on.
Yeah.
So
what? 20 tons of what?
20 tons of explosive.
Ammonium nitrate. I've heard it before. There's 20 tons of fertilizer plus 11 kilos of sugar and 1 pound of salt.
Go check Lebanon. Go check Lebanon. Go check Lebanon. That's it.
Let me just put a fork in. If anybody wants, they can just Google the Oklahoma City bombing. That bomb was 3.5 tons. It destroyed over 100 and something buildings. It wiped out a concrete reinforced structure. If there had been a truck bomb, that train would have been flying right into the water. Stop it already with the truck bomb shit. Anyway, my question to you, Yehuda, is now since the railroad part is done, that's done. Forget the stories that the Russians are saying. Can you explain to us what now comes in HIMARS range, and because they have to now reroute supplies through the mainland, right? They have to bring it back through. They're going to have to either ship stuff by port, which is ridiculous because ships can't carry as much as like infinitesimal amounts of trains. They're going to have to bring stuff in through, like, I guess the land corridor through Mariupol and Melitopol, right? Which we know, at least Melitopol is within HIMARS range. Am I right on this, at least?
Well, listen,
totally right.
Nuno, take it. I mean, if the bridge is in range, so is everything else. But Nuno, please go ahead.
No. Let's. That's actually a good question to shift to the overall operational sense of things. It's thank you for that, George. First of all, the number of ATACMS, the Kerch Bridge is under is hittable. It can be hit by ATACMS for sure. But the number of ATACMS are always limited because, well, they're limited. Let's put it this way. The issue with rerouting supplies will mean that the Russians have a massive problem. If that rail line gets interdicted, they don't have a rail line into Russia. Because I saw a lot of people saying, well, they'll reroute through Melitopol and from Melitopol into the Donbas and the Donbas into Russia. Sure, there's a rail line there in the map. But the problem is, first of all, that rail line crossed the contact line that was set up between 2014 and 2022, was cut. And even if the Russians try to repair it because they now own the whole corridor, it's like 4 kilometers from the front line. So a guy with a mortar could hit anyone trying to repair that line. not to mention all the tube artillery and all the MLRSs and all. A team with javelins could hit that, right? So the moment this rail line from Crimea gets hit or it's under fire control from ATACMS, Russia has no way of getting a train into southern Ukraine and from there into Crimea, right? Just now realize how significant that is. That is tremendously significant. That's why I mentioned that they have been hitting Donbass stations during the day too. They're clearly shaping things up to cut those railheads and to leave the whole of southern Ukraine without under Russian control, without the capability to be resupplied by train. That is a tremendous blow into Russian logistics, and it will shift the campaign, right? That's why this is so significant. It's also saying to Russians, we can cut this, right? Even if they didn't do it right now, they hit it once, they can hit it twice, or 3 times, or 4 times, right? The moment that rail bridge comes down or it's interdicted, and it has been significantly weakened. So there's a sense here that if you're going to run a massive train as they usually do through that, it may have structural issues. And are you going to run a massive train through there and get hit by an ATACMS? See the point? This is a very important moment in the overall campaign, from my humble opinion.
I hope that helps there. All right, George. Who's next there? Is it bloke? On y va.
Hey, so regardless of how the bridge was hit, one thing I'm interested in is it's not just about, trains, buses, trucks, cars, and bicycles. It's also about telecommunications and pipelines. So I was wondering if anyone had a look into what other infrastructure the Russians will now be deprived of in Crimea, because I believe there's a pipeline carrying gas that went through over that bridge. And you would assume that there's a lot of telecommunications equipment there, probably fiber, that probably got severed during that attack. And has anyone looked into that or found out if there's been any effect, on internet access in Crimea or anything like that? Just curious.
Look, honestly, I have not heard that there were any links that were severed by that. It could be they're underwater, which I suspect, but I could be wrong. Do you know anything about that?
I don't know anything about that, but now that you mention it, that would explain why there was a run on fuel in Crimea.
Okay.
Could there have been? Hold on, bloke. Could there have been on the rails or like on the close to the surface, some kind of connective cable between the this section that was disappeared? That's interesting. I hadn't considered that either.
No, I hadn't considered that, but there was a run on fuel in Crimea, and I didn't realize why. But I'll need to check if there's any pipeline going around that bridge, because if there's a pipeline on that bridge, there is.
There's a pipeline following the trail of that bridge. Yes.
That could spook people. That could spook people and justify why they ran to the gas stations.
Excellent. That makes me happy. More panic in Crimea. And then the other thing is, Yehuda, maybe it would be a good idea just to reiterate, because I've been listening for a few hours, but just to explain to the audience the effect this will have on the Russians' ability to reinforce the southern front. I don't know if I hadn't heard it over the past couple of hours, but a lot of people might be really interested in how this is going to affect, immediate things like the offensive against Kherson.
Gosh, let me get back to that, and let me get back to you. Sorry about that.
No worries. And Axel, anytime you're ready, get a good night's
Super.
sleep. I'll
We'll do it
swap
now.
out with you.
Cheers. Thank you, mate. Much
And
appreciated.
Bob,
And,
if I can get to that before I go, there's going to be an impact on the logistics, right? Because as I was saying previously, if you have the railhead appears to be the rail bridge appears to be reopened, but can you really run a massive train with resupplies through there as they usually did? How be so sure? You may end up collapsing that bridge. So even if they can use it, for now they'll have to move slower. They'll have to move with less hardware. That doesn't have an immediate impact for sure, but it creates additional problems to resupply an already complex situation in Kherson, right? It's basically compounding Russians' logistics issues, right? Because that's the only rail line they have from Russia into Crimea, and from Crimea into western bank of the Dnieper, and from there into Kherson, even if they're using barges and whatnot. But the reality is, Ukraine keeps compounding the logistics issues. The moment you keep compounding the logistics issues and keep adding up the problems, you'll have a situation where eventually it will reflect on the battlefield.
Yeah, that's really what I was thinking. And if we look at what they were moving across that bridge earlier, I mean, they were really long trains with lots of tanks, meaning lots of weight. And I just don't think they'll be able to risk that anymore. So I'm really looking forward to what the impact. It might take a few days, maybe a week, but I think it's definitely going to affect their ability to resupply. Now, folks, we just did a co-host swap, and unfortunately, I am having trouble with the order of hands. So if you would be so kind, whoever was next, put up their hand, go ahead, and then just help me out with the order of hands so I can, get my act together. And thank you for being here. Please retweet this space, say a few kind words. That's how we get the word out. And go and visit MriyaAid.org if you can. Maria Aid provides non-lethal aid to Ukraine. Erland, I think you said you were next.
Yeah, I believe it was me and then Jens. Well, just two comments. One very quick. I've been once at the ground zero of a 1 ton, or actually less than 1 ton truck bomb, and yeah, the train would not have been sitting on those rails. Literally, the whole ground floor of a huge concrete building was spread out over blocks of streets, and
Thank you.
everything that was nearby the explosion site was moved, substantially, and the hole in the bridge could have maybe appeared by the truck. I believe that happened the place I've seen, but it looked very different. This hole in the bridge that we see in the pictures are kind of more concentrated and clean cut, while the one I've seen personally was a lot more dirty in the sense of the hole itself. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense for me that this is is some kind of truck bomb. I've always believed it's a missile. My second point is that on the first satellite images that we saw, it looked like there was a second missile strike that hit the train part of the bridge that has two sections, separate sections. On the second pictures that came from Maxar, it's not really possible to determine if it actually happened, but if you zoom in, it appears at least that some parts of the second, the section that is farthest away from the bridge that collapsed is damaged in some way. In the first pictures, it looks like two sections are almost gone. Is it possible that there was a second missile attack that hit the bridge next to the train? That's my question. If Nuno is still here, maybe you can answer this.
So, Erlen, I'm looking right now at the picture from Maxar, and I'd say that we have one impact point where the road slab collapses in the middle. That's the impact point. If you can see the burnt out, you can see the burnt out road from the temperature. I believe you're talking on the other slab of road that collapsed further down. That may be from the shock wave.
No, I'm talking about the train part of the bridge, the other
Okay,
bridge,
the train
basically.
part. I'm looking at the train part of the bridge, and I see in the Maxar picture you have one burning car and two that are smoldering. So in that sense, I believe we may have only one strike, and then the hot shrapnel collapse created created the fire in the train. There's also a shadow here in the corner of the Maxar picture, but I think that's a shadow, not an impact on the rail
Nuno,
bridge.
can I tackle this really quick?
Go.
Okay, so I sent this to David and we kind of discussed it. So I talked to somebody. They really know what they're talking about. They used to do demolitions for bridges. They also are an engineer, and they used to work with the Hellenic earthquake response team. He was one of the guys that used to go into the building after an earthquake to make sure that it was stable enough for rescuers to go in. He looked at the pictures. I sent him everything that's online, and he got back to me, and he thinks it's one strike. What we're seeing is on that far away, that, like Nuno said, that far away piece that's fallen because of reverberation. Now, what this gentleman said was when they poured the pylons, those set and they cure. When they poured the next bunch of concrete where they tied in the ties and some of the support structures, those seem to have been crumbled. That tells him that concrete did not cure right. So when that first strike hit, and there's some videos that some people say, oh, it looks like a secondary explosion. That secondary explosion is from hot shrapnel hitting those train cars, and looks like it's like diesel or some kind of like oil crude. And that's what you see, the secondary smaller flash. That's those train cars exploding. The reverberation from the hit caused the next causeway to fall. It looks like it's not broken in two. It looks like it just came off its moorings and fell into the water. And then two tarmacs later after that, two sections after that, there's another one that fell. That, and from what he saw and from what I saw the pictures, the underlying concrete looks like it disintegrated from the reverberation of the initial explosion.
Yes, it's probably the harmonics of the explosion. Yes, that's exactly right. There's one impact point. I concur with that assessment. There's one impact point in the slab that collapsed in the middle, and then the other one, just because one of them bended, the other one came off the supporting pylon, and the other one is the reverberation of the explosion. The train gets the hot shrapnel from the seal melting due to the explosion and lights up.
Yes.
Short comment, Nuno. If you open the Brad's tweet in the nest, I posted an image which was the first satellite image that came, and it's not from Maxar, and there you see this destruction of the train bridge that I'm talking about, which you cannot see in the Maxar image because it's behind the trains. Maybe that's my question. Is that possible, even though we don't see it clear in the picture from Maxar?
I don't think so, because of the shadows, right? Let's not forget we have an area of the train we don't see, which is immediately concealed because of the black smoke. Could be, but I don't think that's it. I think that's one impact point. The explosion creates the collapse in the road slabs, and then the hot shrapnel creates the issues with the train.
Yeah, Nuno, really quick. Yeah, and then the fire that we saw, the heat it burns. There's no way they're running a train over that section unless they're suicidal. The rebar and all the metal supports on there are completely compromised. That fire burned for about 2.5 hours. It definitely got over 500 degrees Fahrenheit. So that thing's screwed.
I think they can possibly run a train through there, but they will not be able to use massive loads in there.
I wouldn't want to be that engineer.
No, not me either. All right, just to be honest, I don't. They just may collapse that bridge trying to get moving stuff across.
Thank you, guys. I'm going to step down and I'll listen in later. Thank you.
Thanks, George. Good night, Nuno. All right. So, if I'm not mistaken, James was next. Unless, Nuno, you have something else to add.
No. Please go ahead. I'll be here for a few minutes more.
All right, fantastic. James, all yours.
Okay.
Hey,
Yeah.
happy day, everybody. The comment I had is that the ATACMS has just enabled such accuracy. And as I understand it, the lane left open is the Russia-bound traffic lane. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So it's clear the symbolism and the messaging from Ukraine, assuming they did it with the ATACMS, that's great. So I think that's really responsible. So then my question is, I hope this isn't too much into the physics of it, but what water doing during this? So I imagine that spray of vaporized metal and chunks is already going through the train by the time the water is vaporized below there, to the extent it is, and bounces back up. But I just wondered if somebody could talk through about, like, I'm sure there's a physics to what that does to your planning about the delay and things like that. You don't need to reveal any national secrets. Trump will do that. I'll get offline. Thanks.
We don't have a visualization of what happened in the water around that. I mean, there's for sure there's some shockwave in that, but we don't have any visuals from that.
Okay, thanks.
Not yet, at least. Okay. Jens, I think you're next.
Yeah. I think they use the same system as they used in Saki, and I think the main difference is that they wiped out Saki, where I don't know if it's because it's an airfield and this is the bridge, but since we kind of talked a bit about that the main prize is the rail bridge. What do you think they went for the what do you call it, the vehicle causeway?
It may be easier to hit, and they may have a limited number of attackers. And it may be easier to collapse than the rail bridge, right? I don't know if that's the reason. I could picture that being the reason, but if you have a limited number, you'll hit the easiest target. And also you're sending a message because frankly, do you want to run massive trains through there in attackham's range?
Well, something I also thought about. We saw it with when they used gimlets to hit the other bridges, where they just. I was constantly thinking, why aren't they just river quiet, just blow it all up? But where it seems like they were kind of chipping away at it. So I thought maybe they do the same here, that they don't necessarily need to destroy it at first, but just create this uncertainty if this supply route is now compromised, which it is. But still, they allowed the Russians to repair the other bridges, and whenever they were done, they drilled 3 new holes. Maybe that's the reason.
Perhaps. I'm not really sure about that, but I mean, there could be a number of reasons that operationally we're not aware of.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, many fair questions. And Bloke is back. Meanwhile, I think it's Robert's turns.
Thank you. Wow. This war is getting hard on my marriage. My Ukrainian wife says she's feeling like a war bride. And last night was no exception. I took her out. I needed to earn some spousal points. So I took her out to a local casino. We had a great dinner. And this is her first time in a casino. So she took her $20 of chips and literally played all night. Not chips, but electronic tokens. Played all night and went home with her $20. And everything was going great. And then I get home and find out that the bridge has been blown. So, of course, I paid attention to that, and she went to bed alone. And all those spousal points that I had built up were instantly frittered away. It's tough. Anyway, continuing in a similar vein, I think there's one other possible consideration for this that would reinvigorate the thoroughly discredited truck hypothesis. And that is not a Ukrainian attack, but internal Russian disinformation, probably between competing factions. And the idea is to create an attack that looks exactly like ATACMS, but to discredit the air defenses, get Putin to panic, get the infighting going. And of course, that can be accomplished in the truck with a 15-pound shape charge blowing down to create the hole, because the hole, to almost any normal sane person, would indicate it was a missile. But if you're sufficiently imaginative, you can envision a 15-pound shape charge in the back of a truck. And I know there's a lot of points being made that, well, a truck bomb doesn't work like that. But if it's an official disinformation campaign, they can load the explosives and make the truck bomb look like something like an ATACMS, that level of explosiveness. And of course, all I saw, because I really haven't had time to pay attention to any of this for the last, since I went to bed last night, was that cloud of smoke. And that, of course, would be a nice way for the disinformation people to hide the fact that it was a truck bomb and not an ATACMS attack. And then all the craziness that's going on in Russia is a result of that disinformation, with some other side trying to get up on somebody else. So we should carefully consider that alternative. And then finally, I do have a question. I haven't really gotten anything on the other attack. Iliusk or Ilium or something like that. Could you give me the 30-second review of that? Thanks.
Regarding internal issues in Russia being the driver for this, I don't think so. I really don't. I mean, this even if you want to replace Shoigu and yes, there's some tension between Prigozhin, Kadyrov versus the MOD and Gerasimov and Shoigu for sure. And these players may want to discredit the FSB, get some other guy to replace Gerasimov and another guy to replace Shoigu. We're actually been seeing a number of reports on that front all day. None confirmed that we can talk to credibly about. That will need to settle down. But if I had to make an educated guess, let's say, I don't think any of these players, they have ample ways to doing this, both Kadyrov and Prigozhin and others. So I'm not seeing this as playing out as an internal act to get Gerasimov and Shoigu to step down and to get another guy in that's more attuned to one faction or the other. We must not forget that in the Russian system, Putin still holds the reins, and there's Nikolai Patrushev, which is the national security advisor, basically. And Nikolai Patrushev is a key player, and he has the ear of Putin. And there's guys like Sergei Kirilenko and others who are important in this dispute. So the Russian system isn't people sometimes talk about if Putin is replaced or whatnot. If Putin is replaced, all of this will fall apart. Putin is not Muammar Gaddafi, right? Putin is a guy with significant power, but the Russian system it's not Putin and Putin alone, like Gaddafi was. Gaddafi had no civil society, had no administration, had none of that, and Russia is totally different. Russia has numerous stakeholders, has guys like Kadyrov and Prigozhin who've basically built their own personal armies on Moscow's dime and on Moscow's business, which is dangerous enough. As Machiavelli once said, mercenaries are a dangerous sort to cultivate. And then there's other major stakeholders like Nikolai Patrushev, who has an excellent connection to the intelligence services, is well connected with the security services. There's also all the players around the Rosguardia and other organizations of the regime, the Presidential Security Office and all that, which are, let's say, broadly the Siloviki and the security apparatus. And then there are oligarchs and all that, the economic powers, guys who favor, for instance, Kirilenko is a technocrat. So there's an ample number of stakeholders, and this is, I believe, way too out there for this to happen on a Russian internal dispute.
From a tongue-in-cheek perspective, I absolutely do agree with you. How about the other attack on Iliusk? What do we know about? Can you just give me a quick 30 seconds on that?
The attack on, sorry?
I heard there were two big attacks, and we've only been talking about Crimea while I've been able to hear.
The Donbas attack.
Yeah.
Yes, there was a major attack using MLRS apparently on the Crimea rail juncture. It's as I was saying a bit before of this. There's clearly a pattern of attacking logistics in preparation for additional follow-on operations.
Hello. Hello. Sorry, I have to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you to Ben, who's always there to help out when I was having audio issues, and he stepped in. We're going to have another co-host swap and a new co-host joining us. Thank you all for being here. Angry Gnome was next. Go ahead, Angry Gnome.
Hey, is it okay if I change the topic away from how the bridge was blown for just a few minutes?
Sure.
I remember reading back when the war first started that Russia built a water pipeline in with that bridge to help supply water to Crimea. Am I remembering that correctly, or am I old and senile?
I'm not sure about that. I'm actually trying to get information for myself about what pipelines or what other infrastructure are running across the bridge, but it's entirely possible. But I have no confirmation of that whatsoever.
I had thought they did that because Ukraine shut the water off for Kherson. I'm sorry. If they do that again, it's going to be awful difficult to be in Crimea with no water or limited water. But I just wanted to see if you guys had heard anything. I couldn't Google it right now, so I thought I'd ask the professionals.
Well, it would be the other way around, if anything. So there's a dam, a really important one at Nova Kakhovka, and a lot of water gets to Crimea through from that direction, not the other way around, right? It's actually Crimea that has the water problem. So they wouldn't be exporting the water to Kherson. It would be the other way around, if anything. I can try to dig deeper.
I think I misspoke and I swapped it around. Yes, I know Crimea is the place that needs the water, not Nova or Kherson. I must have misspoke on that. I'm sorry.
No worries at all. But that's going to be an issue, but it probably doesn't have a lot to do with the bridge. Maybe I'll find out, but I am interested in what other sorts of infrastructure is running along that bridge, because you would think they would have other stuff there, like telecommunications cables, fiber optics, all that other stuff that would make sense. So I'm trying to read up on that, and I will get back to you. Just shoot me a DM to remind me, and I'll try to get back to you on that to see what else was running along that bridge.
You're a good man. I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah, thank you. Rosalie, welcome. Rosalie is our new co-host and expert on disinformation. We're so happy to have you up here. So folks, please retweet the space, the usual drill. If you want to ask a question, raise your hand. We do have Nuno here we have him for another 8 hours, I'm sure. You don't need to sleep. You guys are used to.
I like my sleep, man. I have a PhD in not sleeping, so I like my sleep.
All right. But we do have Nuno here, so it's a great time to ask him questions. He's got a great background in SOF, so really good time to ask those questions. We're going to go to Erland. You put your hand back up again. Then it's David. Then I believe it's Irish Ting, Balance, and Alex. Go ahead, Erland.
Yeah, I just want to emphasize that in 48 hours, basically, the Ukrainians took out, or at least they penetrated 200 kilometers into Russian soil, halfway to Moscow. We don't know what if they actually hit the Tu-22Ms, or but anyways, the Russians basically confirmed that the drone it managed to get all the way there.
So they admitted that, eh?
Yeah, they admitted that because they said they shot it down over the airfield or close to the airfield.
That's one, Erlen. That's I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that's actually a very good point. I honestly am very interested to know what exactly is that, because it's not a missile, and it's as you say. I did the math. It's like 202 kilometers, something like that, from the most eastern part of the border with Ukraine, northeastern. So they hit apparently a couple of bombers, right? A
Yeah,
couple of
they
Tupolev F-23s or
they
22, sorry.
they claim that they took out two Tupelo
Yeah.
22Ms. Yeah.
Yeah, and we don't have any strong intelligence on to confirm that. That's one. And the other thing is, but the incident apparently happened. I'm very interested. If anyone, please know anything about this, you guys DM me, because what
Oh,
drone was used, what drone was used, how was it used? Because honestly, there's no loitering munition that Ukraine now possesses that I know of that can hit that. I saw some guy saying, "Yeah, it's Switchblade," and what? No, it's not. Not Switchblade. It's not Ghost Phoenix. It's not nothing like that.
Yeah, yesterday here it was discussed and that this was the TB2 and it was basically Hail Mary kamikaze attack. But what I wanted to point out was that in 48 hours we had this, which is like the huge failure of Russian air defense. Then they take out one of the biggest train junctions in Donetsk, which is actually crucial for the supply of everything from Mariupol to Melitopol to the southern part of the Kherson Oblast, south of the Dnipro, and then today the bridge, and the impact this must have on the mentality of Russian commanders. That's what I'm thinking about. This must create so much panic and so much disruption, people getting fired or something, sore butts and all this stuff. Maybe some people even disappear. How do you think, Nuno or anyone, if you want to answer to this, that think they have something smart to say, how do you think this will impact the command structure? I mean, they must be, further panicking if they already weren't panicking.
I won't say panicking, but let's remind ourselves that they changed the commander for the region. And it has an effect on the overall campaign, of course. I'm no fortune teller to say what, or a psychic to say what Russian commanders are thinking, because I don't have the necessary intelligence. What I would be thinking is, first I'd be thinking how to neutralize this. Then I would be thinking, what options do I have to do it? How could I do it? Could I find it? Because one thing that's been in the back of my mind for some time now is Russia has significant space-based assets, or they're supposed to have. They have the capability at last, and we know they have it. We know they have them. They have electronic warfare assets, so they should be able to find some of these platforms, and they should be able to target them theoretically. But what practice and empiric evidence has told us is they're not able to do so. So there's some problems here that I don't know exactly are structural to them that I can say, and I don't think changing commanders solves. Well, changing commanders doesn't bring you trains, doesn't bring you rail lines, doesn't make you trucks. So there's a number of limited options.
Thank you very much, and then I'll drop down. Good night.
Yeah, thank you, Erland. Yeah, of all the events over the past day, it's hard to pick out which one is more interesting. For me, I'm super interested in how a Russian strategic bomber base, these are high asset targets that are supposedly well defended, how that was attacked 200 kilometers away from Moscow by Ukraine. And
makes two of us.
And I am just, yeah, like they have to be paying attention to that. And the other thing that I find so interesting is so much of this is messaging too. Like, it's not only, well, okay, so the Kerch Bridge is also strategic, super important, but the message it sends is amazing. It's like, basically you're in trouble. We can hit you anywhere we want, and I find that fascinating. No, you good for a couple of more questions before you have to leave?
Yeah, let's say 10 minutes more, and I'm out. Then I'll have to go.
Oh, thank you so much. Balance, then Irish thing, or was it, or did I get that order wrong?
Look,
You guys
thank you
can
so
fight it
much.
out.
Hey, so quick question. I was going to ask, in the vein of Yehuda saying time to change the subject. I was going to ask a question about Ukrainian power generation and energy generation and energy export, because I sincerely know nothing about that topic. But it was brought up in a conversation in my workplace, and so I was going to ask it, but I'm not going to. So because the attack that you guys were just referencing begs the question. I've heard the comparisons made with respect to this, the illegal invasion, genocidal, disgusting invasion of Ukraine by Russia. I've heard it compared to, in some degrees, with regards to tactics and such and armaments, World War II, but it's missing the bombers. So you talked about a bomber base being, attacked and such. Does Ukraine have bombers, and is it just that they're not currently using them, or is there just a lack of desire to do so because it would cause too much, overall damage? Or can you speak to that particular function of, military action and why that hasn't been more on the forefront of Ukrainians' defense? Thank you.
Do you want to take that, Nuno? I mean, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll take that. You mean why haven't they used more bombers? Is that correct? Sorry.
Yeah, I
got a little
apologize if
sidetracked.
it's a naive question. I don't know if Ukraine even has bombers.
I got
but-
distracted. Sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I was just wondering why, if it's an important piece of combined arms, it's not being utilized if Ukraine does presently even have them.
Ukraine doesn't have bombers because the aircraft they had was strategic bomb. They don't have the need for strategic bombers or is a very particular need to long range operations. Let's say the US needs them, China needs them, and the Russians have them. But if you take, for instance, even nuclear powers or significant military powers like the French or the British, no one has long-range strategic bombers. The British used to have, they don't have anymore, and neither do the French. So that depends much on the need to have them. I don't think that's a very key asset for the Ukrainian Air Force.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, I'm a civilian medic. I have no military
No,
background.
no,
So
it's a cool
thank you.
question. But the strategic bombers have play a role mostly in the nuclear triad, right? And obviously they can use standoff weapons, they can launch cruise missiles and all that. We've seen the Russians can, the US can, the Chinese probably most likely can too, but most likely, no, certainly can too. They can use cruise missiles, they can use standoff weapons, other sorts of air-launched missiles, but air-launched ballistic missiles, for instance. But honestly, their most important job is around the nuclear triad. Bombers, in the case of the US, stealth bombers and regular bombers, and then shipped submarines and nuclear-based, land-based part of the nuclear triad. For instance, the British have their nuclear weapons strictly in submarines, and the French have submarines and air-launched cruise missiles and gravity bombs to be deployed by a fighter from the Air Force. Okay, actually, so there's the long-range bombers are not exactly it wouldn't be the first asset I would buy if I was Ukraine. The first asset I would be a multi-role fighter.
Yeah, I think that was
Got it.
extremely
Thank you.
well said, Nuno. And just to clarify for balance, Ukraine does, however, possess Su-25s, which are tactical bombers.
Yeah, closer support aircraft.
Yeah.
Right. So that's I was more kind of wasn't mentioning with regards to nuclear. God forbid that even becomes any kind of discussion.
You're mentioning
But
fighter bombers.
like like conventional bombers that send things downrange that are a little bit more than what's currently.
A B2 is a conventional bomber. It operates on jet fuel. It's a conventional bomber. It's a stealth bomber that plays a role in the nuclear triad, but it has bombed a number of places with conventional weapons mostly. So the same for the B-52, right? It's a nuclear. It plays a role in the nuclear triad, and it plays a role in the conventional fight, what the U.S. Air Force designates global strike. The same goes for the Russians. Their strategic bombers have played a role in this war, launching cruise missiles against Ukraine, mostly from Belarusian airspace. Now, fighter bombers. Well, yes, the Ukraine has obviously the Su-25, which is a close air support aircraft, basically. And they have, I believe, the Su-24, which is a fighter bomber. Let's put it this way, but it's an old one. And honestly, they would need an air superiority fighter, modern one, a fourth generation air superiority fighter, such as the F-16, that can do a multi-role task, that can do close air support, and can do also air superiority and air superiority missions. Okay, that would be their main goal, because having at this juncture having more than one type of airframe introduced into Ukraine would be one airframe is a massive headache, and it takes a huge amount of time. More than one, it's very, very complex.
Got it. Thank you for honing in on the actual question for me. I apologize if it got confused with regards to long-range tactical nuclear bombers. I was more so talking about like the short-range ones that you were discussing. So thank you so much, guys. I appreciate everything that the MriyaReport is doing. I've been following since the beginning, and so I cannot believe that you guys are still 24/7. It's beyond. You guys are individuals that work more than me, which is remarkable. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you for your kind words, Balance. Let's go to Irish, who is next.
Hey guys, I have a couple of questions. One, is there any way that the Ukrainians could have infiltrated, like hacked the Russian air defenses, and if they did, would they have the power to do, such damage to that bridge? And then the other thing, have there been any more talk of the American A-10 Warthogs, the bombers that are built to take out, tanks and all that type of stuff? I know I watched a thing a while ago about it, but I've never heard any more. And I know that they'd probably be pretty handy at this stage of the war when the air defense is a bit diminished. That's it.
Do you want
So
to
I'll
go ahead?
get that. So regarding the A10, first of all, no. Even if you handed them all the A10s, it's not the adequate plane to give Ukraine, because the A10 is a plane that's good for close air support in a mostly permissive environment. I know people will tell me back in the 1980s that was not the role. It played well, sure. Yes, I know. But honestly, it's not the adequate aircraft to give Ukraine. The adequate aircraft will be something along the lines of the F-16, for instance. I'm banging on the F-16 because it's we have many airframes. They're fairly easy to operate. NATO has tremendous experience, massive pool of spare parts, tens of users of the F-16, including, for instance, Portugal. So we could give them F-16s in pretty good shape, and they have their issues sorted out. The A-10 would be just a creator of chaos in Ukraine's air force. Regarding cyber attacks on Russian air defense, I don't think so. There's been a cyber war going on. That's sometimes not that much discussed, but there's some very interesting things happening in that domain. But honestly, I don't believe this is the case with Russian air defense. It just has some operational issues.
I hope that was helpful, Irish.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that was good.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
Hey, folks, just to explain, if you do want to come up to talk, please request to speak, raise your hand, and your mic and we'll get to you in order. If we don't see your hand is raised, we might need to drop you down because we can't bring other speakers up if the speaker panel is full. There we go. So I think Dean wants to go next. Go ahead, Dean. Go ahead, Dean.
Mic is on. Okay. Can you hear me now? Sorry.
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Go right
sorry.
ahead.
Yeah. I'm just a long-term listener to this channel, and haven't had a lot to contribute, but it's so educational. I'm in the UK, and which is why probably not to say, just apart from the fact that everybody I know here supports the Ukrainians and, well, the cause. I have a small thing to contribute. I have a friend I've just met tonight. He's just come off a long shift as a coach driver. Now, normally his day job is ferrying Japanese or American tourists around beauty spots in the UK. But since earlier in this year, he's been ferrying raw recruits from Ukraine to military areas. So I don't operational intelligence. I'm not going to name any places or anything like this, but to places to take raw recruits to be trained up to be soldiers. And as in any part of the world, it's kind of a challenge because you're taking people from all sorts of areas, and it would be the same in my country, to teach them, rules of conduct. One of the amazing things I think is how well the Ukrainian soldiers on the front line have conducted themselves. The United Nations have been out into these places, and the discipline you have to drill into people. It's a challenge for us British with a very small army to get that over, but this is what these guys are doing. But my friend's just an ordinary coach driver, but him and his colleagues have been working like crazy, man. They're staying in all sorts of places, working weird hours. I told him tonight, I said, mate, I bought him a pint. I said, you're part of the war effort. You're going above and beyond what your normal job is. And it's a lot to drive, sleep, to be getting raw recruits to be kind of trained up so that they can do their thing, I could explain more about this. I don't want to go on about that, but what I can say was he had a whole coachload of raw recruits going off for training this morning of all types, but they were on the phones and they got their news about the Kerch Bridge, and the chair that went up in the coach nearly made him swerve off the road. But what that's done for the morale of these guys is incredible. So, it's kind of a change point. So, if you want to ask me questions, I can talk more about that. But I just wanted to contribute something and say we're all behind you, all behind, the Ukrainian people. And my friend, at least, is doing his bit.
Well, thank you so much, Dean. Yeah, we're all here because we're behind the Ukrainian people. This space has been going 24/7 since the beginning of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We're all volunteers here. We just managed to balance it all with our lives, but we decided that this is a war, it's not normal, and we have to do what we can to help Ukraine. And we do support a charity called MriyaAid.org. If you would be so kind as to check them out, you can donate coffee money, whatever it is you can, and all that goes into non-lethal aid delivered directly to Ukraine. Things, life-saving devices like tourniquets, body armor, night vision goggles, and trauma kits, a number of things that Ukrainians need. And if you would be so kind as to donate, if you can, that would be great. And thank you, Dean, and shout out to your friends for being part of the international support for Ukraine.
Can I just add, I have contributed not just to, I think MriyaReport and to the, the kind of.
Well, we don't take.
No, they're non-lethal aid, but also directly to, I think early on to the Ukrainian government, so they can spend it on what they like. I don't. Although I'm pacifist in my life, but I don't mind them spending it on tanks if need be. And also, I bought some patches from St. Javelin, which are for the tractor thing, just to help with the publicity on that. So I do help promote that as much as we can. But one of the things I can tell you, I mean, I live in the southeast of England. the amount of Ukrainian flags that you find flying in strange places, which will tell you, that kind of the entire people support this. Is I'll contribute again. I mean, it's because it's not like a one-off thing. This, it's not over till it's over. So it's not a one-off donation. Is not the thing. We should keep putting everything we can in, because I think and I feel it's not just the Ukraine's war; it's all our war, and we want to end the war. And the quickest way to end that war is to support the Ukrainian people, their army, all their military forces, in everything they do.
Couldn't agree more. Thank you, Dean. So
Look,
we've
I need
had.
to get going, man. Thank
Oh,
you.
all right. Thank you so much. Really
No
appreciate
problem.
it.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much. We'll see you again next
All
time.
right. Thanks,
Thank
brother.
you. Goodbye, everyone. Thank you so much.
Everyone give a big round of applause to Nuno, SOF expert, friend of the space. Thank you so much, Nuno. And if you would like to come up and ask a question about the Russian invasion of Ukraine, or if you have a comment, please come up, request the mic, put up your hand. We'd love to hear from you. Go ahead, Paul, and I hope I pronounced that correctly.
Yes, thank you. Are you sure it was a hit on the Kerch Bridge today? To me, it looks more like a miss, because if it should have any military consequences, they should have hit the railways, like Jens was saying.
Well, there's a big part of the bridge in the sea right now, and we'll have to see what the impact is. The impact is it shows that Ukraine can hit it, period.
Right.
So right away, that's creating problems,
Mm.
and the fire has weakened the structure of the bridge, right? So it is going to have an impact. And we will see what happens next. But yes, I believe it is an impact, and it is not a trivial thing to do. In fact, we think it's being hit now. Now this is unconfirmed. I'm waiting for some people to get back to me, but I've had some people reaching out saying that they are back at work. So let's put this into context. Why is this important? It's important because this is the primary way for the Russians to supply their troops in both Crimea, actually to even supply the civilian population in Crimea, and their entire southern front. Because the only other way they can do that is to go through areas that can be hit by Ukraine and that are risky. So this was their non-risky way of getting supplies to support their military operation. That's why it matters. And if just even shutting a bridge like that down for a day or two is a big deal. There's a lot of supplies that have to come across, and there's been panic buying already in Crimea. So if your eyes will tell you this, right? The bridge is in the sea, right? One span of it. The span going to Russia is not in the sea yet, but there was a large fire. There were a number of fuel tankers burning, and that is not good for the overall structure of the bridge. And to top it all off, it just shows that the Ukrainians are capable of doing this. So that is sowing a lot of fear, uncertainty, and doubt, which is always a good thing to do when you're fighting an enemy. Yeah, and it wasn't a mess; it was hit. I mean, who knows? We have no idea how it was done. We don't know. We suspect it was a missile. It could have been some other method, but it is non-trivial to do something like that because it is a long range from, it's a long way away from Ukrainian territory. That points to either a very good ballistic missile with exceptional accuracy or some sort of operation that is just falling into, the realm of pure speculation. It's a big deal. Actually, someone who could speak a little bit more to the importance of the Kerch Bridge would be someone like Konstantin, who is Ukrainian and understands the significance very well. I don't know. I hope that answers some of your question.
Yes. I totally agree that it has a big psychological effect, and it really messes with the Russians' mind. But if it should have any military consequences and help the Ukrainian military, they should send the railway bridge down into the water. That would stop the military transports, because the Russians, we have been told, mainly uses railway for transportation, also because they need large volumes, so they cannot do it by trucks. So yeah, but they surely will hit it again. So let's just wait and see.
Yeah, it's best to watch the space. Let's see what happens next.
Thank you.
And also, if you would be so kind as to mute your mic so there's no line noise when other speakers go up. Dean, I believe you're next.
Oh, hi. Just on the technical things about the bridge, we're talking about two parallel bridges. Originally, the bridge was designed to be a kind of road bridge underneath and a rail bridge on the top. Because of Putin's desperation to get in quickly, they built them in parallel bridges. So what's very clearly been taken out is one span of the road bridge, so in several parts. So that's one lane of this is operational in a very minor way. But incredibly, at the same time, there were fuel trucks on the rail bridge which were hit and exploded, which seems to be wrecked and a bit of a mess. There were engineering arguments about whether that kind of fire has affected the structural integrity of the rail bridge. You can, if you want to delve into this, go into Wikipedia and look at the building of the construction of the bridge. There's information on that. But the rail bridge has also been impacted because there were fuel trucks and it have exploded. All this is in photographic evidence. So both the road and the rail bridges have been impacted. They can get a certain amount of traffic on one lane of the road bridge, but that means it's a 12-kilometer span. If they want to send traffic in one direction, they can do that, but they're going to have to stop all the traffic for at least half an hour to turn around to send traffic back the other way. And that's if they're going fast. We have an expression in English called rubbernecking, which is when people go and see an accident, they want to slow down and have a look. So that's going to be happening. So it's almost very, very slow. They're allowing over a certain amount of car and bus traffic. Apparently all HGV, heavy goods vehicle traffic, has to go via the ferries. As far as them getting any tanks or any military supplies over, it's done. I mean, that's really, really bad. And now that it's known, it's zeroed in. Going back in, I do have some military understanding of taking out bridges from the end of the Second War. Once you've taken out spans, you put in crews on those bridges. If you've got it zeroed in, you can take those crews out, and so pretty much the left in terms of supplying Ukraine, Crimea through that route, which is an island. We have to go by the land route. What we have to look at now, in a fortnight's time, when the supplies start running out, is the rail line in the so-called land bridge in previously, temporarily occupied, Russian-occupied bits of Ukraine up at Melitopol, where there's one rail route, which I think through HIMARS, the Ukrainians have already been taking out, which means that all of their forces in to the west of that are now isolated. It's a big deal. Logistically, it's a huge headache, and it's a big deal. I mean, it's at three levels. In terms of morale for either side, it's a big deal. Politically, it's a big deal, but logistically for the forces, it's a big deal. That will take a time to take impact, but because it takes a while, till you run out of shells or force or tanks. But they are pretty much cut off, and there'll be more and more cut off. This is a big deal. This is why the troops, the raw recruits, or my friend's coach, put up such a big cheer today. They understand this stuff. I'll end there.
Thank you very, very much, Dean. That was very well said, and appreciate it. I know Whiskey was next, followed by Brad and Ron, but I would like to skip to David, if that's okay, Whiskey, because he is an engineer and a sapper and knows how to blow up bridges, apparently. So I would love to hear from him, if that's okay with you, Whiskey.
Yeah, 100%. David knows his biz.
Well, sometimes I do. Listen, so really, I was just going to point out to the gentleman, not the one who's just spoken, the one before, who was talking about why didn't they take the rail bridge out. So I was just reminding people. So there are tactical reasons, tactical and operational reasons why you might blow something up, and there are strategic reasons as to why you might blow or not blow something up, and they could be very, very different. Right, so what's happened on the Kersh Bridge today? Sorry to say today, yesterday now. They're really strategic reasons. Strategic reasons could be non-tactical. They could just be political, for instance, or something along those lines. As in, what's most likely is making a statement here. So because they could have tactically, they could have done exactly what they've achieved now, much easier, just by blowing other parts of roads and rail and road bridges up, further up towards the border of Ukraine. But they didn't. They've chosen to blow up something that's big and that's everyone's in their mind. Putin's little baby, etc. That's a strategic decision to do that, right? Because they could have done this much easier elsewhere. And I think it's important for us to remember strategic, tactical. The tactical reasons that you would be using to blow something up would be, i.e., do I want to deny supply lines? Well, yeah, of course, that would be good, but you could tactically do that elsewhere, right? But the point about this was to make a statement, a big statement, and we know it's a big statement because guess what? Everyone spent the last 24 hours talking about it. It was just after Putin's holiday, and even more. And I think no, we haven't really talked about this. Putin's little holiday home isn't that far away, right? And this missile that's come in, he'll be going, "Oh, is my holiday home in range now?" Because it'll go through Badman's.
David, that is brilliant. I hadn't thought of that. Carry on, please.
Yeah, it'll go through a little madman's mind because that's exactly what he would think. Can I do that? And he'll be going, am I in range now? Guarantee he will be worrying about that. So strategically, it's caused so much more damage than it has tactically, right? Because we've denied some transport going through. We made it difficult for people to get off the island, and strategically, it's been a real reminder to those Russians who've stolen Ukrainian houses that maybe they should start leaving. And in actual fact, we've seen that apparently house prices on Crimea is dropped by about 10 times or something like that. So that was just my 2 points before I finish my beer and go to sleep. And it's been a pleasure speaking to everyone today.
Well, thank you so much, David, and we really appreciate your contribution. It's always good to have an engineer and a sapper on the line to help steer us in the right direction. So very much appreciated. Rosalie.
Yeah, you said something about, have we heard anything else about potentially the bridge being attacked tonight, or is that still speculative?
Yeah, it's pure speculation, and actually looks like it wasn't accurate. So, but we get a lot of stuff in DMs, so my apologies for that. Alas, the night is yet young, so who knows? But that was not accurate. Sorry, Rosalie, does that answer the question?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
I was a little disappointed. Not kidding.
Yeah, me too. There's other stuff going on. I don't want to get into it right now. I got a few DMs from listeners, and sometimes things are just misinterpreted. But there is some more tragic news that I will get into later. But let's go to whiskey next.
Hey, thanks, bloke. I'm just gonna share something on the Kerch Bridge. By the way, I'm in the camp of it was struck by missiles, just to put that out there in the first place. But the video that came out earlier showing kind of like a white flash while the truck was still crossing the bridge just before we saw the big yellow explosion, ba-boom. What I interpret that as is basically an atmospheric shockwave that registered on the CCTV cameras right before the delayed fuse went off. And just wanted to kind of hear what you thought about that.
Sorry, could you repeat that question? And I might want to redirect it, but just go through the question again, please.
So after studying the footage that was came out earlier today on the Kerch Bridge strike, we see in the footage that I'm referencing, we see basically a white flash as that semi truck and trailer is still crossing, which basically rules out it being a truck explosion. I'm sorry, I'm not in that camp. I'm in the camp that this was a missile strike. But to explain the white flash that we saw before the explosion, I interpreted that as basically an ATACMS traveling at Mach 3, putting out an atmospheric shockwave. And that's what registered on the CCTV cameras right before we saw the big yellow boom.
Yeah, I saw that. That's part of the reason why I'm in it was a missile camp. I mean, I feel like we should be, I don't know, making T-shirts to see who believes what theory. Yeah, I don't know. I think David would know better than I would, honestly. This is really his area. I don't know much about these things. David, do you want to take a stab at that? Otherwise, Whiskey, I'm just going to have to claim ignorance. Oh, David's gone. Whiskey, I'm going to have to claim ignorance over that. I have no idea. I did see the video you're referring to. That's why I think it's not a truck bomb. I think that's nonsense for a number of reasons. But I mean, could be wrong. But I understand what you're referring to, but it's just not my area of expertise, and I can't comment further. I'm so sorry. Well, did that not answer your question?
No, I was more throwing that out there as just something to ponder on in the missile camp, to explain why we saw 2 flashes.
Yeah.
The ATACMS, they get up to about, what is it, 125,000 feet before they take the downward trajectory, at which point they're traveling at about Mach 3.
No, faster than that, 4 or 5 even.
Right. But that, if you Google, or if anybody wants to look at this, if you Google basically atmospheric shock wave, just traveling at Mach, you see what I'm starting to talk about. It's
Water condensation.
Exactly. That's what what I'm talking about is the light that's in the ambient light that's on the bridge in the background. Basically, in the CCTV caught that atmospheric shock wave, which you see, and the truck is still traveling, and then like a millisecond after that, you see the explosion, which basically goes along with everything that we've been talking about as far as being a missile strike. Are you okay? So you're picking up what I'm laying down.
Yeah. Totally got it. I mean, conversely, there was another piece of video out there that was inaccurate that showed a missile strike on a bridge, and that missile was going too slow for it to match the possibility of one of the ballistic missiles that Ukraine could conceivably have, right? Either him or ATACMS. So look, I know that a lot of people have been banging their heads against the wall trying to figure this out. I'm sort of calm about it being whatever. I almost don't mind if it's a missile. Don't mind if it's a special forces operation. Wow, there's definitely going to be a movie coming out of that one. But whatever it was, job done, well done. That's going to make a lot of people in the Russian army very nervous. I hope a lot of them will leave Crimea right now, and then I can only think of the impact on the people, the Russian invaders in the Kherson Oblast, and wondering where their next meal is going to come from. So let's wait for it all to play out. Brad.
It's kind of hilarious. I've spent years doing like abstract photo art stuff, just for fun, not professionally. So I'm very good at photo post processing and image processing. And I use a few different AI related tools to do things like up rendering and just kind of fine tuning images. And so I've started to apply the skill set, right? And I've posted in the Nest a few things that I've raised, but basically I'm taking the best images that I can find on this thing and up rendering them. And so all I'll say is, like, check them out. I've posted a bunch of stuff recently and also earlier today, but don't take them too seriously, because sometimes artificial intelligence, like these different engines, they'll interpolate things in ways that may not be entirely accurate, but in many cases they do a very, very good job. So anyway, just check it out, and maybe you'll find something there interesting, maybe not.
Thank you, Brad. Shall we go to Dean next?
Hi. Yeah, there were a couple of things. I support Brad. That the but before that, the way that the bridge was taken down. Now there's so much speculation. I mean, I think I'm probably with the mainstream on this from looking at the visual evidence. But it bear in mind that the Putin's agents will be monitoring this channel. So speculate away, and adding to confusion about different kinds of things is quite a good thing, because how you make sense of this. The most important thing is strategically, operationally, tactically, and in terms politically and morale, the bridge is pretty much down. You know, that's the important thing. The way that it matters. I know some of us are kind of into this military kind of aspect of it, but the bridge is down. The Ukrainians have done an incredible job there. Doesn't matter the way that they've done it. You know, it's not helpful for us to kind of work out how they did it. Let's let the Russians puzzle that stuff out. Let's focus on the fact they've done what a lot of people were demanding that they did. They did it. It's done. They've achieved a victory. Remember, this is a victory. The day after Putin's birthday, for the troops, my mate, the coach driver, I refer to him, thinking, this is a huge boost for them. And it's a huge, you get these Russian, there's a woman called Julia Davis, you should follow on Twitter, who translates into English what's happening on these Russian TV propaganda channels, where they're celebrating they were trying to do this. They're also downfall and they're depressed. It's not going their way. And how they explain this, they said they were going to get that rail bridge open at 8 o'clock tonight. This was an official Russian statement. It's pretty much a disaster for them. It's not looking good at any kind of level, logistically. I mean, it takes time for people to run out of supplies. So on the front line, they won't notice it for a while yet, but then they'll notice it politically today. And in terms of the morale of any of these guys that are trying to round up in Russia to send to the front now, it's not good for them. For the morale of the kind of guys that are being trained in my country today to go and fight in the front lines, they cheered on the coach. It's a big, big thing at all levels, not just strategic, not just operational, not just tactical, not just morale. It's a big deal what happened today. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Dean. Brad, if you didn't have a follow-up to that, I was going to go right to Ron.
I was just going to say, I forgot to mention something. I wanted to compliment Paul Moeller for the best the best Werner Herzog potential impersonation of all time. I think you really got something there.
I will let Paul work out whether that comes to a compliment or not, but I'm assuming it was.
Are you kidding? Werner Herzog is awesome.
Okay, good. Yeah, I'm sure it was meant that way. I agree. Let's go to Ron.
Good evening from East Coast Canada, guys. Can you hear me?
5x5.
Great. Okay. Just wondering, does anybody know if we have any real-time intelligence observing that bridge and whether anything's moving on it now or will be? Does anybody know?
Well, we have what the Russians said. They said that they had reopened the outgoing span of the bridge to vehicle traffic, and that they had moved a test train across today, which just makes me shake my head, because like you would think that this would merit a thorough inspection before doing anything like that, but that's apparently where they're at. TASS was hilarious last night. The first thing they said is an object caught fire on the bridge. Then they said an object exploded on the bridge, but the bridge was not damaged. Meanwhile, the entire world could see the friggin' bridge in the water, right? And now this is their latest thing, is that nothing to see here, kids, move on.
Okay, and the other thing I was wondering about was they were talking about the mass exodus. How many vacationing Russians do you think are still left there after the initial hits in the airports? Because the exodus then was massive.
So there are numbers about this. There were, I believe, at the start of the invasion, 250,000 people that left, and then there was, once the Saki Air Base got hit, another bunch of people left. And I promise you, based on the the lineups to gas stations and the runs on shopping centers and stuff like that, they're more planning to get out now. But I think earlier today, and again, these numbers, I haven't like personally confirmed them myself, but like 500,000 have left, and another person said that property prices had gone down. So this is what I'm hearing so far, Ron. But I haven't, got hard numbers and confirmation on this. This is what I've heard from people who do know what they're talking about.
Good enough. And regarding what you were saying earlier, seeing what the Russians have done so far and their, obvious value of human life and resources, I really can't see them testing that train bridge any other way but running a train over it. I don't think that they would bother with an engineer or anybody who has any experience in any kind of demolition or a loss control acting on it. I'm sure that they would have sent a train over it to test it.
Yeah, well, I know that. There were some engineers who were speaking on the space before. They said that fuel oil or diesel especially will be burning well over 800 degrees Celsius or centigrade. So that's hot enough to cause steel, for example, will lose 50% of its strength based on those temperatures, and that was burning for hours. If it goes up higher than that, it's even worse, right? And as well, concrete suffers under heat as well. So my understanding is that anyone other than a lunatic would be sending engineers over that bridge to be inspecting it for several days before opening up to vehicle traffic. But we're dealing with a bunch of people who are fairly desperate to continue this illegal invasion and this genocide, which is sickening. So if they're behaving like that already, it shouldn't surprise us that they don't value the lives of the people who are going over that bridge either. It just means to an end, I suppose, Ron.
Amen to that. Thanks, guys. I'm going to drop down. Bye.
Thank you, Ron. We're going to go to Dawn, and then I believe Rosalie. I would like you, if you wouldn't mind, just taking over for about 10 minutes after Dawn and Dean, if that's okay with you, Rosalie.
It sure is.
Okay, thank you, Dawn. Go ahead.
Hey guys, thank you. It's a great service what you guys are doing for everyone, so appreciate it. My question is, one thing that I've been worried about from an escalation perspective for a while is Russia specifically targeting Ukrainian power infrastructure? And I know that this was done explicitly after, I think there were 2 cruise missiles that were sent to Ukrainian power plants after the start of the counteroffensive. And I guess my question is, and to me it seems like that could be like a really troubling and maybe like the one thing that Russia could do that we still have up their sleeve. And so I guess my question is, how much capability does Russia have to target Ukrainian power plants? And the fact that Ukraine still has power, I know that is that because Russia does not have the capabilities to take out the civilian power infrastructure, or is there some other reason?
Well, look, I mean, today they hit an apartment building in Zaporizhia, causing, significant casualties. We don't even know what the casualties are. I mean, Russia's basically, it's already conducting a genocide. It's already escalated. Yeah, can they try to bomb more power plants? I suppose they could. But with every passing day, Ukrainian air defenses are getting better. They're getting better. They're being supplied with IRIS-Ts shortly, with NASAMS. And these are really good systems. They can deal fairly. Dean, you got a hot mic there, friend? If you wouldn't mind just muting your microphone, that we'd be grateful. Dean? Anyway, so Don, getting back to your point, with each passing day, Ukraine is able to counter a lot of these cruise missiles, which are usually the way the Russians try to attack this sort of infrastructure. And then the second thing is, and this is really important, Russia doesn't have a lot of capacity to make more, right? Like they have already gone through a significant portion of their inventory of missiles, because these guidance systems need a lot of high tech. They need chips. And guess what Russia is on the sanctions list for, right? There are estimates that they have, and this was back months ago, that they'd already gone through like 70% of their missile stocks. And we're also starting to see, and you can just check this out on Twitter yourself, we're starting to see lots and lots of duds show up, right? You'll see some launches coming out of Belgorod that just failed. They actually hit themselves. So the dud rate is going up, and when the dud rate is going up, it's usually a sign that you're dealing with stock that you're less confident in, right? So sure, they could do that. They could do a lot of things, but the point being that Ukraine has also shown them that they can hit back, right? So we're just going to have to see how they react. The thing that really matters now is that we are firm in that we're responsible, and that we support Ukraine in their existential fight against this Russian invasion, and that we give them the heavy weapons they need, including things like NASAMS and IRIS-Ts, and that we just stop dithering and give the Ukrainians absolutely everything they need to end this. Because once Ukraine ends this war by kicking the Russians out of their country, there's won't be much more that the Russians can do about it, right? Like there's only one way out. If we sort of fret about what the Russians can do to escalate, we'll be here forever. Let's just get it over with, arm Ukraine to the teeth. They're not even asking for anything else other than for us to do that. They'll do the work. it's their land. They want to liberate it themselves, and they are doing so out of. I mean, the gains they've made over the past couple of months have been remarkable. I don't know. That's a bit of a long-winded answer, Don. But Don, the point I'm trying to make is they can try. Ukraine's air defenses are better already, and they're going to get better. And Russia is eventually going to start really running into strategic problems with their stock of munitions. So that's where I'll leave it. I hope that's helpful, Don.
Yes, thank you.
David.
Bloke, good evening. Thank you very much for hosting, and Rosalie, thank you very much for co-hosting as well, and to MriyaReport, everybody who's been on, sharing your expertise and thoughts and questions. I really appreciate it. Really, for me, shows the value of the space that the community is created here, that we all are members of and support and contribute to, and we can come in and bring in different theories and what we've seen from different parts of the internet or different sources of information. Particularly wanted to say thanks to Chuck. He's gone now, and since then Whiskey has been up and Dean. People who share their expertise I really appreciate, because I mean, as just a civilian person, non-military or non-experienced in that kind of engineering or physics or anything like that. Mr. David Brookfield, who was here earlier as well, of course, is a fantastic contributor, and I just don't think it's I think we should not lose sight of the framing of the truck bomb and the suicide bomber aspect being a dream of Russian propaganda, and that it's not really a surprise that people who've been coming to this space and brought this piece of information or a theory have been welcomed, and through the discussion method and sharing of expertise in physics and people who have expertise in different explosives or in metals or concrete, we've all been able to learn and are much the richer for it. I just wanted to express my own personal appreciation, I suppose, selfishly for that. To what Don had just mentioned, I'm quite the same. When these things happen, I'm always anticipating what it will be, the strike. I think, Bloke, you mentioned it, there has been a terror strike on a civilian apartment building already, so they've just returned to type. I mean, they don't really have the stones, they don't have the mineral assets, they don't have the balls to follow through on their own threats of nuclear annihilation. They told us they were going to wipe out England off the map, and Poland was going to go as well, and of course the Baltic states, if I think it was Finland or somebody joined NATO at the time, and they did, and guess what? Nothing, because they're all full of shit. All they are is talk and scariness and stranglers and rapists and murderers, the kind of people you see. I think it was today I saw more civilians were found tortured to death in the recently liberated lands. So that's what they will do. They will do terror bombings. Although you're right, I mean, rationally speaking, they should use their limited resources on the most effective targets, which would be, civilian infrastructure. But they've only seemingly done that in one notable time. I think they're probably going to continue the atrocities of their genocide with bombings. But I also want to point out that the broader context last couple of days, has been mentioned. The bombing that occurred 200 and whatever kilometers away from Moscow, that operation was done, and there's been subsequent targeting by precision Ukrainian weapons of Russian depots and points of transportation, and then the Kerch Bridge. I'd like to point out today is the 8th of October. It's been 1 week and a day since Lend-Lease has been in full effect, and I can't wait to see what's happening for the next week. There'll be no shortage of Atacams at all. I think it's just a matter of them being asked for. It's none of our damn business what's being asked for, what's supplied, but I wouldn't think there's going to be any more restrictions. I'm not sure that's how that piece of law works. So I'll leave you all on that happy note, and For those who are listening and trying to gather themselves and get their propaganda and their misery and despair ready for the next couple of days, we're waiting. And I wish you all a terrible night's sleep. And everybody else, Slava Ukraine, up to defenders.
Well, thanks for that, David. I really appreciate you always coming up and refocusing the group on Ukraine. That's very helpful. Bloke, I am not sure who is next. Do you?
It is. I think it's Jens followed by Dean. I think Dean raised his hand after Jens, and I have to do a bit of an errand here. Rosalie, could you drive for a little while, please?
Indeed, I can. Is it Jens or Jens?
Jens.
Jens. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to talk a little bit about Russia's red lines and about the responses to our perceived escalations. Last time they talked about ATACMS was before what's the air base again? Saki. And then the air base got wiped out, and what instead of reacting, they blamed it on a workplace accident. Then we had this nonsense annexation that they used to draw a new red line, and while they were busy declaring this annexation, the Ukrainian forces, they just rolled in over the red lines, so they had to change their mind and said that Russia's borders are now freely up to interpretation. And now we have this hit on the bridge, and instead of having a response to this perceived escalation, then they're calling it a car bomb instead of an ATACMS. So it seems like that all these threats about escalating to the next, to the next nuclear innuendo, it just seems to always get explained by a car bomb or a smoking accident or high waves. So I think we should help Ukraine continue to step over these red lines, and then at some point we'll come to a red line at the old, at Russia's real borders, and Ukraine will be free of them.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I do think obviously the people who are in leadership positions and things like that should always have plans and responses. They should know how they're going to react, but I don't think that it should deter Ukraine, and of course it's not. And whenever this topic comes up, I do always like to remind people of the effect that it has on us, on the way we think about things. And it's really important, even when the threat is greater, the way that we discuss it and think about it can really have an effect on it can lead us to behave in ways that help Russia. And so being conscious of that is something I like to bring up. Dean, would you like to speak? Dean?
I'm unmuting myself. Hi, Rosalie. I have a question for David that spoke earlier. I guess we're in a Canadian time zone now, which I'm very grateful for. But I have a question for David. I hope he's not gone off. David, sounds Irish to me.
Guilty.
We've had a war in our country. You know, I grew up. I'm born in 1960. A lot of my life, there was a kind of a war going on over a border zone, and it's not completely finished. We've got peace there now, in a way. You know, but there were people dying and being bombed in civilian areas for a long time. Hi, David. And it took a lot of hard work to get to peace. So what I'm thinking is beyond when Ukraine win this war, which I'm sure they will. But what, you know, when I'm not sure which bit of Ireland you're from, David, whether the north or south, and you tell me later. But we will get peace. There will be a peace at the end of this war. Ukraine will be intact, and then everybody will have to get on afterwards. What do you think about this, David?
Good evening, Ian.
Can you put the mic over to David? I'll tell.
You're all right. Good evening, Mr. Morrison. It's great to hear from you. You're right. Yeah, I'm Irish. I'm from
Whiskey,
Athy.
can you turn your microphone off, please?
I think he's gone to the fridge to get beer. He should be back in a minute. You're right, Mr. Morrison. You're dead right. I am from Ireland. I'm from Kildare, and it's not the first. It's 100% accurate. You're right. There was a terrible war and loss of life and limb and people's families just torn asunder. But it's something you're quite right to note that peace has been won, and it's something that is very much cherished. I know in the Loyalist Unionist community and in the Nationalist Republican community, peace is something that's very, very, very much cherished. And it has been discussed here, if I might just make an aside, and then I'll draw it back by analogy, obviously to Ukraine. Has been discussed here previously that it's something that does shine a light of hope, a light of hope. And that is, of course, what is in the future for a free and democratic Ukraine, where self-determination is unadulterated and unabused by an empirical neighbor. And I think it's something that the comparison is very ready, and it's also raw because it's a time of empire that has passed, and that the period that had been lived through in Ireland, the circumstances were different at the end than they were at the start, and peace was agreed on equal basis. And I don't think that the analogy is there, but I don't think it stretches that well to the Russian situation, given that it's a pure genocide at the moment. But I do think it exists. And in terms of the peace and the hope, I think the peace won't be made with Russia. I think it'll be a peace enforced on them by a total victory, which I think is impending or coming quite quickly on the Ukrainian terms. And if it was my wish, I would have it. The country that currently calls itself Russia, I'd have it subjugated for time immemorial. I would just divide the place up and administer it in separate, internationally administered zones, so they could never get the military power again. Ban them to have a navy, ban them to have an air force. It's the only way that we can prevent their imperial ambitions from rising like a phoenix. As they've shown, that's anytime they can get their shit together long enough, they spend all their money and wealth on preparing themselves for wars. But no, you're quite right. Peace and hope is what is in the future for Ukraine. But between here and there, they're going to have to kill as many Russians as decide they want to stay in Ukraine under arms. I know it's a little bit stretching it, but I mean, I have seen, I don't know when it was, a couple of days ago, I suppose, it seems like weeks, there was videos published of surrenders being accepted. Apparently it's a thing that Russian forced conscripts are eager to learn about on their various Telegram communication channels and their version of the Facebook app, some godforsaken Russian word, which will tell you that, they don't want to die either. they're fucking stupid. I think that's the most telling thing. It's the utter collapse under the weight of its own hubris of an empire that has. I mean, it never really got going in the first place, you know, as empires go. Djibouti, I think, was their African attempt. Not that it's right to rate these things, but you know, I just think it's a sorrowful state, but it's something that should be a source of hope, I think, for Ukrainians, because the stark difference, I mean, the difference is stark. Like, I feel I had a wonderful conversation today near where I live here with a Ukrainian gentleman that I know, and we were just discussing that, you know, the future for Ukraine really is one of prosperity and pretty limitless growth when one considers their natural resource of the human brilliance. Never mind, you know, the state's riches and all the rest of the land. But like Germany and France have proven themselves to be the old men, you know, last year's guys, last year's Europeans. They're the old fuddy-duddy Europeans that took the Russian money, the old Schroeder generation, and those he trained. Their time has come and gone, and now Europe is more central, truly European, in that it's geographically focused on the center of Europe and to the east a little bit. Poland, you know.
David, can we take this offline? Follow me, because it's.
I will, yeah, no, I will, definitely.
You're Irish. We know each other. You'll be going on a bit.
Yeah, no, you're right, you're right. I'm rattling on.
I'll take you off for a bite sometimes. I'll put my hand down and
I might point out that your name is suspiciously Irish.
Let's listen to the experts, mate. Eh? All right, you're good.
Oh, 100%. I must note that your name is suspiciously Irish. I mean, Dean is a saint's name, and Morrison, well, I mean, that's a very famous Irish name. So we'll accept you.
So we have Natasha, if you'd like to speak.
Sure. Hi. I don't want to shift gears too much because I feel like there's a lot of important conversations happening, but I just joined and I want to pick some of your brains on the military. One question on military and one question on Russian political turmoil. On the military side of things, we've heard, correct me if I'm wrong, but supposedly, you know, Putin's appointed the same guy that ran their military operations in Syria. We know that in Syria they use Bashar al-Assad used chemical weapons mercilessly, and I'm wondering if we are potentially, you know, I don't necessarily know if that's something that Russia has up its sleeve, or, you know, what could be just shy of nuclear weapons. I know that we've seen things like the risk of thermobarics in the past, but I'm just wondering, you know, if there is something. That's my first question: is what could be the potential. You know, next thing that we think is so egregious, but it's the shortfall of nuclear weapons. My second question is around, you know, what the current situation is allegedly happening with the supposed ousting of Shoigu and, you know, supposed arrests happening out over there. I'm just wondering if anyone has any insights into what's happening on that front, just dispelling disinformation and whatever's going on that front. So let me know if that's clear, if you get anything clarified. Just want to hear what everyone has to, what everyone's expertise is on these matters.
Well, thank you for that question. I was just about to tell you that I'm not a military professional, and so I can't answer your military questions. And then you asked the one question that that I actually can answer. With something short of Dean, can you mute your mic, please? Thank you. When we look to see if they're considering using some sort of nuclear weapon, we would look to see them escalate to do other things. One of those things could be chemical weapons. But I also think it's important just because of, you know, people looking for this and people intentionally sowing disinformation, that when we see a video that appears to show this, because we did have a video circulate that people had claimed showed chemical weapons use, and it did not, is that while, you know, we're looking for it, I'm looking for it, I'm sure a lot of people are, that that we're just kind of cautious about responding to it. In terms of what they could use, one of the most difficult things I think about chemical weapons is that they can be things that are used legitimately in large quantities, like pesticides and things like that. And so I think, given that, Ukraine is very agricultural, I think, that's something that I would expect before they reached for nukes. But, that the rhetoric is something that they lean on. It's like, unfortunately, they've threatened it too much that everyone's just like, yeah. Just like, I can't remember, somebody, Jens, he brought this up where, they said if Finland joins NATO, we're going to nuke them. And then Finland joined and they were like, oh, well, it doesn't really matter anyway. So does that answer your question about whether or not we could see something else before that?
I mean, I think so. I think on one hand, it's around whether or not they actually have the capacity. And I take your point around things that are readily available in Ukraine. I guess my other thing is, when we see this, I don't know if anyone can speak to this whole now connection with the Russian general that led in Syria and how that might shake up approaches. It's more just from a standpoint of curiosity, but that was kind of one of the angles that I was trying to get at.
Yeah, on who is leading what, I am not up on that. I have been working on some reports today. I did see from RT, they put out a story today that said General Armageddon to lead Russian forces in Ukraine. I have no idea who that is. If they just made up that name, I don't know. I think it's a little bit funny. But if Konstantin knows, if anybody knows what's going on with that,
Could you repeat what knows them? I'm like, I was listening half year and half in half year. Sorry.
It's okay. So my question was that Russia has supposedly appointed the same general. I'm sorry that I'm forgetting his name, but appointed the same person who ran their operations in Syria in supporting the Assad regime to now run the quote special operation in Ukraine. So I'm just wondering if that would potentially have any impact on changing shape of what's happening on the ground there.
Well, I can, we will know later, but I can give you my non-expert opinion. Is that when something bad happens, the heads are being chopped off. That's how Russia works, and they immediately try to find someone to blame and replace him without actually changing the entire system that works. But I don't think much will change, because it's not a problem of operational command that they're facing. It's a general problems on cultural level, and you cannot just change one guy that will change everything. Not gonna work. If your platoon sergeants don't do the drills, don't do the training when they're required to, when they don't have the morale, highest ranking general changed or not is not really gonna impact anything. It has to start, there should be reform, and it's not on command and control level of specific operation. It should be, it should be the doctrine change, the cultural change, and recovering the military, rebuilding the trust for it, and changing approaches, and of the people who are in the military, how they treat their staff, how the troops are treated, how sergeants are treated. It takes a lot of time, so I don't think one general can impact it. So I don't think it's going to have any effect. Well, it may have some effect local, but in general, it will not have a huge impact. That's my take on it.
Okay, thank you for that. I mean, and the other half of my previous question was just around whether or not any of these reports coming out of Russia around, military arrests have any validity to them, and if anyone has anything to say on that topic.
Sorry, could you repeat it once again?
Yeah, so supposedly there's been like Shoigu has allegedly been ousted. I'm not sure if there's any validity to that because it was on the Wagner Group's Telegram channel. So, and then there's supposedly arrests of some Russian military, and they've mobilized their version of their National Guard. So I'm just looking to see if there's validity to that, and if anyone has any insights on how that's shaping up.
I don't think we'll have insights before official announcements, but it clearly shows that there is internal struggle inside the military between different groups in Russia. One of them is being special services. Another one is military itself, and third one is groups like Wagner and basically friends of Putin. Wagner Group appeared to be quite, compared to others, to be one of the most effective groups. So I guess he has my take on it that he has some leverage into Putin's ears and can push through his agenda. And those messages are probably more like that's what I think are probably more like informational warfare against Russian military itself. So to discredit it as much as you can, and to add doubts towards the leaders, because I'm quite sure that Prigozhin, Wagner founder, Wagner owner, wants to get political dividends. Maybe he wants to become a minister as well, maybe chief of staff or something like that. But he clearly wants to remove. By clearly, I mean clearly to me, because others may not agree, and I may be wrong here, but this is my take on it. And I think that's more, those words are more related to this struggle rather than actual actions that are happening. So maybe we will see this happen in the next couple of weeks. But once again, for right now, I might take that it's just internal pressure on Putin and Shoigu and others.
And just, take this for what it's worth. The Russian state media, with regard to Shoigu, I'm not seeing anything. They have an article from today that he appointed somebody to command something, but it doesn't, say like he was appointing his replacement. The person that he appointed was the commander of the Eastern Military District, and he led troops in Syria. So,
do you mean Alexei Surovkin? Sorry, Sergei Surovkin.
Sergei, yes, that's what it is.
Yeah. I don't know too much. We find knowledge on these generals only after we actually see the news. That, at least that's for me. There are probably some experts who track and understand the history of those generals, but obviously they're trying to for me they're trying to find failures and replace them in the highest command. But once again, that's I don't think that's the problem for them, and I don't think it will have any effect. And of course, in Syria appears to be a successful operation for them. So they, I can imagine that they are thinking that those who are doing their job in Syria are experienced and know what they're doing. But what they don't realize is that they were successful because they were beating people who did not really have anything to fight back with, just like their Rosgvardia that beats up civilians and protesters, and they think they're tough. So same problem with this guy. But that's my take on it. It's there are maybe people who know which operations he commanded and if those operations were successful. But in Syria in general, you have bombers bombing cities without single air defense system. So does not take too much experience. So it does not make you really successful. That's what I think.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you so much.
tend
I'll drop
to
down.
agree. Well, thank you. Yeah, Konstantin, I agree with you. They keep bringing these people in, and they say, "Oh, was so and so from Syria," and maybe that's good for morale. But the fact of the matter is that they were punching down, and clearly are not capable of the type of military feats that they think that they are. All right. I do not know which hand was raised first. If somebody wants to ask a question.
I would love to ask a question, and thank you for hosting this. My question is, do we have any idea what like a confidence interval on how long we expect for the Kerch Bridge to be repaired?
That is a good question. I don't know. I don't know what its fate is. Konstantin, do you know anything about that?
About what?
The Kerch Bridge.
Yeah, just in like a upper or lower bound on how long we would expect the Kerch Bridge repairs to take.
Well, I think one of the lines was not damaged, so they're put in traffic. Well, damaged probably, but repaired quickly because the damage was really low. But I would estimate that repairing the part that has collapsed will take a lot of time. It's not going to happen quickly. It will take probably months or two. I don't think you can do it faster. And regarding the railway connection, which I think is the most crucial part here, I don't know, but there was a really interesting discussion here in this space a couple of, I think, 4 hours ago regarding to that. But once again, the bridges are tough to break, and that railway bridge, I think, my take on it, they will be able to launch the train connection in 2-3 weeks. But that's I hope it's gonna take longer. But obviously, anything can be repaired, and I don't think it's irreparable, and I think it will be working in 2-3 weeks. But that's my personal take. We have not seen real inspection of the damage, just some pictures from down under, and we don't really. It's everyone is just guessing. Because there was also already information that they have launched trains on it, but I don't really believe it. I don't think it's possible, because it would be just killing of those people who were on the train. Too much risk for me, but who knows, because of the fact that they need those supplies, no matter what ASAP. They may as well, especially in Ukraine, for their invasion. Well, Crimea is Ukraine, but I mean in land Ukraine, land-based Ukraine. So I think they may as well just risk it and say, put up the rails and say, okay, let's hope it's gonna hold it. But the trains are really, they're heavy. The one cart weighs like 100 tons compared to the truck that weighs around, on average, 35 tons. And it's much more risk involved there. But we'll see, and we hope that another strike will happen. Who knows? Because we did not find the reason for that yet, and may as well soon there will be another strike.
That's a good point. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
By the way, I'm back and just wanted to do a couple of public service announcements. Just a reminder to everyone that we can't bring more speakers up. If you so if you don't have your hand up, we might drop you down. You're always welcome to re-request, and please retweet the space so we can get the word out. That's about it. Go ahead.
I wanted to add one comment about Sergei Surovkin. I just read he appears to be he was a commander of the invasion forces, Russian invasion forces from in the south of Ukraine at the beginning. So I can imagine that it was for Russia it was the only successful part of the invasion. So I would think that that's probably the reason why he was promoted to the control of the entire invasion forces.
Okay, go ahead, Rosalie. I'm just getting caught up while I was doing my errand, and I've lost track of the hands.
I had a question, but it's been answered, so I apologize for that. If you want to, oh, there's a lot of hands now.
I think it was Gunny followed Gunny, who I think was next.
Yeah, thanks, bloke. Yeah, so just reference the Russian leadership. Look, no one's going to give you a definitive answer on this. It's 100% right because we're all running off interpretations of what we see. But the way I imagine it is the Russian system is not completely dissimilar to the Nazi system in that you have a series of fiefdoms, and they're all internally competing with each other for power. So you had Himmler fighting Goebbels, Goebbels was fighting Goering, and everyone was vying around the central point, Hitler, for power. So we probably will see this in the Kremlin. It's just how it goes. Now, the Russian system often prizes loyalty above all other things. That goes back a very long time. You could argue to the Second World War. You had generals who were thoroughly incompetent, like Budeni, who retained power and command despite being complete idiots because they were 100% loyal. You had the architect of the Russian victory in the East, Zhukov, who upstaged Stalin at a victory parade by riding a horse and was pretty much publicly disgraced and sent out into the cold. So the Russians aren't always loving professionalism over loyalty. So it's always worth remembering that. As Konstantina said, we've seen a succession of commanders who've had some success in Syria, but that's doing coin ops, counterinsurgency, things like that. It's very different from fighting a Ukrainian mechanized brigade. It's ruthless fighting on the ground, yes, and they will be prepared to use ruthless measures in order to win. But the Syrians didn't have air cover. They didn't have comprehensive artillery. They didn't have a fraction of the resources that the Ukrainians have. So, like his predecessors, he's probably going to become unstuck. His problem is he can't turn the job down because that will be seen as disloyalty to the leader, and he will suffer through it. So he's probably looking at the situation. I mean, he got a phone call and he probably had his head in his hands going, well, how am I going to win this? But he's got no choice but to do it. So I would tend to look at it like that. How useful that's going to be, these internal power struggles. And as we said, throw Wagner into it, as well as all the individual government and military factions fighting each other. We don't know. Will it properly fracture along the seams and cause full-on infighting? Who knows? I challenge anyone to predict what's going to happen. Just reference the nuclear weapons and the things like that. Look, again, no one can tell you what's going to happen, but we can make reasonable predictions on how these systems work. And there are many, many disadvantages to using what we call CBRN, chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear. They can confer certain advantages to you. They have a shock value, but they can also greatly inhibit your own operational freedom. And their use will involve repercussions from the global community, in this case, primarily NATO. And by NATO, we mean, if we're talking about conventional or nuclear response, the US, because they're the big dog in the pack, really. So, yeah, you know, do the Russians have chemical weapons? Yeah, we believe so. There are some experts who will say they don't really have very much of it. And there are other experts who say, well, they've probably got quite a lot. But we know that they've continued with R&D on these weapons. Novichok was used in the UK. That's a battlefield chemical weapon. Therefore, we can probably say with some certainty that they have the capability to use it. However, the Ukrainians will be aware of that. There are probably stocks of chemical protective equipment for individual soldiers, and many of their vehicles do have what we call MBC packs, which mean that the crew will close down the vehicle and the air will be filtered and they'll be able to survive, what we call survive to fight in the chemical environment. And they can disperse. They would have to take an operational pause. They would have to probably change how they pursue the battle. But it's entirely likely that the Ukrainians will just keep pushing forward. It would greatly hinder the Russians. We've seen how bad their equipment is. We've seen the legacy vehicles that they're employing now. And again, we can probably assume that the MBC packs on their vehicles, some won't have them and the others will be badly maintained or not even present. Plus, Russian MBC equipment tends to be 2 generations behind, big rubber suits, big old style 1960s respirators. It's going to inhibit them far more than the Ukrainians. So it's arguable that the advantages are definitely outweighed by the disadvantages in this. What else could they use? You know, they could do a nuclear test. They could abrogate the nuclear test ban. They could conduct a test up in the Arctic Circle from their test site, and they could say, just screw you, look at what we can do, and let a 1 megaton warhead off high altitude, and kind of say, well, this is what you get if you keep pushing us. Will that make a difference? No, I don't think so. I think the NATO will just go, yes, you know, whatever, crack on. Thank you. Would they use a tactical nuclear weapon in Ukraine? Again, look at the advantages versus the disadvantages. So, yeah, they might employ 4 or 5 to stabilize the front. The Ukrainian army will do an operational pause.
Mate,
hold up. And then they will just carry on operating as normal. They'll just have to adapt how they operate. And then there will be the repercussion side of it. What are NATO going to do? Conventional attacks? There's a real danger of that for Russia. What form those conventional attacks from NATO would take, we don't know, but we can assume that they would be very, very substantial. And the microscopic hope that the Russians have got of actually succeeding partially in Ukraine would disappear. So what would be the advantages? You know, these are all the calculations that go into the pot for the little bald dwarf in the Kremlin, and he has to weigh it up. Now, the only thing I would say on the flip side of it is the gun's pointing at his head. So he's a gambler. He's pushed NATO before. He's used CBRN in the UK. He's used CBRN in Syria. He's carried out cyber attacks on the West. He was indirectly responsible for the shooting down of the Malaysian airliner, and we didn't really bite back at him. So he may be tempted just to try something a bit silly, just to give us a prod and see what the response is. He's as I say, he's an inveterate gambler. Would he be tempted to roll the dice? and he will look at it and he will think, well, if I roll the dice and I come up with ones, might NATO really snap back at me and remove the Black Sea Fleet from the order of battle? Let's say we do that and we hit some airfields around Murmansk just as a warning, sink a couple of Russian submarines. So what's he gained out of it? So, it's all game theory. We don't know him. Nobody in the space knows Putin. Nobody knows what's going through his head. We don't know what his real medical condition is. We don't know the medication that he's on. We don't know the state of mind of his little minions around him. We don't know what kind of advice he's getting. We don't know if he's secluded himself from his advisors and he's just that, chatting away, giving orders, completely divorced from reality.
No.
But I don't think he would go down that road. I think if he did, it would get awfully exciting awfully quickly. Am I concerned? Well, yeah. The president of the United States came out and said, we're kind of at Cuba level.
Fair enough. Thank you for your service. Fair enough. Thank you for your service, mate.
Yeah.
So
we
go in order. Sorry, Gunny. Just everyone, we go in order. Please don't interrupt. Raise your hand, and please mute your mic and respond in order, please. Sorry, go ahead, Gunny.
Cheers, mate. So if you're listening to this and you're concerned, well, you're not the only one. Right? There are people here who've got decades of military service under their belt who are also looking at it, scratching their head, going, "I'm not really happy about this." But that's the price that you're going to pay, right? You apart from the increased risk, the counter to it is if he did do chemical or nuclear bribery and we back down, the template has been set for every tin pot dictator and every major power to do this in the future, and we're heading for absolute carnage for decades. Because pound to a penny, if we back down, China will go for Taiwan next, and just before they invade, they'll say, right, we're going for Taiwan. If you intervene, we'll level Washington and London. Because Putin got away with it, so therefore we'll get away with it. So this is unfortunately the increased, elevated worry that you will all have. And a Ukrainian will say, well, yeah, absolutely, I get that you're worried, but at the end of the day, you're getting this done on the cheap. We're supplying the blood and guts. All you need to do is supply the weapons and be steadfast behind us while we crack this job and sort out security for Europe for the next 20 years. And I think that's a valid, fair argument. But don't think if you are concerned that there's something wrong with you, because we all of us will face fears about this to one degree or the other over the next few weeks. But just trust in the system, trust in NATO, trust our leaders know what they're doing, and trust in the Ukrainians to get this cracked, speed fast, and then we can all kind of move on and get ready for the next war, which I'm afraid there's always the next one around the corner.
Thank you, Gunny. Craig, I think you were next.
Yeah, just really fast. Looks like the Kerch Bridge is probably totally operational, or at least significantly operational. I've seen 2 videos of Russian trains already passing over the tracks. I can put them in the nest real quick. Believe them if you want. One looks like the test vehicle. The next one is possibly a civilian feeder rail. Again, could be bullshit, could be real. You also have to think that one of the main roadways wasn't destroyed, so you still have. It looks like at least one of the. If you're thinking at least one of the train tracks is possibly still fully functional, and they also still have a fully functional roadway, or effectively fully functional roadway. So sadly, as happy as I was this morning, it looks like the Russian military will still be able to use it fairly well. Yeah, of course, they'll have a
Well,
radio.
allow me to address that, Craig. So, just a couple of things. So, yes, the span leaving Crimea is still functional, and yes, they have sent a test train over it, and they might be doing light rail. That's passengers. Passengers are light rail, right? But if you remember how watching, the Third Army Corps move across, that is a different kettle of fish. And the second thing is, we do not know what the effect the fire or the strike or whatever it was had on the structural integrity of the bridge. So we've had engineers on the space before saying that, for example, sustained temperatures over 600 degrees Celsius on concrete, will have it lose 50%. No, steel will have it lose 50% of its strength, for example. And, engineers know this, and that fire burned for 2.5 hours, and it was either diesel or light oil, that sort of fire, right? So high temperature fire on the rail bridge, that's going to have an impact on steel. Just because the Russians are crazy enough to move stuff across without having engineers shut the bridge down for a couple of days to do thorough testing does not necessarily mean it's 100% operational. We don't know yet, right? We're going to have to be patient. They might be crazy enough to move stuff over, and the whole thing might collapse. We just don't know. I think it points out a few things. It points out that A, if it was hit once, it can be hit again, and they will be concerned about that. And B, that they are so desperate to move goods across that bridge that they're going to do it without even bothering to do, because I don't see how you can do a full assessment of damage like that in a single day. I think they just got the report to say they got it, and we're moving stuff over anyway. That's just an opinion of mine based on no hard evidence, but if something like that had happened in your city, would you be happy with your city officials, saying, yeah, everything's fine here, just use the train again and talk to you later? I'm not sure you would be perfectly comfortable doing that, right? So I just wanted to clarify that a little bit, Craig.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying that if I wouldn't want to go on the bridge, but if there's vital military supplies, they might just say screw it and send it across. And with the they have put two trains across. I know that military transport stuff is going to be heavier, which is more of a strain on the bridge. But between that and then the active roadway, they can still move some significant stuff across that, even with the down roadway, and assuming that the fire, I was saying like medium scenario is that the fire destroyed one of the rail lines or damaged one of the rail lines, and not as much the other one. They can still basically fully utilize the other, if they can still basically fully utilize the other one, and still basically fully utilize one of the roadways. That's at 57% capacity. They can still get a train across, and still get lighter to medium military vehicles across there. So sadly, it needs another hit. Looks like. So hopefully they get one soon.
Yeah, thank you, Craig. I'm actually on the more positive. Well, actually, one of the ways, they say that either you believe the glass is half full or half empty, but there is another option. The other option is you can have half your water in a redundant glass. In any case, let's move on to Dean.
Hi guys. I have some very, very operational tactical things about bridges. Plus, I wanted to respect Constantine earlier on, who was talking about the larger strategic stuff, which I would want to move on to. The local tactical stuff. that bridge has got lots of blown up something on it. It's a bit wrecked. The rail bridge I'm talking about, the road bridge. I mean, there've been photos this evening of they're allowing limited car and bus traffic across one span of that bridge, but it's a 12-mile bridge. It means that it's one-way traffic, which means that they have one-way traffic off that bridge, one way for an hour, and then if they want to send the traffic on the bridge the other way, bear in mind this is only cars and buses. The other way, you have to stop the whole traffic, let the traffic get off, and turn it around the other way. This is Crimea to Russia for tourists. I mean, it's meaningless. All of the heavy goods vehicle traffic has been redirected to the ferry crossing, which is not going to be taking lots of stuff. It's not going to be taking tanks and stuff. Logistically, all of that is a nonsense. The train bridge is the key thing. Now, the train bridge looks, by photo evidence, and how this happened, we won't know. But it happened that some of these fuel tanks, it's not just the bridge that's been blown, it's the fuel tanks and those bridges have been blown up. That's a bit of an issue there. And it looks a wreck. And there'd be rail, think of it, it's rails on the ground. You have to run trains over this, you have to make it a solid foundation because the trains are going to flip off into the sea. That's not an easy thing to do. The Putin or Putin's agents bragged that they were going to have trains running across that at 8 o'clock yesterday evening. I mean, right, okay, let's see if that happens. So, okay, that's a mess. That's a local mess. It's a big fuck. Sorry.
Please don't swear in the space, Dean. But
okay,
if you can wrap it up,
I'm British. We kind of a bit. It's a big mess for at a local, an operational, and logistical level. What I wanted to really respond to was Constantine earlier. I hope he's still on this because he was speaking a lot of sense. You look at this, it's about the command and control. Okay, things are happening, but why are they happening? Who do you blame? Who do you sack? Now we know that Stalin was a crazy dictator. He destroyed most of his military command before Hitler came in and wrecked his system. Hitler had a system which was divide and rule. So he didn't simply have the German army on his side. He had alternative armies. He had the SA earlier on, this kind of brown shirt movement, a working class movement, army with whatever. He set up his own. He set up many movements. The SS, which is a different thing again. It had its own army units. He had Goering with his own army units. And
all right, Dean. Maybe you could just wrap it up a little bit because we have some announcements to get to.
What I'm trying to say is that Hitler had many different kinds of units, like the Karadziovs and the Wagner unit, and these things. And politically, you should play them off. These different army structures, you play them off against each other because politically it worked for him.
Oh, got it. Same as what's happening here in
Russia.
Got
the Wagner unit, the SS,
Okay.
the SD. You're with me now. Let me kind of take I'll take me to my conclusion. But one of the things that in the West, nobody's known who Putin's central command is. He has no Zhukov. He's just come up with this guy yesterday, this bald-headed guy from Syria, who is known for being brutal, but not for being. He's no Zhukov. I mean, he might whatever. He's not, but he's not going to be riding on a white horse in a victory parade in Kiev. And it's desperation that that Putin has put someone in command of all this stuff, politically, strategically, at a very high level. This is why I wanted to. I thought Constantine.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, but Constantine is gone for the moment. So, but thank you for your points, Dean. I do have some public service announcements to get to, if you don't mind. So,
I'll cut off now. Thanks, mate. You've been doing a good job there.
okay, good. Folks, Language Learner is coming on in, well, it was a while ago where he said it was going to be 90 minutes. So yes, it will be at 11:30 Eastern Standard Time here in North America. That would be 20:30 Pacific. So there will be a military update shortly. And if anyone's been following Language Learner lately, he has this app that you can download, and then it's quite safe. There's no data exchanged. All it is a Google Maps overlay, but what it allows you to do is to follow actually where he's looking on the map as he gives his update, which is absolutely fantastic. So we're looking forward to that. That will be very shortly, in about an hour from now. We have some speakers coming up that you should know about. There is not just one artillery expert on the space. There will be another one speaking tomorrow, I believe. Yes, on Sunday at 1500. Well, let's use UTC. So 1400 UTC. Thomas C. Tyner, who is a retired Italian artilleryman, filmmaker, and documentarian, will be speaking. That's at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time here in North America. In addition, Alexandra Povorozniak, a Ukrainian journalist and professional interpreter, an editor and film critic at Vertigo, will be speaking, and that will be at 1100 UTC. So that's over here. That's 7 a.m. tomorrow, Eastern Standard Time. So 2 great speakers. Please share and retweet the space. We don't do any advertising. That's how we get the word out. We support collectively MriyaAid.org. That is an organization run by a bunch of volunteers, very much like us, except we don't accept any funds here. We're all volunteers. We direct fundraising efforts to organizations like MriyaAid, or Ripley's Heroes, or Constantine's Ear Protection Drive and Winter Year Drive. But we will not take any money here on this space. And that's about it for the public service announcements. Rosalie, I've completely lost track of what order the hands are, but it looks like now I just have a 50-50 chance of getting it wrong. So I will go with Dave. Is that right, Rosalie? How well did I do?
I think the other person was actually holding.
No, it was Dave first.
Okay. The really quick before Dave talks, I just want to say there were a couple people who had their hands up, and I think they got mixed up, and so we apologize. And if you want to come back up, we would, love to hear from you.
Yeah, that's right. I saw someone that was out of order once. That was my fault, and that person probably just drop down. Please come right back up. We'd love to hear from you. And with that, let's go to our hand. Oh no, it was Dave first, right?
Yeah, hi. Just real quick, I don't know how much repairs you could do in a day, but running people on it so quickly, I don't know how many are going back and forth, but I was thinking they might just want that to collapse when it's full of people.
I'm sorry, David. What was the last portion, the last sentence? I understand your consternation at just running people over the bridge, same day. But what was your last sentence?
I said they might want it to collapse when it's filled with people and cars,
Well, that's even cynical by Russian standards, but yeah, but won't put it past them. Did you want to go any further with that point, Dave?
No, that was it.
Okay. Our hand, go ahead.
Actually, Jay said been up and drop down. You can go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't hear the first part. Okay, Jay
Seth's had been in front of me.
Okay, Jay Seths, go ahead.
Oh, hi, thanks. Yeah, no, I dropped off for a sec because I left the room, and when I came back in, my Bluetooth speaker connected, and when I turned that off, I was totally silent. But I'll try and be quick here. Just quickly, good to see Gunny on the space. I haven't heard his thoughts about the hit on the bridge. But Rosalie, I had sent you some DMs a while ago, but I never heard back from you. It's just interesting because I do try and follow the propaganda narratives and look for the debunks. There's one I sent you, but I don't really want to talk about it. But ignoring that, one of the things I wanted to clear up. Firstly, I think they need to hit the bridge again, because all of the people who are sort of complacent, not really following what's going on, think they know what's going on. Oh, it's a NATO bullshit, whatever, and they're all saying, "Oh, it's a suicide bomber." So hit the bridge again, and put these stupid narratives to bed. Now, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, and as for the nuclear thing, I'm with CJ on this, in that Ukraine have already violated whatever Russian doctrine is about using nuclears, and as CJ says, the only reason we're talking about it is because the Russians want us to talk about it. And if you look at those sort of people who are sort of not really paying attention, that's all they're kind of talking about. What I wanted to ask is, one of the things that was brought up on those threads that you see is that people talking about lithium and whether and that we want Ukraine to win, or US wants Ukraine to win, whatever. It's a battle for the lithium, and I wondered whether that was a valid. I mean, it's not valid, but if that had any validity whatsoever. And that's it. And good to see you, Rosalie. But it's 3:30 here. I don't know how Gunny is still up. He does seem to come on in the middle of the night, so I miss him. But same for you, Rosalie. But good to see you on here. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. I did just check my messages. I don't see anything from you. But one thing that is a known problem with my account that I'm trying to work out is that it is blocking people on its own. I'm not really sure what's going on, but it's also filtering my messages, which is fantastic.
Okay, I just sent you a hi on it. I don't know if you can see. You might get it. Has anyone got any info about lithium? I mean, I'm probably just too lazy. I could probably just look it up myself, but I thought there may be some knowledgeable people about the resources there in Ukraine.
Sorry, just cycling through some speakers. But Gunny came up. So Jay Seths, if you want to restate your question, maybe Gunny could answer after all.
I think he might have heard me.
Yeah, I heard you, mate. Morning. Yeah, I'm working all weekend. So, so the lithium thing, no. You know, I think we'll agree. You hear this kind of thing every single time there's a military intervention, isn't there? Afghanistan, you know, was full of natural resources, and that's why we went there. Nothing to do with 9/11 and Al Qaeda at all. No. It was all about mystical vast deposits of stuff in the mountains, because Afghanistan really is a place that encourages industrial development, because it's just a really easy place with loads of infrastructure already there. And I mean, it's just, yeah, I think we've all heard this kind of stuff, and personally, I just ignore it. Most countries have natural resources, and therefore, probably every invasion through history, you can probably say it was not ideological. It was to do with natural resources and grabbing. Sometimes that's true, sometimes it isn't. Just reference the bridge. Yeah, you know, I mean, this car bombing thing, lorry bomb. Look, a vehicle-borne IED. So the people, and there are still people out there perpetuating this. What they're saying is a Ukrainian special forces team inserted into Russia, obtained an articulated lorry, and either brought 5 tons of plastic explosive with the ability to form a shaped charge in the chassis, or parked up the lorry somewhere, went out and purchased loads of fertilizer and all the other associated material, mixed it, placed it in containers, put it in the vehicle, ran a detonation system to the cab, and then found A, a driver willing to commit suicide for the glory of Ukraine, or B, co-opted a Russian national through, I don't know, holding his family ransom or something like that, IRA tactics to become a proxy bomber. Jump in the cab, drive us across the bridge and detonate, otherwise we execute your wife and children. You know, to me, it's ludicrous. I've done some counter-terrorism stuff. I've had a look at the footage. Off the top of my head, running off Lanzo's 1108 and JSP 440, a 3 to 4 ton explosion. I think it moves at about 1,700 feet per second, the P wave, the pressure wave. Blast and fragmentation would be out to about 540 meters, which means any non-steel reinforced concrete building would be destroyed within a cordon of 100 meters. Therefore, that train somehow miraculously still remained on the tracks when this lorry bomb went off, driven by a Ukrainian hero or B, a proxy bomb. I mean, it just, when you think about it like that, is it the Ukrainian MO? No. Are the Ukrainians the sort of people that co-opt a proxy bomber? No. Are the Ukrainians the sort of people who would use a suicide bomber, a willing suicide bomber, knowing that the simple term brings all sorts of very bad connotations with it to Western minds, because we don't like suicide bombers. We're still fighting idiots who blow themselves up in the name of their sky fairy. No, it just makes no sense. It's a vast logistical effort. And then you've got to get it through the vehicle checkpoints and then blow it up. So I was a bit of a fan of the maritime strike, the boat, the waves underneath intrigued me. I'm still interested how the train managed to be in the exact same place as the strike, but to be honest, I'm 99% sure that this was an airstrike, probably ATACMS. The fixed wing strike by Ukrainian Air Force, don't buy it. They've tried to come across the Black Sea before, and apparently they got a little bit roughly handled by the Russian Air Force, who struggle with the air picture over land, but they're not particularly bad at it at sea. So yeah, mate, it's you know, in terms of that, this lorry bomb thing plays into the narrative, which is being pushed by the Vatniks, isn't it? Ukraine is a terrorist state. Ukraine uses suicide bombers. Yeah, it's entirely predictable. It starts with the usual accounts. People like Tracy, that idiot. What's the other one? Dot Man or whatever he's called. And then it kind of propagates outwards, and people see footage without even checking on the veracity of it. And as Gurney points out, CCTV cover is not, the cameras aren't 4K, 120 hertz refresh rate things. These systems are usually bargain basement. I know because I use security cameras on CCTV. And people just jump all over it, and they saw a truck, and I think they just started drawing the wrong conclusions.
Yeah, thanks, Gunny. I think people just believe what they want to believe, don't they? Cheers.
Thank you for that. That was really well stated. Thank you, Gunny. We're going to Arhend next, and I think we might have a co-swap. But Arhend followed by Herm, and then Watt.
Mic check.
Loud and clear.
Just a small point about the how degraded the roadway is. Several speakers have said that because it's a divided highway, you have to run traffic in one direction, wait the half hour for all the traffic to clear before you can run it back in the opposite direction. In a case like this, the only span of the bridge that's down is those two spans, which might be 300, 400, 500 feet long. So I'm pretty sure what they will do is simply dismantle the dividing barrier, span the 1 or 3 foot gap between the two directions of the roadway, so that for 11.5 miles, they can have separated high-speed traffic, and they'll only have to do the periodic one-way traffic system for the couple hundred feet of the damage, so that to my mind, the roadway is almost at 100%. It might be 80 or 90% capable of carrying whatever traffic it had before. I'm not talking about any safety issues or structural issues of either the railroad bridge or the road bridge, but just from the practicalities of it, that they're going to devise a system like that to have essentially two-way traffic the great majority of the time. Bye.
Thank you. Let's go to Herm next.
Hey, so this is, I believe, the first time in the war we didn't see a secondary explosion or something from afar, but a really close-up footage of the warhead going up on the CCTV footage that was shared on the internet. And I was wondering, can we make out what kind of warhead that was? And I'm referring specifically to those flare-like components that are buzzing all over. For I don't know, I don't know the terminology, but there was little white flares all over that picture, and I assume that would give us an information or a clue if it was a military grade explosive that would have been used in a missile, or what kind of type it would be.
I can pass on a few things that I've heard if you want. I think Gunny would be better qualified to answer, but I just want to be clear of what you're referring to. Are you referring to, a lot of the shrapnel that was floating around in the air after the explosion, or are you referring to the white flash that was just during the explosion? Just to be clear.
I think a little bit of both. So my understanding, the white flash was the origin of the explosion, which is outside of the frame. And if it was shrapnel, then yeah, good. That is part of the answer, I guess. But also the blast that was going off, then that looked like it was coming from the ground, or like bouncing off the roadhead. Would it be possible to say, okay, that was Semtex, that was C4, or is it something that's typically going to be used in a missile like one of the Grims 2 that the Ukrainian has, or an ATACMS? Could you make any deduction, like Portland style? I would guess he was always into trying to identify what was exploding there and what was burning there. Did he make any input there, or somebody else? Do we know what it might have been on a technical base, on a chemical level?
Yeah, so no, I just can't go there. I mean, to do that sort of analysis, you'd like need access to the bridge. The only thing I can say is that some of the things that we've seen are consistent with two things. One is a shock wave which would compress air, and a couple of hours ago someone had mentioned that could be condensation, which would play with the light and make it seem all white. That could be one theory. And the other theory is that if there was a detonation inside like a delayed detonation inside the bridge, that would liquefy a lot of metal. That could explain the shrapnel. All of this is conjecture. I claim no knowledge in this area. I think Gunny would know far more than I would about explosives. So I would defer to him if he has any extra insight. But